This is Daily Story, where every episode opens a window into someone's lived experience. This story was generously shared by one of our listeners. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. Let us get into the story. My foot found that first narrow, crude step, then another, and then another, forced by Leo's iron grip. My screams tore at my throat, raw and desperate, but they just seemed to get swallowed by the oppressive darkness below, muffled by the relentless thump that pulsed from the abyss. It was not just a sound anymore. It was a physical vibration that rattled my teeth, shook my bones, and made my vision swim. The staircase was a nightmare carved into reality. It was not a proper, solid structure. Each step felt like it was just barely attached. Uneven and slick with a cold, viscous dampness I could not identify. My hands, still trying to pry Leo's fingers from my arm, scraped against the rough, crumbling stone of the wall beside me, the texture like coarse sandpaper mixed with something slimy. The air grew colder with every downward turn, a bone-deep chill that seemed to seep into my very marrow. And the smell, God. The smell. It was a thick, cloying miasma of metallic blood, sickly sweet decay, and that sharp, acrid ozone, now so potent it burned my nostrils and made my stomach churn with nausea. Please. Leo. Please let me go. I sobbed, my voice cracking, tears streaming down my face, blurring the already distorted world. My legs moved on their own, a puppet controlled by his horrifying strength, stumbling and slipping on the treacherous steps. Each step down felt like a step further into an inescapable nightmare, leaving the world I knew behind. Leo said nothing, not a single word. He just dragged me, his pace unyielding, his grip like a vice. I risked a glance at him, his face still illuminated by that sickly green glow that was now radiating up from the depths. His eyes, those unnaturally light eyes, were wide and fixed on the darkness below, reflecting the green like a cat's in headlights. He looked ecstatic. Not happy, not joyful, but utterly, terrifyingly ecstatic, like a child on Christmas morning, but a child who found a box full of nightmares under the tree and was thrilled about it. The spiral felt endless. My sense of direction vanished, replaced by a dizzying disorientation. All I knew was down, deeper and deeper into the maw. The green light was not constant. It flickered and pulsed, sometimes dimming to near total darkness, then flaring, casting grotesque, dancing shadows that stretched and contorted on the damp walls. In those fleeting moments of brighter light, I could make out strange, almost organic patterns on the rock, not carvings, but more like veins or roots embedded in the stone itself, pulsing faintly with the green light. It was as if the very rock was alive, or had been assimilated by something living. My throat was raw from screaming. My muscles screamed from the struggle, but Leo did not waver. He was a force of nature, pulling me, dragging me, my feet scrambling to keep purchase on the slippery steps. My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a way out, anything. But there was nothing, just the endless descent, the cold, the smell, and that horrifying rhythmic thump that was now so loud it felt like my own heart was trying to beat its way out of my chest in time with it. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. My body was numb, my will almost broken. I was just a weight being pulled, a prisoner on a one-way trip to hell. Then, finally, the staircase ended. Not with a landing, but with an abrupt drop onto a flat, uneven floor. I stumbled, almost falling, but Leo kept me upright, his grip still tight. We were in a cavern. A vast, echoing space that swallowed sound and light. The green glow was stronger here, radiating from the very air, making everything seem alien and sickly. It was not coming from a single source, but permeated the space like we were inside a giant, bioluminescent organism. The thump was deafening now, reverberating through the entire chamber, shaking the ground beneath my feet. It was a colossal, dying heartbeat, resonating from the very core of this place. The floor was a mix of rough, dark rock and something else. Something slick and dark that glistened in the green light. I did not want to think about what it was. Piles of what looked like discarded refuse were scattered around broken wood, rusted metal, and other unidentifiable organic matter that seemed to melt into the shadows. The air was thick and heavy, like breathing through a wet blanket, and the smell of blood and decay was so overwhelming, I actually gagged, bile rising in my throat. "Welcome." Leo's voice boomed, amplified by the cavern's acoustics, his tone chillingly triumphant. He finally released my arm, and I stumbled back, clutching myself, trying to put distance between us. But there was nowhere to go. The cavern stretched out before us, a horrifying expanse of green-lit darkness, and behind us was the narrow opening of the staircase, now looking like a retreat into a slightly less terrifying hell. "Welcome to the Nexus," he repeated, his arms spread wide. Gesturing to the expanse, his eyes gleamed, fixed on me. "Is not it magnificent?" I could not speak, could not breathe. My chest heaved, my eyes darting around, trying to make sense of the horrifying tableau. The green light was strongest towards the center of the cavern, where something massive and indistinct pulsed with the rhythm of the thump. It was too far away to make out clearly, but even from a distance, it looked wrong. Unnatural. What is this place? I finally managed to croak, my voice hoarse and trembling. Leo turned to me, his smile wide and unsettling. "It is where the veil thins, my dear, where the boundaries between worlds blur. A place of immense power, a reservoir of potent essence, as I told you." He took a step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled. But it is more than that. It is a conduit, a gateway, and it needs maintenance. He began to walk, slowly, deliberately, towards the pulsating center of the cavern, and I had no choice but to follow, drawn by a morbid curiosity and the sheer terror of being left alone in that echoing space. My eyes adjusted more to the dim green light, and as we drew closer, the details of the chamber began to reveal themselves, each one more horrifying than the last. The walls were not just rock. They were riddled with strange, organic growths that looked like enormous, twisted fungi, or perhaps mutated coral, dripping with that same viscous fluid that coated the stairs. Some of these growths pulsed faintly with their own sickly green light, adding to the pervasive glow. The floor was uneven, sometimes squishy underfoot, sometimes hard and jagged. I tried not to look down too closely, afraid of what I might see. As we neared the center, the source of the thump became clearer. It was enormous. Absolutely colossal. A massive, roughly spherical mass, easily 30 feet tall, dominated the center of the cavern. It was organic, no doubt about it. It looked like a giant, distorted heart, but not made of flesh and blood in any way I understood. It was a grotesque amalgamation of dark, glistening membrane and sinuous rope-like veins that snaked across its surface, all pulsing with that sickening green light. The thump was its beat, a slow, heavy, resonant sound that vibrated through my entire body, making my teeth ache and my stomach churn. Around this monstrous heart-like structure, the floor was covered in what looked like a dark, viscous liquid, reflecting the green light like a stagnant, oily pond. And floating in this liquid, or perhaps embedded in the floor around the edges of the pool, were things, skeletal remains, some clearly human, others disturbingly not. They were twisted and contorted, fused with the organic growths of the cavern, some half submerged in the dark liquid, others reaching out like silent, petrified pleas. My breath hitched. This was not just a place of power, it was a charnel house. Beautiful is not it, Leo whispered, standing beside me, his voice soft now, almost reverent, as if he were in a sacred temple. He was not looking at me. His gaze was fixed on the pulsating heart, his eyes wide with an almost religious fervor. It is the heart of this world, and a gateway to others. But it requires sustenance, a specific kind of energy, to stabilize the rift, to allow the true narrative to unfold, my blood ran cold. Sustenance, energy, the skeletal remains. My mind screamed, putting the pieces together. What have you done? Leo, I whispered, my voice barely audible over the immense thrumming. He finally turned to me, his smile returning, wider and more chilling than ever. Done. My dear, I am merely facilitating. The Nexus demands. And for the true narrative to begin, it needs a specific catalyst, a unique resonance, someone whose essence resonates perfectly with the nascent energies of the rift. His light eyes bore into mine, and I felt a profound dread settle deep in my soul. And you, my dear, are integral to that true narrative. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the slow, colossal beat of the Nexus. No. I breathed, shaking my head. No, you are insane. You are absolutely insane. I tried to back away, to run, but he moved with terrifying speed, grabbing my arm again, his grip like iron. Insane. Or enlightened, he chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. The world above is a cage, a delusion. Here, the truth is laid bare. And you, my dear, are about to play the most crucial role in its unveiling. He began to pull me towards the pulsating heart, towards the dark, viscous pool. I struggled, screamed, kicked, but it was useless. He was impossibly strong, his movements fluid and determined. My feet slipped on the slimy floor, and I almost fell, but he kept me upright, dragging me closer and closer to the colossal, green, glowing mass. The smell intensified, becoming unbearable. A concentrated stench of death, decay, and something else. Something metallic and sharp that tasted like blood in the back of my throat. The thump was now so loud it was a physical force, rattling my very bones, making my vision blur and my head ache. I could feel the vibrations deep in my chest, in my teeth, in my skull. As we reached the edge of the dark pool, I saw them more clearly, the skeletal remains. Some were still, partially flesh-covered, grotesque, and mummified by the strange atmosphere, their eye sockets gaping, their mouths frozen in silent screams. They were positioned around the pool, some chained or bound to crude, jagged rock formations that jutted out from the floor. Others simply submerged, their bones gleaming faintly in the green light. This was a place of sacrifice. And I was next. No, please. Leo, do not do this. I pleaded, tears streaming down my face, mingling with the sweat and grime. I will do anything. Just let me go. He ignored me, his gaze fixed on the pulsating heart. The Nexus is hungry, he murmured, almost to himself. It thirsts for connection, for a pure conduit. And you, with your vibrant essence, are perfect. He dragged me to a specific spot at the edge of the pool, where a rough, flat stone slab lay, stained dark with what I prayed was only grime. But my gut told me it was dried blood. Crude restraints, made of rusted metal, and thick, leathery straps, were embedded in the stone. My stomach lurched. This was not the first time he had done this. Lay down, he commanded, his voice devoid of any warmth, any humanity. It was cold, sharp, and absolute. I thrashed, screamed, fought with every ounce of strength I had left. Never. I won't. He sighed, a sound of mild annoyance. Such a shame. This could be so much simpler. With a sudden, brutal shove, he pushed me onto the slab. My head hit the hard stone with a sickening thud, and for a moment stars exploded behind my eyes. Disoriented, I lay there, gasping, trying to clear my head. Before I could recover, he was on me, pinning my arms, expertly looping the coarse leather straps around my wrists. They were tight, digging into my flesh, biting into my skin. I screamed, trying to pull free, but he was too strong, too fast. He secured my ankles next, pulling them tight, leaving me spread-eagled on the cold, hard slab, utterly helpless. My eyes darted around, searching for a weapon and escape. Anything. But there was nothing. Just the vast, green-lit cavern, the skeletal remains of his previous victims, and the immense, pulsing heart of the Nexus, which seemed to be watching me, waiting. Leo stood over me, his shadow falling across my face, momentarily obscuring the green light. He looked down at me, his expression unreadable for a moment. Then that chilling smile returned. The true narrative begins now. The veil will part, and you, my dear, will be its usher. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something small, metallic, and gleaming in the green light. It was a knife. Not a large one, but sharp, with a thin, wicked-looking blade. My blood ran cold, a primal scream tearing through my throat, choked by the terror. No, please, do not, I begged, thrashing against the restraints, feeling the straps bite deeper, my skin tearing. He ignored my pleas, his eyes fixed on the knife, then on me. He knelt beside the slab, bringing the blade closer. The air crackled with ozone, and the thump intensified, growing faster, louder, more frantic, like a drumbeat building to a horrifying crescendo. The green light pulsed brighter, casting stark, shifting shadows that danced around us like hungry spirits. It is not about pain, Leo murmured, his voice almost gentle, a horrifying contrast to the situation. It is about resonance, about opening the conduit, your fear, your essence. It is all part of the symphony. He raised the knife, slowly, deliberately. My eyes were wide with terror, fixed on the gleaming blade. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable, for the searing pain, for the end. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. I was frozen, trapped, a sacrifice on an ancient altar. The knife descended, but it did not cut me. Instead, I felt a strange, cold pressure on my forehead. My eyes snapped open. Leo was not holding the knife to my throat or chest. He was pressing the flat of the blade against my forehead, right between my eyes. It is a focal point, he explained, his voice suddenly sharp, intense. To direct the energy, to align you with the Nexus. As he pressed the blade, a searing cold spread from my forehead, radiating through my skull, down my spine, into my limbs. It was not pain, not exactly, but an agonizing, invasive cold that felt like my very essence was being drained. The thump was now a frantic, deafening roar, vibrating through every cell of my body. The green light pulsed violently, blindingly, washing out everything else. Then, something even more terrifying happened. From the colossal, pulsating heart of the Nexus, tendrils began to emerge. Not solid things, but shimmering, translucent green filaments, like ethereal vines, reaching out, snaking through the air. Towards me, they moved with an unnerving intelligence, slowly, deliberately, drawn by some unseen force. My breath caught in my throat. These were not just lights. They were extensions of the monstrosity, reaching for me. The Nexus accepts you, Leo whispered, his face illuminated by the flaring green light, his eyes wide with a manic joy. The ritual is complete. The true narrative begins. The ethereal tendrils reached me, coiling around my bound limbs, around my torso, not physically touching me, but passing through me like ghost limbs. I felt an electric jolt, a surge of raw, alien energy coursing through my body, overwhelming my senses. It was excruciating, like every nerve ending was on fire, yet also frozen. My body arched, screaming silently against the restraints. My vision swam, The green light flashing, swirling, consuming everything. And then I heard it. Not the thump, but something else. Something deeper, something ancient and guttural, resonating from within the colossal heart of the Nexus itself. A low, vibrating growl, like a titanic beast stirring from a millennia-long slumber. Leo's eyes widened further, his smile splitting his face. "It wakes!" he shrieked, his voice cracking with unbridled ecstasy. "It awakens!" The entire cavern began to shake violently, the ground trembling, dust and debris raining down from the ceiling. The green light pulsed with an almost unbearable intensity, so bright it burned my retinas. The ethereal tendrils tightened their grip on me, pulling, stretching, and I felt my consciousness begin to fray, pulled in 1,000 different directions. I was being torn apart, piece by piece, not physically, but spiritually, energetically. Just as I felt the last vestiges of my mind slipping away, a sudden, sharp crack echoed through the cavern, momentarily cutting through the cacophony. Not from the Nexus, but from the restraints. The old, rusted metal on my left wrist, weakened by my frantic struggles, had finally given way. It was a small miracle, a tiny window of opportunity in a sea of pure terror. My left hand, though numb and tingling, was free. Leo, consumed by his mad ecstasy, did not notice immediately. His eyes were fixed on the Nexus, on the growing tendrils, on the awakening entity. This was my chance. My only chance. With a surge of adrenaline, I did not know I had left. I twisted my body, frantically trying to untangle my other hand from the remaining restraints, pulling with all my might. The leather strap bit into my wrist, but I ignored the pain, ignored the burning cold from the tendrils, ignored the roaring growl of the awakening beast. My fingers, though still bound, managed to hook around the loose, rusted metal of the broken restraint. I pulled, twisted, screamed a silent prayer. And then, with another tearing sound, the strap on my right wrist snapped. I was free. I scrambled off the slab, my legs wobbly and unresponsive, my entire body screaming in protest. My head still throbbed from hitting the stone, and the cold, invasive energy of the Nexus still coursed through me, making me feel disconnected from my own body. But I was moving. Leo finally turned, his ecstatic expression twisting into a mask of pure rage. "No. You fool. You will ruin everything," he roared, lunging for me. My legs, despite their weakness, found a burst of speed. I stumbled, almost fell into the dark, viscous pool, but caught myself, scrambling over the uneven, slimy floor. The thump was now a furious, erratic beat, and the growl of the Nexus was a continuous, resonant hum that vibrated through the very air. The ethereal tendrils, sensing my escape, retracted from me, then began to lash out, blindly, frantically, through the air, trying to snare me again. I did not look back. I just ran. My only goal was the dark opening of the staircase, a tiny pinprick of darkness in the overwhelming green. My lungs burned, my throat was raw, but the primal urge to survive propelled me forward. I could hear Leo's enraged shouts behind me, his heavy footsteps pounding on the stone. The cavern seemed to stretch endlessly, the skeletal remains seeming to reach out to me as I passed, silent warnings from those who had not escaped. The air was thick with the stench. The green light pulsed violently, making it hard to see, hard to breathe. Finally, I reached the mouth of the staircase. It was a narrow, dark opening, but it was my only way out. I scrambled onto the first step, then the second, my hands scraping against the rough, slimy stone, pulling myself upwards. The steps were still slick, still treacherous, but now they felt like a ladder to heaven. Leo was right behind me. I could hear his heavy breathing, his furious curses. "You won't escape. You are part of the narrative. You belong here." I did not answer. I just climbed, hands and feet, moving in a desperate blur, ignoring the pain, ignoring the exhaustion. The green light from the nexus below began to dim slightly as I ascended, retreating into the depths, but the thump and the guttural growl still echoed up the shaft, a terrifying reminder of what I was fleeing. The climb was agonizing. My muscles burned, my lungs screamed for air, but the thought of Leo catching me, of being dragged back down to that pulsating heart, spurred me on. I did not know how long I climbed, but it felt like an eternity. Each step was a victory, each turn of the spiral a moment further from the abyss. Eventually, a faint, almost imperceptible sliver of natural light appeared above me. Not the sickly green glow, but the dull gray light of the outside world. Hope, sharp and desperate, surged through me. I pushed harder, my arms and legs aching, pulling myself upwards with renewed frenzy. Finally, I reached the top. The crude wooden door was still open, a gaping maw against the faded light of dawn. I scrambled out, collapsing onto the concrete floor of the abandoned warehouse. Gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. The air up here, though stale and dusty, felt like nectar after the suffocating stench of the Nexus. I did not wait. I crawled, then stumbled. To my feet, my legs screaming in protest, and ran. I ran out of the warehouse, out into the gray light of early morning, not caring where I was going, just needing to be as far away as possible. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed on the side of a deserted road, shaking and sobbing. I do not know how long I lay there. Eventually, a car passed, then another. I managed to flag down a sympathetic driver, a kind elderly woman who looked at my disheveled, tear-streaked face and immediately knew something was terribly wrong. She took me to the nearest small-town police station. The police listened to my frantic, incoherent story about Leo, the Tinder date, the warehouse, the underground nexus, the pulsating heart, the green light, the sacrifices. They were polite, but skeptical. They went to the warehouse, of course. They found the crudely nailed wooden door. They even opened it, but according to their report, there was nothing but a deep, empty hole. No winding staircase. No green light. No smell of blood and decay. No pulsating heart. Just an old, abandoned shaft that went down into darkness. They searched the area but found no trace of Leo. No evidence of a struggle. No blood. No disturbing artifacts. Nothing. They called it a psychotic episode, a trauma-induced hallucination. They suggested therapy, counseling. I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. The cold, invasive energy of the Nexus still lingered in my bones, a phantom chill that never truly left. The thump still echoed in the deepest recesses of my mind, a terrifying rhythm that haunted my waking hours and plagued my nightmares. I never saw Leo again. I deleted all my dating apps. I moved to a different city, changed my number, tried to disappear. But I know it was not a dream. I know what happened. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I can still feel that faint, insidious cold and hear the distant, rhythmic beat of a colossal dying heart, reminding me that the true narrative, whatever it might be, had indeed begun, and I, against my will, had played my part. Let us shift into the next story. His face, illuminated by my light, showed nothing I wanted to see. There was no reassuring smile, no playful wink, no hint of understanding my fear. Instead, his eyes, those piercing blue eyes that had once captivated me, now held an unnerving glint. A cold, calculating intensity that made my blood run even colder. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk played on his lips, as if my whispered question was exactly what he had been waiting for. "Sure," he echoed, his voice a low, smooth rumble that seemed to absorb the surrounding silence. "I have never been sure of anything in my life." And with that, he pushed the heavy metal door inward. It scraped against the crumbling concrete floor with a sound like a tortured moan, revealing a gaping maw of absolute darkness. The stench, that metallic, acrid smell of old blood and ozone, intensified, hitting me like a physical blow. It was so potent, so sickeningly real, that I almost gagged. My powerful flashlight, which had seemed so bright just moments ago, felt like a pathetic candle against the profound blackness within. Its beams struggled, barely penetrating the gloom, revealing only a short stretch of damp, slimy floor before being swallowed whole. "Come on," Mark said, his hand lightly touching the small of my back, a gesture that was meant to be guiding but felt like a proprietary shove. I flinched, pulling away, but the sheer force of his presence, the knowledge that we were miles from anywhere, deep in the woods, left me no real choice. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to scramble back through the dense undergrowth no matter how many branches clawed at my skin. But the thought of being alone in those woods, with Mark potentially behind me, was almost as terrifying as entering this place. I stepped inside, the cold air wrapping around me like a shroud. The sound of the heavy metal door clanging shut behind us was deafening, echoing through the cavernous space, sealing us in. The darkness was absolute, pressing in from all sides, making it feel as though the very air had weight. My flashlight beam danced nervously, revealing patches of crumbling concrete walls, streaked with what looked like black mold and something else, something reddish-brown that my mind refused to identify. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, a slow, rhythmic plink, each drop magnifying the profound silence. "This way." Mark's voice cut through the gloom, sounding strangely at home in this desolate place. He seemed to move with an unearthly ease, navigating the unseen obstacles as if he had memorized every crack in the floor. My light, now my only source of comfort, stayed glued to him, my gaze fixed on the military-style backpack slung over his shoulder. What was in there? What kind of person brought industrial bolt cutters and a heavy backpack to a second date? We began to descend, not just a few steps, but a long, spiraling staircase that seemed to twist endlessly into the earth. The steps were uneven, some completely gone, leaving treacherous gaps that my light barely illuminated in time. I had to place my feet with extreme care, my hand scraping against the rough, cold concrete wall for balance. The air grew heavier with each step down, colder, and the metallic, acrid smell intensified, making my stomach churn. It was like descending into the belly of some ancient, long-dead beast. "Incredible, is not it?" Mark whispered, his voice laced with an almost reverent awe. "They built this place to reach for the stars, but they ended up reaching for something else entirely." I did not respond, my breath catching in my throat. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of his words, of this entire situation. The charming, witty man from the coffee shop was gone, replaced by this chilling stranger who seemed to thrive in this oppressive gloom. After what felt like an eternity, the staircase finally opened into a vast, circular chamber. My flashlight beam struggled to reach the ceiling, which seemed impossibly high, a dome of dark, pitted concrete. In the center of the chamber, directly beneath where the telescope would have been, was a large, circular pit. The edges were crumbling, and the darkness within seemed even more profound than the surrounding chamber. "This is it," Mark said, his voice now a low murmur, almost a hum. He walked towards the pit, his movements fluid and unhesitating. My light followed him, revealing more of the chamber. The walls were covered in strange markings, not graffiti, but symbols etched deep into the concrete. They were angular, unnatural, like nothing I had ever seen before. They seemed to pulse in the periphery of my vision, shifting and twisting as my light moved. "What are these?" I finally managed to croak, my voice sounding weak and thin in the vast space. Mark turned, his face half shrouded in shadow, half lit by my trembling beam. "Ancient languages," he explained, his tone almost academic. "Or perhaps, not languages at all, more like blueprints. Invitations. My blood ran cold. Invitations. For what? My eyes darted around the chamber, scanning the symbols, trying to find some recognizable shape, some hint of meaning. But they remained alien, menacing. And then I saw it. On the floor, near the edge of the pit, there was a dark, dried stain. It was large, irregular, and undeniably crimson. My breath hitched. This was not just rust. This was not just mold. This was old blood. Mark, I whispered, my voice barely audible. What is this place? What did you bring me here for? He took a step closer, his eyes fixed on mine. The playful mask was completely gone now. His expression was one of intense, unwavering focus, like a predator cornering its prey. I told you, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper that was somehow more terrifying than a shout. This is where the veil thins, where the boundaries between worlds become permeable. He gestured vaguely at the symbols on the walls, then at the circular pit. This observatory was not just for looking up, it was for looking through, for calling out, and for listening to what calls back. A wave of pure terror washed over me, so potent it made my knees weak. I finally understood, or at least began to understand. This was not some quirky adventure. This was not urban exploration. This was something far, far darker. Mark was not just interested in history. He was interested in something ancient and malevolent. And he had brought me here. You are crazy, I stammered, my voice cracking. I took a step back, then another, my eyes darting frantically towards the spiraling staircase. The only way out. It looked impossibly far, impossibly steep. Mark watched me, his smirk returning, wider this time, revealing a flash of white teeth in the dim light. Perhaps I am simply seeing what others refuse to, the truth behind the fabric of reality. He reached into his military backpack and pulled out something. It was a small, ornate dagger, its blade glinting wickedly, even in the weak light. The hilt was wrapped in dark leather, and there were more of those strange, angular symbols etched into the metal. My heart hammered so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. The air grew even colder, and the metallic, bloody smell became overpowering. My mind screamed at me, "Run! No, do not move," Mark said, his voice calm, almost soothing, but utterly devoid of warmth. It is important that you are receptive. Receptive. My mind reeled. Receptive to what? To being a sacrifice. To being a witness to something unspeakable. What are you going to do? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. A desperate plea. My hand instinctively went to my pocket, searching for my phone. But I knew there would be no signal out here. I was completely isolated. Completely alone. He took another step towards me, the dagger held loosely in his hand. "I'm going to open your eyes," he said, his voice laced with an unsettling fervor. "I am going to show you what is really out there, what wants to come through." He was not talking to me anymore, not really. He was talking through me. To something else. His eyes, fixed on mine, seemed to look beyond me, into some unseen dimension. A shiver, colder than anything I had ever felt, ran down my spine. This was not just a disturbed man. He was a conduit. A true believer. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl echoed from the circular pit. It was not an animal sound, it was something deeper, more ancient. A sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. The air in the chamber grew heavy, thick with an unseen presence. The symbols on the walls seemed to glow faintly, pulsing with a dark, internal light. Mark smiled, a wide, terrifying grin. "They are here," he whispered, his eyes gleaming with mad triumph. "They are listening." My fear turned into a primal scream that caught in my throat. I did not think. I just reacted. I spun around, my flashlight beam wildly swinging, and bolted towards the staircase. My feet slipped on the damp floor, but I caught myself, adrenaline coursing through my veins, lending me a strength I did not know I possessed. No. Mark's voice roared behind me, no longer calm, but filled with a furious frustration. You do not understand. You are ruining it. I scrambled up the first few steps, my lungs burning, my legs aching. Each step was a desperate struggle, my hands clawing at the rough concrete, my eyes fixed on the distant promise of the exit door. The growling from the pit intensified, now accompanied by a strange, high-pitched keening that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality. The air grew colder, and I could feel an unseen pressure pressing down on me, trying to drag me back. You can't escape, Mark yelled, his footsteps heavy behind me, gaining. They want you. They need you. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Mark was right behind me, his face contorted into a mask of pure rage, the dagger still clutched in his hand. But it was not just Mark. In the periphery of my vision, at the edge of the circular pit, I saw something, a ripple in the air, a distortion of shadow and light, a formless mass that seemed to pulse and writhe. It was not fully manifest, but its presence was undeniable, a cold, predatory hunger that made my blood run to ice. I screamed then, a raw, animalistic sound that tore from my throat. It was not just Mark I was running from. It was whatever unspeakable horror he was trying to summon. I did not know how many steps there were, but I climbed them with a desperate, frantic energy, fueled by pure terror. My muscles burned, my lungs screamed for air, but I could not stop. The growling and keening sounds from below echoed through the stairwell, seeming to chase me, to coil around my legs and try to pull me back down. I could hear Mark's heavy breathing right behind me, his frustrated grunts. He was fast, too fast. My hand finally slapped against the heavy metal door at the top of the stairs. It was cold, unforgiving. I fumbled for the handle, my fingers numb with cold and fear. It was a simple latch, but my trembling hands struggled with it. Do not bother. Mark's voice was right behind my ear, his breath hot and foul. I bolted it from the outside. My heart plummeted. A fresh wave of despair washed over me, threatening to swallow me whole. He had planned this, every single terrifying detail. He knew I would not be able to open it. But then, as I pressed my ear against the cold metal, I heard it. A faint, distant sound. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the wind, sounds from the outside, and through the narrow gap where the door met the frame, a sliver of faint moonlight. He had closed it, yes, but not locked it. He had wanted me to think I was trapped. A surge of desperate hope, mixed with furious adrenaline, coursed through me. I ignored Mark's words, ignored the dagger he now pressed against my back. With a guttural cry, I threw my entire weight against the door. It shuddered, then slowly, agonizingly, began to creak open, scraping against the concrete floor just as it had on the way in. Mark roared, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury. He lunged, trying to grab me, but I twisted, using the opening door as a shield. The dagger grazed my arm, a sharp, burning pain, but I hardly registered it. My focus was solely on escape. I burst out of the observatory, gasping for breath. The cool night air, a blessed relief against my burning lungs. The woods, which had seemed so menacing moments ago, now felt like a sanctuary. I did not look back. I just ran. The gravel path, the dense undergrowth, the clawing branches I tore through it all, my bare arms and legs getting scratched and cut, my clothes snagging. I could hear Mark's footsteps behind me, crashing through the brush, his enraged shouts echoing through the silent woods. He was still pursuing me. My powerful flashlight, still clutched in my hand, bounced wildly, its beam a frantic dance through the trees. I did not know where I was going, just away from the observatory, away from Mark, away from the unspeakable things he had tried to unleash. I stumbled, falling hard, scraping my knees on a hidden root. Pain shot through me, but I did not stop. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest, and kept running. The distant hoot of the owl sounded like a warning, a lament. Then, through the trees, I saw it. The faint glimmer of my car. It was still there. A beacon of hope in the oppressive darkness. I sprinted towards it, my legs feeling like lead, my chest burning. I fumbled with the car door, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key. Mark's shouts were closer now, too close. I could hear him crashing through the undergrowth, his heavy breathing audible. Finally, the lock clicked. I yanked the door open, threw myself inside, and slammed it shut, locking it instantly. I did not even bother to put the key in the ignition. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror. Mark emerged from the tree line, his silhouette stark against the bruised sky, the dagger still in his hand. He looked like a demon, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. He ran towards the car, his face contorted in a snarl. He reached my door, slamming his fist against the window, the impact making the entire car shake. His face was inches from mine, his eyes wide and wild, filled with a chilling, predatory hunger. He screamed something, his voice muffled by the glass, but I did not need to hear it. I saw the pure, unadulterated madness in his eyes. With trembling hands, I finally managed to jam the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, stomping on the gas pedal. The tires spun, kicking up gravel, and the car lurched backward, throwing Mark off balance. He stumbled, falling to his knees. I did not hesitate. I slammed the car into drive and sped away, leaving him in the dust. The gravel path seemed endless, twisting and turning through the dense woods. I did not look back. Not once. My eyes were glued to the road ahead, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. The drive was a blur of terror and adrenaline. The images from the observatory flashed in my mind, the symbols, the pit, the bloodstain, the unseen horror that had begun to manifest. And Mark, his eyes, his smile, his voice, all twisted into something monstrous. I drove until the sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in pale shades of orange and pink. I did not stop until I saw the familiar glow of city lights in the distance, a sight that had never seemed so beautiful, so safe. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, my entire body shaking, my mind a jumbled mess of fear and disbelief. I got out of the car, my legs still wobbly, and stumbled inside. The fluorescent lights seemed blindingly bright after the oppressive darkness of the observatory. I bought a bottle of water, my hands still trembling as I handed the cashier my card. He gave me a strange look, probably at my disheveled appearance, my scratched arms, my wild eyes. I did not care. I just wanted to be somewhere, anywhere, that was not that terrifying place. I never went on a dating app again. The thought of it, of blindly meeting a stranger, sent a cold shiver down my spine. The experience had permanently scarred me, leaving me with a deep-seated paranoia that still haunts me to this day. Every shadow seems deeper. Every strange sound in the night makes my heart pound. I tried to tell a friend about it once, but the words sounded insane, unbelievable. An abandoned observatory, ancient rituals, a man with a dagger trying to summon something. She looked at me with concern, suggesting I get some rest, that it must have been a bad dream. How could I explain the cold, metallic smell that still sometimes lingered in my nostrils? Or the way the symbols on the walls seemed to burn into my memory? I still see Mark's face sometimes, in the dark corners of my mind, his eyes gleaming with that unnerving anticipation. I wonder if he ever went back. If he ever succeeded in thinning the veil completely, I wonder if those things he spoke of, those things that called back, are still out there, waiting. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right, I swear I can hear a faint, high-pitched keening carried on the breeze, a sound that promises unspeakable horrors are still lurking, just beyond the edge of our perception, waiting for someone like Mark to open the door, and I pray with every fiber of my being that no one ever does. And now we shift forward. Once again, I matched with Chloe on Tinder. Her profile was pretty sparse, a couple of artsy, slightly blurry photos, and a bio that just said, "Looking for genuine connection." She suggested a coffee shop I would never heard of, way out on the edge of town, saying it had the bust atmosphere for real talk. When I arrived, the place was completely deserted, and Chloe was already there, sitting in the darkest corner, staring intently at the empty chair across from her, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. Now, I am usually pretty good at spotting red flags. A sparse profile? Yeah, maybe an unknown coffee shop on the outskirts? A little odd, but I figured she just knew some hidden gem. But walking into a place that looked like it had been abandoned since the early 90s, with dust motes dancing in the single shaft of weak sunlight cutting through a grimy window, and seeing her already there, just staring, that should have been my cue to turn around. My gut screamed at me, a cold, clenching knot of unease. But my brain, always the optimist, or maybe just the fool, rationalized it. Maybe it is a themed place, I thought, or she is just really early and deep in thought. The bell above the door did not even jingle when I pushed it open. It just sort of groaned, a rusty, drawn-out whine that echoed in the silence. The air inside was stale and heavy, smelling faintly of old coffee grounds, dust, and something else, something metallic and vaguely sweet, like overripe fruit left out too long. The floor was checkerboard tile, cracked and chipped in places, and the booths were worn, faded red vinyl, some of them ripped open to expose yellowing foam. There was not a single other soul in the place. No barista, no customers, no background music, just an oppressive quiet that felt like it was pressing down on my eardrums. Chloe did not look up immediately. She just sat there, perfectly still, her dark hair falling over one shoulder, her eyes fixed on that empty chair. She was pretty, in a striking, almost ethereal way. Pale skin, sharp cheekbones, and lips that were a deep natural rose color. And those eyes, they were a startling shade of green, almost luminous in the dim light. They seemed to hold an ancient kind of knowledge, a depth that was unnerving. I cleared my throat. "Chloe?" I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. She slowly turned her head, and that small smile widened just a fraction. It did not reach her eyes. Her gaze, those intense green eyes, swept over me, from my shoes to my hair, like she was cataloging every detail. It was not a flirtatious look. It was more like an assessment, a careful inventory. "Alex," she said, her voice a low, smooth murmur, like silk brushing against stone. "You made it. I knew you would. That I knew you would hit me." Wrong. It was not a casual, confident statement. It felt preordained, like my arrival was not a choice, but an inevitability. I tried to shake off the weird vibe. Yeah, traffic was light. I said, trying for a normal, light-hearted tone, but my voice felt a little shaky. I walked towards the booth, my footsteps echoing on the tile. "Is this place open?" "There is no one else here." She gestured to the seat opposite her. "Oh, it is open for us. They know when to leave us be." She did not elaborate, and the way she said, they sent another shiver down my spine. Who was they? The phantom staff. The owners, or something else entirely. I slid into the booth, the old vinyl groaning beneath me. The table was sticky, and I instinctively pulled my hand back. So, genuine connection, huh? I tried again, forcing a smile. Chloe leaned forward slightly, her green eyes locking onto mine. Oh, absolutely. The most genuine connection you can imagine. Alex. Her voice was still that soft murmur, but it had an edge now, a subtle intensity that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I have been looking forward to this for a long, long time. A long time. We matched yesterday. This was getting weirder by the second. I felt a prickle of sweat on my forehead. My phone was in my pocket, but I did not want to seem rude by checking it. So what brings you to this unique establishment? I asked, trying to steer the conversation to something normal. Are you a regular? She chuckled, a soft, breathy sound that did not quite sound human. You could say that this place holds a special significance for me. And for you too, soon enough. My heart started to pound a little harder. This was not just quirky, it was outright unsettling. I glanced around again, trying to find an emergency exit, a sign of life, anything. The front door was behind me, but it looked heavy and old. Can I get you something to drink? Alex, Chloe asked, her smile returning, that same small, unsettling curve of her lips. I already ordered for us. Before I could even respond, a rattling sound came from the back of the diner. A moment later, a tray appeared on the counter of what looked like a service window, 2 steaming mugs on it. There was no one visible. It was like magic, or a very well-hidden mechanism. How? I started. Chloe simply smiled. They are very efficient. She stood up, her movements fluid and graceful, almost too smooth. She walked to the counter, picked up the tray, and brought it back to our table. The mugs were old, chipped ceramic, filled with a dark, viscous liquid. It was not the light brown of regular coffee. This was almost black, thick and syrupy, and it had a strange, slightly metallic aroma mixed with something earthy, like wet soil after a rain. Your usual, she said, pushing one mug towards me. My usual. I exclusively drank black coffee. But how could she know that? It was not on my profile. I had not told her. How did you know I drink black coffee? I asked, trying to keep my voice even, but a tremor crept in. She took a slow sip from her own mug, her eyes never leaving mine. Oh. Alex, I know a lot about you. She lowered the mug, a dark sheen on her lips. I know about your dog, Buster, the golden retriever you had when you were 10, how he ran away during that thunderstorm, and you cried for a week straight. My blood ran cold. Buster? I had not thought about Buster in years. That was a childhood memory, deeply personal, something I would never share with anyone outside my family. It certainly was not on social media. How do you know about Buster? My voice was barely a whisper now. My heart was hammering against my ribs. A frantic drumbeat of pure fear. Her smile widened. That disturbing, joyless smile. I know about the time you cheated on your algebra test in high school, and how you felt so guilty you confessed to Mrs. Tweenbiss Henderson the next day. My breath hitched. That was a secret I would take into my grave. Even my best friend did not know that. And I know about your biggest fear. Alex. She continued, her voice dropping to an almost hypnotic whisper. The fear of being truly alone, of being forgotten, of simply disappearing. A cold dread washed over me. A terror far deeper than anything I would ever felt. This was not a date. This was an interrogation, or something far, far worse. Who are you? I demanded, pushing back from the table, my chair scraping loudly against the tiles. What is this? How do you know these things? She just watched me, those luminous green eyes unblinking. I told you. Alex, I have been looking forward to this for a long time, longer than you can imagine. She tilted her head slightly. You see, you are a creature of habit. Predictable. It makes things so much easier. I scrambled out of the booth, my legs feeling like jelly. I needed to get out. No. I turned towards the door, but before I could take a step, she spoke again. Her voice still soft, but with an underlying current of steel that froze me in place. Do not bother. Alex. The door won't open for you. Not yet, anyway. I tried the door handle anyway. It was cold, metallic, and utterly unyielding. I pushed. I pulled. I rattled it. It was locked tight. Panic began to claw at my throat. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling. No signal. Of course. What do you want? I choked out. Turning back to her, she was still sitting there, calm as ever, taking another slow sip of her dark brew. I want you, Alex, she said, her eyes glinting. Or rather, what is inside you? My mind raced, desperately trying to make sense of this nightmare. Was she a stalker? A crazy person? A cult member? Nothing fit. The way she knew my secrets, the locked door, the phantom coffee, I think I need to go. I said, trying to sound firm, but my voice cracked. This is not funny. Let me out. She sighed, a sound of mild disappointment. But we have not even had our coffee yet. It is specially prepared for you. She pushed my mug a little closer to the edge of the table. It helps with the transition. The coffee in the mug seemed to ripple faintly, almost imperceptibly, as if something was stirring beneath its surface. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper seemed to emanate from it, just at the edge of my hearing, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. My stomach churned. What transition? I asked, my voice barely a croak. Chloe finally set down her mug. Her smile vanished. Her face became utterly neutral, almost devoid of expression. But her eyes, they burned with an ancient, cold hunger. The transition from a vibrant, living vessel to something much more useful, she said. She slowly stood up. Her height seemed to increase, her slender frame elongating. Her movements were no longer just graceful. They were unnaturally fluid, almost boneless. She glided around the table, not walking but flowing. I stumbled backward, hitting a stack of old, dusty chairs. They clattered to the floor, the noise echoing like gunshots in the silent diner. What are you? I whispered, my voice thick with terror. She stopped a few feet from me, her head tilted, observing me like an insect under a microscope. I am a collector. Alex. A harvester. And this place, she gestured around the dilapidated diner. This is my lure, my trap, my waiting room. She took another step, and I instinctively backed away, my eyes darting around for an escape. The back door, maybe a window. Everything seemed sealed, boarded up, or just too far away. You see, she continued, her voice now a low hum that vibrated through the floorboards, you humans are so predictable, so easily drawn in by the promise of connection, of love, of something genuine. She scoffed, a dry, rasping sound. You broadcast your desires, your fears, your vulnerabilities, and we simply listen. My mind flashed back to my Tinder profile, the snippets of my life I would put out there, the casual chats. Had she been watching me even before we matched? Had she been listening? How long have you been watching me? I stammered, feeling lightheaded. The metallic sweet smell in the air seemed to intensify, making my head spin. Since you first felt that pang of loneliness, she replied, her green eyes fixed on me. Since you first craved what you could not find in the real world, that is when we begin to see the cracks. The entry points. She raised a hand, and I flinched, expecting her to strike, but she merely gestured towards the ceiling. This is not a coffee shop. Alex, it is a facade. A thin veil over something far older, far deeper. As she spoke, the single shaft of sunlight cutting through the window seemed to dim, even though the sun had not moved. The shadows in the corners of the diner deepened, becoming inkier, more substantial. And then I started to see them, faint outlines, shimmering at the edges of my vision, not solid, not quite transparent, but like distortions in the air, shifting shapes in the darkest recesses of the room. They were not human. They were elongated, spindly, with too many joints, too many limbs, and those eyes pinpricks of light, reflecting the dimness with an unholy gleam. A soft, chittering sound started, a collective whisper that seemed to come from all directions at once. A sound like dry insects rubbing their legs together, or tiny teeth gnawing on bone. "These are my companions," Chloe said, her voice now a guttural rasp, losing its smooth human quality. "My hungry ones, they feed on what you leave behind. The memories, the emotions, the very essence of what makes you." The shapes in the shadows began to move, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, their forms becoming clearer, more horrifying. They were tall, gaunt figures, their skin a mottled gray, their heads small and insect-like, with multiple eyes that glowed faintly. Their mouths. I could not quite make them out, but I knew they were not right. They were too wide, too full of needle-sharp teeth. I let out a strangled cry and spun around, desperate. I had to get out. I ran towards the back of the diner, towards what looked like a kitchen door. I slammed into it, my shoulder aching. But it did not budge. It was solid wood, reinforced with something heavy. "There is nowhere to go." "Alex," Chloe's voice hissed, now completely devoid of any human inflection, a cold, dry whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "You walked into the trap willingly. You chose to come here." I felt a sudden, intense wave of dizziness. My vision blurred, the chittering sounds growing louder, more insistent. My legs felt like lead. The coffee. It must have been in the air, or on the sticky table, or maybe I would touch something. I had not even drunk it, but it was affecting me. I stumbled, falling to my knees amidst the shattered chairs. The metallic sweet smell was overpowering now, mixed with something else, something fetid and ancient, like rot and rust and dried blood. Chloe was right beside me in an instant, her movements impossibly fast. She did not walk. She simply appeared. Her face was no longer human. Her skin was stretched taut, her jaw unhinged, her mouth distended into a gaping maw filled with rows of glistening, needle-like teeth. Those luminous green eyes had grown, consuming most of her face, glowing with an unholy, hungry light. Her fingers, long and skeletal, tipped with black, talon-like nails, reached for me. "A vibrant mind," she rasped, her voice a chorus of whispers. "A rich tapestry of memories. So much to consume." I screamed, a raw, animal sound of pure terror, and tried to crawl away, but my body would not obey. My limbs felt heavy, my muscles unresponsive. The dizziness was overwhelming, pulling me down into a swirling vortex of fear and nausea. The chittering intensified, and the shadows around me solidified, the gaunt figures closing in. I could feel their cold, clammy presence, their breath, smelling of dust and decay, on my skin. Their multiple eyes, like tiny emeralds, were fixed on me, reflecting my terror back 1,000-fold. Chloe's talons dug into my arm, not painfully, but with an unnerving, clinical precision. I felt a cold, spreading numbness, a sensation of something being drawn from me, like a vital essence being siphoned away. My memories, my fears, my entire life flashed before my eyes, not as a review, but as if they were being plucked, one by one, from my mind. Buster, Mrs. Henderson, my loneliness, my longing for connection, it was all being harvested. As my consciousness began to fray, fading into the terrifying abyss, I heard Chloe's final, chilling whisper, echoing in the cavern of my dying mind. Thank you. Alex. You made a wonderful connection. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me completely were those luminous green eyes. No longer Chloe's, but the collective gaze of something ancient and unspeakably hungry, reflected in the countless eyes of the things in the shadows, all feasting on the last flickering embers of my mind. And then, there was nothing, just the silence and the gnawing. And so, our next story continues, my voice caught, barely able to ask what was down there. The words felt thin, fragile, swallowed by the suffocating metallic air that now seemed to thicken with every beat of my frantic heart. Leo's smile, that awful, calculating smirk, widened just a fraction. His eyes, those unnaturally light eyes, gleamed with an almost childish excitement, completely at odds with the terror coiling in my gut. "What is down there?" he echoed, his voice a low, almost purring rumble that vibrated through the floorboards beneath my trembling feet. Why, the nexus, of course. The heart of it all. He gestured again to the makeshift wooden door, a rectangle of rough, unpainted planks crudely nailed together, fitting awkwardly into the patched concrete. It looked less like an entrance, and more like a hastily covered wound in the earth. The wood itself seemed to absorb the light, appearing darker than it should, and I could swear I saw faint, almost imperceptible dark stains around its edges, mimicking the Rorschach blot on the floor. "The most potent essence," he continued, oblivious to my paralyzing fear, "is found in places where the veil between worlds is thin. Where energy collects." He leaned in conspiratorially, his breath, surprisingly warm and faintly sweet, brushing my ear. "And this place, my dear, is a veritable reservoir." My mind was screaming. No, absolutely not. Get out. Run. But my feet felt cemented to the spot. My phone was dead. Leo was blocking the only clear path to the main exit, and now this door. The thumping, which had momentarily subsided as he spoke, now returned, a low, resonant thump from directly beneath us, louder than ever, shaking the very concrete. It was not just a sound anymore, it was a physical presence, a deep, internal tremor that resonated in my bones. It is getting late. Leo, I stammered, trying to sound normal, trying to find some semblance of control. My voice cracked on his name. I really should go. My friends, they will be wondering where I am. A pathetic lie, but it was all I could think of. His smile hardened, losing any trace of its earlier charm. The cold, calculating glint in his eyes intensified. "Nonsense," he said, his voice losing its playful edge, becoming steely, absolute. "The best part is just beginning, and you, my dear, are integral to the true narrative." He reached out, his hand closing around my arm with surprising strength. His grip was cold, unyielding, and I felt a fresh wave of panic wash over me. This was not a game. This was not some weird performance art. This was real. "Let go of me, Leo." I tried to pull away, but he held me fast, his fingers digging into my flesh. His eyes seemed to bore into mine, searching, analyzing. "Do not be foolish," he whispered, his voice dangerously low. "You would not want to miss this. This is what you came for, is not it. The truth, the raw, unfiltered essence of existence." He released my arm abruptly, but not to let me go. Instead, he knelt by the wooden door, pulling at a rusty metal ring embedded in one of the planks. It creaked, a terrible, drawn-out groan, as he leveraged it upwards. The moment the door began to lift, a wave of cold, damp air assaulted me, carrying with it a smell so potent, so utterly horrific, that it instantly eclipsed the metallic tang that had been bothering me. It was the coppery scent of blood, yes, but mixed with something else. Something rotten, something sickly sweet, like decaying flowers and stale, stagnant water, overlaid with a sharp, almost electric ozone smell, like after a lightning strike. It was the smell of death and something profoundly unnatural, all rolled into one nauseating wave. I gagged, clapping a hand over my mouth, my stomach churning violently. Below the lifted door was not a set of stairs, but a gaping black maw. A darkness so absolute. It seemed to absorb the meager light from the grimy windows above. I could not see anything, but I could feel it. A profound emptiness, a cold, oppressive weight that pressed down on me, stealing my breath. The rhythmic thump intensified, echoing up from the abyss, no longer just a sound, but a vibration that resonated deep within my chest. It felt like a giant, dying heart, but one that was still struggling, still beating. Leo looked up at me, his face illuminated from below by some unseen, faint, sickly green light that seemed to emanate from the depths. His smile was gone. His face was stark, almost ecstatic, his eyes wide and gleaming. "Come," he commanded, his voice now devoid of any pretense of charm or persuasion. It was a flat, cold order. I shook my head, tears welling in my eyes. "No, I am not going down there. I want to leave. Leo, please." My voice was a desperate whimper. He stood up, blocking the door again, but this time he was between me and the exit. His hand shot out, grasping my arm once more, his grip like iron. "You do not have a choice," he stated, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. He began to drag me towards the opening. Panic surged, raw and primal. I struggled, kicking and twisting, but he was surprisingly strong. He half dragged, half carried me to the edge of the opening. I peered down into the impenetrable blackness, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could feel the cold, damp air rising, hear the sickening thump growing louder, closer. "What are you doing? Let me go." I screamed, my voice hoarse, cracking. I tried to dig my heels in, but he was relentless. With a grunt, he forced me over the edge. It was not a sheer drop. My foot found a narrow, uneven step. Then another. It was a crude, winding staircase, made of rough-hewn stone or concrete, barely wide enough for one person, spiraling down into the darkness. There was no handrail, nothing to hold on to. The sickly green light I would seen on Leo's face now seemed to emanate from somewhere further down, casting long, distorted shadows that danced as we descended. Every step was precarious, coated in a slimy, cold moisture. The air grew colder, heavier, the smell more overwhelming. It clung to my clothes, seeped into my skin, filled my lungs with its putrid cocktail. I could feel something brushing against my face, cobwebs or something worse. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the terror, but the sounds and smells were inescapable. The thumping was relentless now, a low, guttural beat that vibrated through the very stone of the stairs. It sounded less like a heart and more like something immense, struggling against unseen bonds, or a heavy object being dragged repeatedly across a rough surface. Thump, and sometimes a wet, squelching sound accompanied it. "Almost there," Leo whispered from behind me, his voice strangely calm, almost reverent. His hand was still on my back, pushing me gently but firmly downwards. I could feel the heat of his body, a stark contrast to the deathly chill of the descent. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two, my feet touched solid ground. It was not earth or concrete, but something soft, spongy, and strangely resilient. I stumbled, nearly falling, but Leo's hand steadied me. I opened my eyes, slowly, hesitantly, trying to adjust to the dim, eerie light. What I saw sent a fresh wave of nausea through me, so intense, I thought I might pass out. We were in a cavernous space, not a basement, but something far more ancient and unsettling. The walls were rough, uneven stone, slick with moisture and covered in what looked like dark, glistening slime. The air was thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. The sickly green light emanated from strange glowing fungal growths that clung to the walls and ceiling, casting grotesque, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and contort. But it was not just the walls. The floor, the spongy surface I was standing on, was covered in a thick, dark, matted layer that I could not quite identify. It looked like roots, or thick, coarse hair, or dried, clotted blood, all woven together into a macabre carpet that seemed to pulse faintly with the same green light. And everywhere, the smell, the metallic, sweet, rotten, electric smell was amplified 100-fold, burning my nostrils, making my eyes water. Then I saw it. In the center of the chamber, dominating the space, was an enormous, grotesque mass. It was roughly spherical, perhaps 10 feet in diameter, a pulsating, organic horror that seemed to be made of convoluted muscle, sinew, and something that looked disturbingly like raw, exposed organs. It was dark, almost black, but veins of that sickly green light pulsed beneath its surface, making it glow from within. And it was breathing. The thump was not a dying heart. It was the rhythm of this monstrous thing's contractions, its slow, agonizing expansions and compressions. Each thump was accompanied by a wet, sucking sound, and a faint, almost imperceptible tremor through the spongy floor. Dozens of thick, dark tendrils, like enormous glistening leeches, snaked out from the mass, embedding themselves into the surrounding walls and floor as if feeding or anchoring the thing in place, and around the base of the mass, partially obscured by its bulk in the eerie shadows. I could make out shapes. They were bodies. Human bodies, or what was left of them. Gaunt, desiccated, almost skeletal figures, some partially submerged in the matted floor, others strung up by more of the dark tendrils, their faces frozen in silent screams of agony. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, and they seemed utterly drained, like husks. The tendrils appeared to be drawing something out of them. Their eyes, where visible, were wide, vacant, staring into the abyss. My breath hitched. A guttural scream tried to escape my throat, but it was stuck, trapped in my chest. This was not some abstract horror. This was real. This was a nightmare made flesh, a scene ripped from the darkest corners of hell. Leo stood beside me, his face alight with a horrifying blend of triumph and reverence. He raised his arms, encompassing the entire chamber, the pulsating horror, the grotesque bodies. "Behold," he whispered, his voice resonating in the oppressive silence between the thumps. "The nexus, the heart of the veil. And this, my dear, is where the true essence is collected." He turned to me, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying intensity. These poor souls. He swept his hand towards the bodies. They were merely vessels. Empty, unaware, but their suffering, their final moments of terror and despair, that is pure energy, potent, unfiltered. And the nexus it feeds, it grows, it thins the veil. My mind reeled. Tinder date. Derelict building. It was too much. My knees buckled, and I stumbled backward, trying to get away from the sight, from the smell, from him. And what about me? I choked out, the words barely audible over the thumping. What about my essence? Leo's smile returned, cold and predatory. "Ah, you are different. You are aware. You understand the narrative. Your fear, your comprehension, it will be even more exquisite. A truly potent offering." He took a step towards me, his eyes fixed on mine, like a predator sizing up its prey. "The nexus is hungry, and the veil, it is almost ready to part." I scrambled backward, tripping over something on the spongy floor. My hand landed on something cold and hard. It was a bone, a human bone, splintered and gnawed. I recoiled, a fresh wave of terror washing over me. This man was a monster. This thing was an Abomination, you are insane, I screamed, finally finding my voice, raw and desperate. Leo laughed, a low, guttural sound that echoed eerily in the chamber. Insane, or enlightened. I am merely facilitating the natural order, the flow of energy, the convergence of worlds. He took another step, his eyes never leaving mine. And you, my final piece, will be the catalyst. As he approached, I could see his reflection in the glistening slime on the walls. Distorted and monstrous, he seemed to grow taller, his shadow stretching across the pulsating mass. I had to do something. I had to escape. My eyes darted around the cavern, searching frantically. The only way out was back up the crude stairs. But Leo was between me and them. And there was no weapon, nothing I could use. Just the horror, the bodies, the thumping, and the omnipresent, sickening smell. Then, I noticed something. Near the base of the pulsating mass, where the tendrils connected to the walls, there was a faint, almost invisible shimmer in the air. Like heat haze, but cold. The veil. I realized, and near it, one of the desiccated bodies was still twitching, ever so slightly, a final, agonizing spasm. The tendril connected to it seemed to glow a little brighter. Leo was almost upon me. "Do not worry," he purred, reaching out a hand. "It will be quick." And glorious, as his hand closed around my wrist. I reacted purely on instinct. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I lashed out, kicking him hard in the shin. He grunted, momentarily surprised, and his grip loosened. It was enough. I twisted free, scrambling to my feet and bolted. Not for the stairs, not yet. I ran towards the edge of the chamber, towards the wall where the tendrils connected, towards the faint shimmer. It was a desperate, illogical move, but I had to create some distance, some distraction. "Foolish girl," Leo roared, recovering quickly. He came after me, his heavy footsteps echoing on the spongy floor. I reached the wall, my fingers brushing against the cold, slimy stone. The tendrils here were thicker, pulsating with that green light. I could feel a strange hum in the air, a vibrating energy that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Without thinking, I grabbed one of the thickest tendrils, a dark, rope-like appendage that was embedded deep into the wall. It felt strangely warm, almost alive, and it pulsed faintly in my hand. Leo was right behind me. "Do not touch that," he screamed, a note of genuine panic in his voice. "You will disrupt the connection." But it was too late. With all my strength, fueled by pure terror, I yanked on the tendril. It did not break. Instead, it tore free from the wall with a sickening slurp, spraying me with a viscous, dark liquid that smelled like bile and rust. The force of my pull, combined with the tendril's unexpected release, sent a jolt through the entire chamber. The pulsating mass in the center of the room reacted instantly. The thump stopped dead. The green light intensified, then flickered wildly, casting chaotic shadows. A low, guttural moan, deeper and more horrifying than any sound I had ever heard, emanated from the mass itself. The remaining tendrils thrashed violently, whipping through the air, narrowly missing my head. One of them, thick as my arm, lashed out and struck Leo full in the chest. He cried out, a sharp, choked sound, and was thrown backward, slamming against the opposite wall with a sickening crunch. He slid to the floor, groaning, clutching his chest. This was my chance. I did not hesitate. Dropping the now limp tendril, I scrambled towards the crude stone stairs, my feet slipping on the wet, spongy floor. The air was filled with the monstrous moans of the pulsating mass, the thrashing of its tendrils, and the frantic thump as it seemed to go into a violent spasm. I reached the first step, my hands clawing at the slimy stone, pulling myself upwards. I could hear Leo stirring, groaning, trying to push himself up. He was hurt, but I knew he would not stay down for long. Not with his obsession. I clambered up the treacherous steps, not daring to look back, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. Each step was a desperate struggle, my muscles screaming, my lungs burning. The horrible smell seemed to follow me, clinging to my clothes, filling my mouth. As I neared the top, I heard Leo's voice, hoarse and enraged. "You have ruined everything. You will pay for this." I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. He was on his feet, staggering, his face contorted with fury, a dark stain spreading on his shirt where the tendril had struck him. He was limping, but he was coming. With a final burst of adrenaline, I hauled myself over the edge of the opening, back onto the concrete floor of the derelict building. The relative daylight, even through the grimy windows, seemed blinding after the abyssal darkness below. The wooden door was still open, gaping like a wound. I did not try to close it. There was no time. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I ran past the Rorschach blot of blood on the concrete, past the camera lying forgotten on the floor, past the piles of debris. I ran for the main entrance, the one Leo had blocked earlier. My legs felt like lead, my lungs burned, but the image of that pulsating horror, the desiccated bodies and Leo's insane grin spurred me on. The main door, a heavy rusted metal slab, was still ajar. I burst through it, stumbling out into the cool evening air, gasping for breath. The sudden fresh air was a shock, but it did not clear the stench from my nostrils. It felt like it was embedded in my very being. I did not stop. I ran down the cracked driveway, past the crumbling brick walls, towards the street. My mind was a jumble of terror and disbelief. I had to get away, as far away as possible. I heard a sound behind me, a low, guttural roar that seemed to vibrate through the ground. I risked a glance back. Leo was standing in the doorway of the derelict building, a dark, menacing silhouette against the fading light. He did not pursue me further. He just stood there, watching me, his form oddly still, like a statue carved from shadows. I did not wait to see what he would do. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed on the sidewalk of a busy street, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. People stared, but I did not care. I just lay there, shaking, the metallic, sweet, rotten, electric smell still filling my head, the thump still echoing in my bones. I never went to the police. Who would believe me? A Tinder date, a derelict building, a pulsating monster, desiccated bodies, and a madman obsessed with essence and thinning the veil. They would think I was crazy, that I would had a psychotic break. But I know what I saw. I know what I smelled. I know what I felt. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent, I still hear it. That rhythmic thump from deep beneath the earth, a giant, struggling heart. And I still wake up in a cold sweat, the metallic, sweet, rotten, electric smell burning my nostrils, convinced that the veil between worlds is indeed thinning, and that somewhere in the darkness, Leo is still collecting his essence. And I wonder if by tearing that tendril, I did not just escape, but perhaps I opened something even wider. Something that can never be closed again. On to the next one, my stomach lurched. Leo. I whispered, the word catching in my throat. He was still fiddling with his camera, his back mostly to me, but he paused, the click of a lens cap echoing unnaturally loud in the vast space. Everything all right? Sarah, he asked, his voice a little too casual, a little too smooth. He turned, and his smile, which had seemed charming just hours ago, now felt like a mask. It did not quite reach his eyes. I pointed a trembling finger at the dark stain, unable to articulate the dread that was seizing hold of me. It was not just rusty brown up close. I could see the way it had soaked into the porous concrete, darker at the edges, almost black in places, like a Rorschach blot of pure menace. It looked thick, and the metallic smell, that strange, sweet, coppery scent, was undeniably stronger right here, rising from the floor like a silent scream. Leo followed my gaze, and for a split second his smile faltered. His eyes, those unnaturally light eyes, flickered with something I could not quite place annoyance. Recognition. Then, just as quickly, the mask was back. He took a step, positioning himself subtly between me and the stain as if to shield it from my view. "Oh, that," he chuckled, a forced, hollow sound. Probably just some old oil or hydraulic fluid. This place was a factory, you know. Machines leak. Rusts. Happens all the time. He gestured vaguely around the desolate floor. You get all sorts of industrial detritus in these forgotten spaces. Part of their charm. Really, the decay tells a story. He spoke with an air of practiced nonchalance, but I was not buying it. My gut was screaming. That was not oil. It was too organic, too dark, and the smell was not petroleum. It was undeniably that iron tang, the smell of blood. Fresh blood. Just as he finished his sentence, the rhythmic thump returned, louder this time, resonating through the concrete floor directly beneath my feet. It was not distant anymore. It felt like it was happening right below us. A slow, deliberate beat. Like a giant, dying heart. I flinched, my breath catching. What was that? Leo. My voice was barely a whisper, thin with fear. He waved a dismissive hand. Still, just the wind. Sarah. Or maybe some old pipes settling. This building groans and sighs. It is ancient. You just gotta get used to its unique acoustics. He gave me another one of his wide, unnervingly white smiles. But he was lying. I knew it. The thump was too regular, too heavy, too alive to be wind or pipes. It felt like something hitting the floor, a soft, heavy impact, over and over. And the way Leo's eyes darted towards a section of the wall near the stairwell, just for a fraction of a second, confirmed my suspicion. He knew exactly what it was. My heart was pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, echoing the ominous thumping from below. My initial curiosity had curdled into pure, unadulterated terror. I had to get out. No. You know what? Leo, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound casual. I think I have seen enough forgotten narratives for one night. I am actually feeling a little lightheaded. All this climbing, you know, my phone's dead anyway, so I can't even get any pictures. I forced a weak smile. Maybe we should head back down. Leo's smile did not drop, but it hardened. The light in his eyes seemed to dim, replaced by a cold, calculating glint. Lightheaded? Oh, that is just the altitude. Sarah. Happens to some people in taller buildings. But you can't leave now. Not when we are so close to the real essence. The true narrative. He took a step towards me, subtly blocking my path to the metal stairs we would ascended. No, really. Leo. I insisted, my voice gaining a desperate edge. I think I need some fresh air. It is getting a little stuffy in here. The metallic smell was cloying, almost suffocating now. He tilted his head, his smile stretching wider, becoming a grotesque parody of friendliness. Stuffy. Oh no. Sarah. The air here is rich, full of stories, full of life. You just need to appreciate it. His gaze lingered on me, making my skin crawl. It felt like he was not looking at me, but through me. Assessing something. The thumping from below intensified, a little faster now, a little more urgent. Thump, it sounded like someone struggling, or perhaps something being dragged. My breath hitched. I glanced past Leo, trying to find an escape route, but the vastness of the floor offered little cover, and the only way down was past him. My mind raced, frantically searching for a plan. I was alone, my phone useless, trapped in a derelict building with a man who was clearly unhinged. This was not a quirky date, this was a nightmare. Leo. I am serious, I said, trying to inject some authority into my voice, though it cracked with fear. I need to go right now. I took a step back, trying to create some distance, my eyes scanning the floor for anything I could use as a weapon. A loose pipe. A heavy brick. Nothing. Just dust, concrete, and the chilling stain. He laughed, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. It was not a normal laugh. It was a sound of pure amusement, devoid of warmth or empathy. Go. Oh, Sarah, you have barely arrived. The best part is just beginning. You see, I told you I was capturing essence. And the most potent essence is found in places like this. Places where the veil between worlds is thin. Places where energy collects. He gestured vaguely towards the corner of the building, where a section of the concrete floor looked different. It was newer. A slightly lighter shade, as if it had been patched or recently installed. And right next to it, tucked away, was a makeshift wooden door, barely visible in the gloom, blending in with the surrounding decay. It had not been there when we first arrived on this floor, or perhaps I just had not noticed it in my distraction. What is down there? I asked, my voice barely audible. The thumping was coming from directly behind that door. It was no longer a question of wind or pipes. It was something alive. Something trapped. Leo's eyes gleamed with a disturbing enthusiasm. Ah, that is where the real magic happens. The heart of the project, the place where the narratives are truly unfolding. He began to walk towards the door, not away from me, but towards the source of the sound, expecting me to follow. His movements were fluid, almost predatory. I stood frozen, my mind screaming at me to run, but my legs felt like lead. Every instinct told me to flee, but a morbid fascination, a desperate need to understand the horror unfolding around me, held me captive for a terrifying moment. And besides, where would I run? The building was a maze of darkness and potential pitfalls. No, I whispered, finally finding my voice. I am not going down there. Leo stopped at the wooden door, his hand resting on the crudely fashioned handle. He turned to face me, and the smile was gone. His face was cold, devoid of any warmth. Oh, but you are. Sarah, you are part of the narrative now. A very important part. Before I could react, before I could even scream, he lunged. He moved with a speed and strength that was utterly terrifying, completely unexpected from the charming, slightly quirky man I had met just hours ago. His hand clamped over my mouth, cutting off my scream, and his other arm wrapped around my waist, lifting me effortlessly. He was so much stronger than he looked. Panic, raw and visceral, flooded my senses. I kicked and struggled, thrashing wildly, but his grip was like iron. The metallic smell was overwhelming now, mixed with something else, something cloying and sweet, like formaldehyde. He dragged me towards the wooden door, his body a solid wall against my desperate attempts to escape. Shh, shh. Sarah, he whispered into my ear, his voice a low growl, utterly devoid of humanity. Do not fight it. It will be so much easier if you do not fight. He fumbled with the latch on the wooden door, his grip on me never wavering. The thumping from behind it grew frantic, desperate, as if sensing our approach. My eyes darted around, searching for anything to use. My fingers scrabbled at his arm, trying to find purchase, trying to scratch, to bite. I managed to twist my head slightly, sinking my teeth into the flesh of his forearm. He cried out, a sharp, surprised grunt, and for a split second his grip loosened. It was all I needed. I pushed away with all my might, my legs pumping, and stumbled backwards, away from him, away from the terrifying door. He roared, a sound of pure rage, and turned to face me, his hand clutching his bleeding arm. His eyes, now completely devoid of any semblance of sanity, burned with a terrifying intensity. You little bitch, you will regret that. I did not wait. Fear let me wings. I spun around and bolted, not caring where I was going, just away from him. I ran blindly through the vast empty space, my heart hammering like a drum against my ribs. I heard his heavy footsteps pounding behind me, gaining. He was fast. My eyes darted frantically, searching for the metal stairs, the way out. There, in the distance, a faint glimmer of light from the setting sun still filtered through the grimy windows near the stairwell. I pushed my legs harder, my lungs burning, the metallic tang of blood now in my own mouth from biting him, from the sheer exertion of my terror. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was closer, much closer, his silhouette a dark, menacing shape against the fading light. He was holding something in his hand now, something long and metallic that glinted wickedly. A crowbar. A pipe. My blood ran cold. I reached the top of the metal stairs, my hands scrambling for the railing. I did not even bother to grip it properly, just let my momentum carry me down, taking 2-3 steps at a time, stumbling, almost falling. The stairs groaned and shrieked under my weight, a symphony of decay that seemed to mock my desperate escape. You are not going anywhere. Sarah. Leo's voice echoed from above, distorted and menacing. I heard him start down the stairs, his heavier weight making the entire structure vibrate. I hit the second floor, my legs screaming in protest, but I kept going. The air here was even colder, heavier, darker. The faint light from the upper floor was now a distant memory. I was plunged into near total darkness, relying on muscle memory and sheer panic to guide me. My foot caught on something, and I pitched forward, sprawling onto the dusty concrete floor. A sharp pain shot up my knee, but I ignored it. Scrambling to my feet, my hands burning from scraping against the rough floor. I could hear Leo's footsteps on the stairs, closer now, the metallic clang of his weapon echoing with each step. I can hear you. Sarah, he snarled. You can't hide from me. I knew I could not. This floor was just as open as the one above, a wide, empty expanse of concrete and rusted machinery. There was nowhere to go but down. I reached the next set of stairs, my hands shaking so badly I almost missed the railing. As I descended to the first floor, the ground level, a faint glimmer of moonlight filtered through a shattered window, offering a sliver of hope. I could see the gaping maw of the entrance, the way out, 100 yards away. It seemed impossibly far. I hit the ground floor running, my knee throbbing, my lungs burning. My throat was raw from the scream I would bitten back, from the fear that was choking me. I could hear Leo on the stairs behind me, his heavy footsteps now, on the concrete, closer than ever. Almost there. Sarah, he called out, his voice laced with a chilling amusement. Just a little further. I pushed myself harder, forcing my battered body to move faster. The entrance, the dark archway that had swallowed us whole, now beckoned like a portal to salvation. I could taste the metallic sweetness of the air, stronger than ever, but now it was mixed with the coppery tang of my own fear-induced adrenaline. My vision blurred, sweat stinging my eyes. I was almost there. 50 yards, 40, 30. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed behind me, followed by a grunt of pain. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Leo had tripped over something in the gloom, a pile of rubble or a discarded piece of machinery. He was down, his weapon clattering across the floor. It was my chance. I did not hesitate. I pumped my legs even harder, ignoring the searing pain in my knee, ignoring the burning in my lungs. The entrance grew larger, closer, a beacon of freedom. I burst out of the abandoned building, gasping for air, gulping down the cool night air like a dying woman. The moon was high, casting long, eerie shadows across the overgrown lot. I did not stop. I ran across the cracked asphalt, towards the distant streetlights, towards the faint hum of traffic, towards civilization. I did not look back. I did not dare. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing onto the sidewalk, under the harsh glow of a street lamp. My body was shaking uncontrollably, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and adrenaline. I fumbled for my phone, remembering it was dead. Panic flared again. Then a miracle. A car. A beat-up sedan, driving slowly down the street. I scrambled to my feet, waving my arms frantically, screaming, "Help me! Please, help me!" The car slowed, then stopped. A young couple, looking startled, stared at me through the open window. My clothes were torn, my face streaked with dust and tears, my knee bleeding. I must have looked like a wild animal. "Please." I choked out. He tried to kill me. I pointed back at the looming, silent silhouette of the abandoned building, its gaping maw now a dark, hungry void against the moonlight. The couple, eyes wide with alarm, quickly unlocked the passenger door. I practically fell into the back seat, collapsing onto the worn upholstery, trembling. "Call the police." I gasped. "He is still in there, and I think there is someone else." Downstairs, he was thumping something. The woman in the passenger seat, her face pale, immediately pulled out her phone. "What happened?" she asked, her voice hushed. I tried to explain, tried to articulate the horror, but the words caught in my throat. The metallic smell, the thumping, Leo's chilling smile, the dark stain on the concrete, the crude wooden door, his terrifying strength. It all came out in a jumbled, incoherent rush of fear and trauma. The police arrived quickly, sirens wailing, their flashing lights painting the abandoned building in stark, unsettling colors. They listened to my fragmented story, their faces grim. Two officers, flashlights cutting through the darkness, cautiously entered the building. I sat in the back of the patrol car, wrapped in a blanket, shivering uncontrollably, watching the building. Time stretched. The couple who had picked me up stayed with me, offering what comfort they could. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the two officers emerged. Their faces were even grimmer. They said nothing, just exchanged glances. One of them walked over to the patrol car where I was sitting. "Madam," he said, his voice quiet, "we found some things. Down in the basement, a makeshift room, and a body." My blood ran cold all over again. A body. So I had not imagined the thumping. I had not imagined the metallic smell. Leo's project, his capturing essence, had been far more horrifying than I could have ever conceived. Was it Leo? I whispered, my voice hoarse. The officer shook his head. "No, madam. Not him. This was another victim. It looks like he would been down there for a while. And we found evidence, tools, and a camera setup, exactly as you described." He paused, his gaze fixed on the ominous building. "No sign of your date. Leo. He is gone. He is gone." The words echoed in my mind. A chilling pronouncement. Leo, the charming, smiling man from Tinder, a predator who had lured me into his hunting ground, was gone. Vanished into the shadows of the abandoned building, leaving behind a trail of horror and a dead body. I never went on a dating app again. Every time my phone buzzed, Every time I saw a profile picture, I felt a fresh wave of nausea. The metallic smell, that strange, sweet, coppery scent, would occasionally waft into my memory, bringing with it the vivid image of that dark stain, the rhythmic thump, and Leo's unnaturally white, predatory grin. I survived, but a part of me never truly left that abandoned building. It stayed there, swallowed whole by the gaping maw, forever haunted by the chilling realization that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are not hiding under your bed, but smiling back at you from a dating app profile, and they are just waiting for you to say yes to adventure. Here comes the next story, my mind screamed. Run! But my feet were stuck to the muddy ground, heavy as lead. Sarah's words, "The earth is hungry, you know, and sometimes it needs a little help," echoed in my ears, bouncing around like trapped bats. The dark reddish-brown stains on the crumbling stone fountain, camouflaged by moss, now stood out with horrifying clarity, like a fresh wound suddenly ripped open. It was not just old blood. It was fresh. And the metallic tang in the air was not just from rust or damp soil anymore. It was thick, visceral. The smell of iron and death. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic, desperate drumbeat. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to bolt, to get away from her, from this place, from the horrifying truth that was slowly, agonizingly unfurling itself around me. But Sarah stood too close, a cold, solid wall, blocking any easy escape. Her unnervingly bright green eyes, those eyes that had seemed so captivating in her Tinder profile picture, now bored through me, not just seeing me, but peeling back layers of me. What are you talking about? Sarah. I managed to choke out, my voice a reedy stranger, barely a whisper. I tried to sound angry, defiant, anything but the terrified wreck I was. But the anger was a thin, fragile mask, barely concealing the pure, unadulterated terror beneath. Her predatory smile, the one that never quite reached her eyes, widened just a fraction. It was a subtle shift, but it made my blood run cold. "I am talking about life, darling," she purred, her voice still that razor blade, slicing through the profound silence of the garden. "And death. The beautiful cycle. You see, most people, they live their lives in a dull hum, never truly alive, never truly feeling." She took another step closer, and I instinctively flinched back, stumbling slightly on the uneven ground. My gaze darted around, searching for an escape route, a path, anything. But the gnarled trees seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal fingers, trapping me. The shadows deepened, distorting the already unsettling landscape, making everything seem menacing, alive in a way it should not be. "But fear," she continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Fear is different. Fear wakes you up. It makes you feel every single nerve ending. It makes you primal. It makes you scream." She paused, her eyes glinting in the fading light. "And then it makes you silent." "The casual way," she said. Silent sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the encroaching cold. Silenced. The word hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. My eyes involuntarily flickered back to the fountain, to those dark stains. My stomach churned, a violent knot of nausea. "I do not feel well," I stammered, trying a different tactic. "I think I need to go home. It is really getting late." I tried to sound firm, but my voice trembled, betraying me. I reached into my pocket for my phone, a desperate, futile gesture. I just needed to pretend to call a ride. Just needed to create a distraction. Sarah's smile did not falter. She watched my hand, her gaze unblinking. "Oh, do not worry about that," she murmured, her tone sickeningly sweet. "No one's coming for you. Not tonight." My fingers brushed against the cold metal of my phone, but before I could even pull it out, her hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with surprising strength. Her grip was like iron cold and unyielding. I yelped, startled, and tried to pull away, but she held me fast. "Let go of me," I demanded, a fresh surge of panic lending a desperate edge to my voice. Her eyes narrowed, and for a split second, I saw something truly monstrous flicker within their green depths. It was a look of pure, unadulterated contempt, a chilling indifference. Now, she chided, her voice losing its previous softness, becoming sharper, harder. "No need to be rude. We are just getting to the good part." With a sudden, powerful yank, she pulled me forward. Off balance, I stumbled, nearly falling, and she used the momentum to push me towards the fountain. "The garden's history," she repeated, almost fondly, as if talking about a beloved pet. "So much life, so much death. It truly is a hungry place. And I am its caretaker." My eyes widened in horror. Caretaker. The word clicked into place, slotting into the terrifying puzzle piece by piece. She was not just talking about gardening, she was talking about feeding the garden. With what? With people. "You are insane," I whispered, the words barely audible. Sarah laughed, a low, guttural sound that grated on my nerves. It was not a human laugh. Oh, am I simply enlightened? I see the world as it truly is. A cycle. A give and take. And you, my dear, are about to become a very important part of that cycle. She released my wrist, but before I could react, she shoved me hard in the back. I cried out, pitching forward. My hands instinctively shot out to brace myself, landing on the cold, damp stone of the fountain. My fingers brushed against the rough surface, and I felt something slimy, slick. My eyes darted down. It was not just moss. It was a thick, reddish-brown residue, still slightly wet in places. My stomach lurched violently, and I barely managed to suppress a gag. This was not just a few stains. This was a lot. "Get away from me," I screamed, scrambling backward, away from the fountain, away from her. My heart was a wild bird trapped in my chest, beating so fast I thought it might burst. I finally found my footing and turned to run, but Sarah was already there, blocking my path. She moved with an unsettling speed, a fluid grace that seemed almost unnatural. "Where do you think you are going?" she asked, her voice calm, almost amused. She held something in her hand now, something long and thin, glinting dully in the deepening twilight. It looked like a trowel, but it was larger, heavier, and its edge seemed sharpened. My breath hitched. A weapon? She had a weapon? "I just want to go home," I pleaded, my voice cracking. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them back. Crying would not help. Fear would not help. I had to think. I had to find a way out. "Home," she scoffed, a hint of genuine cruelty entering her tone. "This is your home now. Or rather, your final resting place." She took a step towards me, the trowel-like tool held loosely at her side, a terrifying extension of her arm. "You see, I have been looking for someone like you, someone who truly feels, someone whose fear will be exquisite. Someone like me," I repeated, my mind racing, trying to grasp at any straw, any piece of information that might help me understand, might help me escape. "Yes," she said, her eyes gleaming. "You were perfect, so trusting, so open. Your profile, your messages, the way you talked about wanting to experience new things. So eager for connection, so vulnerable." She chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. It practically screamed. Victim. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This was not some random, spontaneous act of violence. This was planned. From the moment she matched with me on Tinder, from the first message, the The friendly banter, the suggestion of this secluded, charming garden, it was all a trap. I had walked right into it, blind and unsuspecting. "No," I whispered, shaking my head, desperate to deny it. "Oh yes," she corrected, stepping closer. "The earth is hungry, and it needs sustenance, fresh sustenance. And you, my dear, are going to be a very generous offering." She lunged, not with the trowel, but with her free hand, grabbing a handful of my hair. A searing pain shot through my scalp as she twisted, pulling my head back, exposing my throat. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my lungs, exactly the primal scream she had spoken of. "There it is," she whispered, a thrill in her voice. "Beautiful. Just beautiful." I thrashed, kicking and struggling, trying to break free. My hands clawed at her arm, but her grip was unyielding. The metallic tang in the air intensified, mingling with the sickeningly sweet scent of damp earth and something else. Something putrid. My eyes darted around frantically. I saw a dark patch of disturbed earth near a particularly gnarled old oak tree, almost like a fresh grave. My stomach churned again, and this time I could not hold it back. I retched, a bitter, acidic bile burning my throat. She did not flinch, did not release my hair. She simply watched, a detached, almost scientific curiosity in her green eyes. "Excellent," she murmured, as if I were performing for her. "The body's natural response, the purging of toxins, making you pure for the earth." My vision blurred with tears, and the effort of struggling. I could feel the sharp edge of the trowel now, pressing against my neck, just below my ear. It was not cutting, not yet, but the cold pressure was a terrifying promise. "Please," I choked out, desperation making my voice hoarse. "Please do not do this." "Oh, but I must," she said, her voice soft, almost regretful, but her eyes were cold and hard. "It is my duty, my calling, to help the earth flourish, and to help those who are lost find their true purpose." With a sudden, violent shove, she threw me to the ground. I landed hard, the air knocked out of my lungs, my head hitting the damp earth with a sickening thud. For a moment, stars exploded behind my eyes, and everything went black. I came to with a gasp, my body aching, my head throbbing. I was lying on my back, staring up at the darkening sky, the gnarled branches of the trees silhouetted against the fading light like monstrous claws. Sarah stood over me, her silhouette menacing, the trowel still glinting in her hand. "Awake already," she said, a hint of impatience in her voice. "Good. I want you to be fully present for this." Panic surged through me, fresh and potent. I tried to push myself up, to crawl away, but my limbs felt heavy, uncoordinated. My head spun, and a dull ache pulsed behind my eyes. I must have hit it harder than I thought. She knelt beside me, her face close to mine. Her green eyes, now almost black in the dim light, held a chilling intensity. You know, it is not just about the fear, it is about the acceptance. The moment you realize there is no escape, that is when you truly surrender. That is when the scream is finally silenced. She raised the trowel, and I saw the sharpened edge clearly now. It was not a gardener's tool. It was a weapon, honed for a specific, gruesome purpose. The metallic tang in the air was overwhelming, choking me. I could smell the blood, the earth, and something else, something cloying and sweet, like decaying flowers. I let out another scream, a ragged, desperate sound, but it felt weak, swallowed by the vast, indifferent silence of the garden. My hands flew up, trying to ward off the blow, trying to protect myself. "Do not worry," she said, her voice strangely calm, almost soothing. "It will be quick. And then you will be part of something beautiful. Part of the garden. Part of me." The trowel descended. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the impact, for the pain, for the end. I heard a sickening thwack, felt a sharp, searing pain, not on my throat, but on my arm. My scream was cut short, replaced by a choked gasp. My eyes flew open. She had not gone for my throat. She had struck my arm, just above the elbow. Blood welled up instantly, dark and arterial, staining my sleeve. The pain was excruciating, a white-hot agony that ripped through me. "Just to taste," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the oozing wound. "To truly awaken you." I stared at my arm, at the gash, at the pulsing blood, then back at her. She was not smiling anymore. Her face was a mask of intense concentration, almost reverence. This was not just about killing me, it was a ritual. "Why?" I whimpered, the word barely escaping my lips. She tilted her head. "Because you are beautiful in your fear. And the earth, it rewards beauty, it rewards life. And death is simply another form of life, is not it? A transformation." She dipped her fingers into the fresh blood on my arm, then brought them to her lips, tasting it. My stomach revolted again, and I gagged, my body convulsing. She watched me, her gaze unblinking, a strange, almost ecstatic look on her face. "The taste of truth," she murmured, her eyes closing for a moment, savoring the moment. I knew then, with horrifying clarity, that there was no reasoning with her, no pleading that would work. This was not a person I could understand. This was pure, unadulterated madness, cloaked in a twisted philosophy. My only chance was to fight, to somehow, impossibly escape. With a surge of adrenaline, fueled by terror and disgust, I kicked out with my legs, catching her squarely in the chest. She grunted, thrown off balance, stumbling backward a few steps. It was my only chance. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my arm, ignoring the dizziness from my head injury. I did not look back. I just ran. I plunged into the dense thicket of trees, the darkness enveloping me instantly. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my clothes. The ground was uneven, treacherous, covered in roots and damp leaves. I stumbled, fell, pushed myself up and kept going. My breath came in ragged gasps, my lungs burning. "You can't run from me." Sarah's voice echoed through the trees, calm and chillingly close. It was not a shout. It was a conversational tone, as if she knew I could not escape. "This is my garden. I know every twisted path, every hiding spot, every hungry root." Her words were true. I was lost, disoriented, in the deepening gloom. The trees all looked the same, forming an impenetrable wall. I could hear her footsteps behind me, a steady, unhurried pace. She was not running, but she was gaining on me. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I needed a landmark, a path, anything that led out. I remembered the crumbling stone wall that enclosed the garden. If I could just reach that, maybe I could climb over it, or find a gate. I pushed deeper, praying for a break in the foliage. A glimpse of the wall. My injured arm throbbed relentlessly, sending waves of agony through my body. Blood dripped from my fingertips, leaving a trail on the damp leaves. She would follow it. She would find me. A faint, almost imperceptible light flickered through the trees ahead. Hope surged through me. A break. I pushed harder, forcing my exhausted body forward. The light grew, revealing a small clearing. But it was not an exit. In the center of the clearing stood a crude wooden table covered with what looked like burlap. Around it, in a semicircle, were several large, dark mounds of earth, each topped with a single, unnervingly white stone. And the smell here was overwhelming. The metallic tang, the damp earth, and that cloying, sweet decay, all intensified 100-fold. My eyes scanned the clearing, trying to make sense of it, trying to find an escape. And then I saw it. On the wooden table, arranged with a horrific precision, were various tools. Not just the trowel, but several other implements. All sharp, all gleaming faintly in the dim light. And among them, something else. A collection of small, personal items. A tarnished silver locket. A pair of broken spectacles. A faded leather wallet. A single muddy sneaker. My breath hitched. These were not just objects. These were trophies. From her previous victims. The silent ones. And then my gaze fell upon one of the earth mounds. The white stone on top was not just a stone. It was a human skull, bleached bone white, staring sightlessly into the darkness. And next to it, partially obscured by a patch of weeds, was a hand, a skeletal hand, still grasping a fragment of cloth, reaching out from the disturbed earth. My mind reeled. This was not just a garden. This was a graveyard. Her personal, horrifying graveyard. The earth was not just hungry, it was gorged. A twig snapped behind me. I froze, every nerve ending screaming. "Found you?" Sarah's voice purred, closer than I thought possible. I spun around. She stood at the edge of the clearing, the trowel still in her hand. Her face was calm, serene, a terrifying picture of composure amidst the horror. Her green eyes, now fully accustomed to the darkness, seemed to glow with an inner light. "You always come back to the center," she said, her voice soft, almost philosophical. To the truth. To the silence. I backed away slowly, my eyes darting from her to the horrifying table, to the skull, to the reaching hand. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it reverberating through my entire body. There was no escape. I was trapped. No. I whispered, shaking my head, tears finally streaming down my face. "Please, no." She took a step forward, then another, slowly closing the distance between us. "It is time, my dear. Time for you to truly understand the cycle, to become one with the garden." I felt the cold, rough bark of a tree against my back. I was cornered. My injured arm throbbed, a dull, constant ache. My legs felt like jelly. My mind, once racing with desperate plans, was now a blank canvas, painted over with pure, primal fear. She raised the trowel, the sharpened edge glinting. Her eyes held a strange, almost loving expression. "Do not worry," she murmured, her voice strangely tender. "The earth will appreciate your offering, and your scream will be the most beautiful silence of all." I opened my mouth. A final, desperate scream tearing from my lungs, but it was cut short as the world exploded into agonizing pain, then faded into an echoing, hungry darkness. The metallic tang still lingers in the air. The garden, it is still there. And sometimes, on a quiet night, if you listen very, very closely, you might just hear a faint, reedy whisper on the wind, a voice that never truly got to say goodbye. A silent plea swallowed by the hungry earth. And now the next part begins. You know that feeling when you are swiping through Tinder and every profile starts to blur into the next. Another gym selfie, another vague bio about loving travel and good food. It is exhausting, really. But then, every once in a while, you come across someone who actually seems interesting. That is how I felt about Mark. His profile picture was a little artsy, a candid shot of him laughing, slightly out of focus, in what looked like an old bookstore. His bio was witty, a bit quirky, and mentioned a love for obscure cinema and quiet walks. He did not have the usual red flags, no shirtless mirror pics, no just here for a good time. He seemed genuine. We matched, and his messages were just as engaging. Thoughtful, funny, and he actually listened when I talked about my day. After a week of solid texting, he asked me out. He suggested a little cafe downtown called the Daily Grind, which I would never heard of, but he said it had the best artisanal coffee. It sounded cute, a bit off the beaten path, which I liked. The day of the date, I was actually excited. I put on my favorite dress, did my makeup, and tried to calm the usual first date jitters. When I got to the daily grind, it was exactly as he described, tucked away on a side street, with exposed brick and a warm, inviting glow. Mark was already there, sitting at a small table by the window, nursing a cup of coffee. He stood up as I approached, a polite smile on his face. He was taller than I expected, with dark, slightly wavy hair and eyes that were an unusually bright shade of blue. They were intense, almost piercing, but I chalked it up to him being focused. We exchanged pleasantries, ordered our drinks, and settled in. The conversation flowed easily at first. We talked about movies, books, our jobs. He was charming, attentive, and genuinely seemed interested in what I had to say. But as the evening wore on, little things started to niggle at me. His eyes, for one, they rarely left my face. And it was not a flirtatious gaze. It felt analytical, like he was studying me, dissecting my expressions, and his questions started to get a little too personal, a little too quickly. He asked about my deepest fears, my biggest regrets, things I would not normally share with someone I would just met. I tried to deflect, laugh it off, but he would just smile, a slow, knowing smile that did not quite reach his eyes, and gently steer the conversation back. Then he said something that really made my blood run cold. We were talking about travel, and I mentioned a trip I would take into Costa Rica a few years back, how I would gotten lost on a hiking trail and had a moment of pure panic before finding my way back. He leaned forward, his voice dropping slightly. "Ah, that moment," he murmured. "The raw, unadulterated fear. It truly is a unique sensation, is not it, when your body screams to survive and your mind just breaks?" I tried to laugh it off again. Yeah, it was pretty terrifying. Glad I made it out. He just kept staring, his bright blue eyes, unblinking. "But imagine," he continued, as if I had not spoken, "if you had not. If you were truly, completely alone, and the jungle itself was closing in. The darkness, the sounds, the slow realization that no one is coming for you." A shiver ran down my spine. It was such a strange, morbid thing to say. I quickly changed the subject, asking him about his own travel experiences. He smoothly transitioned, telling a story about backpacking through Europe, but the unsettling feeling lingered. My gut was screaming at me that something was off, but my brain was trying to rationalize it away. Maybe he was just a bit eccentric, a little dark-humored. After another hour, the cafe was starting to empty out. Mark finished his coffee and leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. "This has been wonderful," he said, "but I have an idea. There is this place, not too far from here, a bit of a drive. An old abandoned greenhouse on a property, I know. It is beautiful at night, with the moonlight filtering through the broken glass. Very atmospheric. Would you be interested?" My internal alarm bells were blaring now. An abandoned greenhouse. At night, with a man I would just met, every single instinct I had was screaming no. But I also felt a strange pressure, a need to be polite, to not cause a scene. He was still smiling, still charming, but those eyes, they held a certain glint that made me uneasy. "Oh, I do not know. Mark," I said, trying to sound casual. "It is getting pretty late, and I have an early start tomorrow." His smile did not falter. "Just for a little while," he insisted, his voice soft, almost hypnotic. "It is truly a sight to behold. And it is very private. We could talk, really talk, without any interruptions." The word private hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to say no, to firmly decline, but something in his gaze made me hesitate. It was like he was daring me to refuse, challenging me, and stupidly, Foolishly, I caved. "Okay," I heard myself say, my voice sounding weak and uncertain. "Just for a little while." He beamed, a genuine, wide smile that transformed his face. "Excellent. My car's just around the corner." We walked out into the cool night air. His car was a dark, older model sedan, well-maintained but nondescript. As I got in, the interior smelled faintly of something earthy, like potting soil and damp leaves, mixed with a metallic tang I could not quite place. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just an old car. The drive started normally enough. We chatted about music, and he put on some instrumental, ambient tracks that were strangely calming. But as we left the city limits, the streetlights grew sparser, and the road narrowed. The calm music began to feel less soothing and more isolating. I pulled out my phone, pretending to check messages, but really just checking if I had service. It was spotty, flickering between one bar and none. "We are almost there," Mark said, his voice cutting through the silence. "Just a few more minutes down this dirt road." My heart started to pound. Dirt road? He had not mentioned that. The car bounced along, headlights cutting through the inky blackness. Trees loomed on either side, their branches clawing at the sky. There were no other cars, no houses, just endless forest. "Mark," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "this is a bit further than I expected. Are you sure we are going the right way?" He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that sent another shiver down my spine. "We are definitely going the right way. The best places always require a little effort to reach. Do not." He glanced at me, and in the dim light of the dashboard, his eyes seemed to glow. They were not friendly anymore. They held a predatory gleam, a chilling intensity that made my stomach clench. That is when I knew I had made a terrible, irreversible mistake. "I think I just want to go home now," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Please, just turn around." He did not respond. He just kept driving, his jaw set, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. The ambient music swelled, a discordant note creeping into the melody. Panic began to bubble up, hot and acrid in my throat. I fumbled for the door handle, but it was locked. I tried the window, but it would not budge. "What are you doing, Mark?" I demanded, my voice rising. "Let me out of this car right now." He finally spoke, his voice calm, almost detached. He began. "I have always been fascinated by the concept of firsts. First steps, first words, first kiss. But also, the first moment a person truly understands their own mortality. A first breath of pure, primal fear." My blood ran cold. My mind screamed, "Run!" But I was trapped. "You are scaring me, Mark." I choked out, trying to sound firm, but my voice trembled. He pulled the car off the dirt road, bumping over what felt like uneven ground. And then stopped. We were in total darkness, surrounded by trees. The only light was the faint glow of the dashboard. Before us, barely visible in the gloom, was the silhouette of a structure. It was large, sprawling, and undeniably derelict. Broken panes of glass glittered like shards of ice in the faint moonlight, reflecting nothing but emptiness. The abandoned greenhouse. It looked more like a skeletal corpse. Mark turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic drumming of my own heart. He slowly turned to face me, his bright blue eyes fixed on mine. The smile was gone. His face was a mask of cold, unfeeling intent. "You have such a vibrant energy," he said, his voice a low, gravelly whisper that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. "It is a shame to waste it on mundane things." "What are you talking about?" I whispered, pressing myself against the car door. Desperate for an escape, He reached out, his hand moving with unnerving speed, and gently, too gently, brushed a strand of hair from my face. His touch was cold, clammy. I recoiled, yelping. "I am talking about purpose," he replied, his voice still soft, but now with an edge of something truly sinister. "Everyone has a purpose. Some people nurture life, some create art, some build empires, and some are meant to feed the earth, to give back what they have taken." My mind raced, trying to make sense of his twisted words. Feed the earth. Give back. It sounded like something out of a horror movie. My breath hitched. "You see," he continued, his eyes glittering, "the earth is hungry. It has been for a very long time. It craves sustenance. Not just water and nutrients, but something deeper. Something primal." He paused, his gaze dropping to my chest. "It craves the very essence of life, the spark that animates us. And nothing ignites that spark quite like fear. Pure, unadulterated terror." He slowly reached into the glove compartment. My eyes widened, frantically scanning for anything I could use as a weapon. My phone was useless. No signal. My keys, too small. He pulled out a pair of thick leather gardening gloves. He slipped them on, slowly, deliberately, his eyes never leaving mine. The click of the buckles echoed in the silence. "You mentioned your trip to Costa Rica," he said, his voice now devoid of any warmth, a flat, chilling monotone. "That moment of panic. You survived it. But what if you did not? What if it was just the beginning?" He then reached under his seat and pulled out something else. It was a small, ornate trowel, the kind you would use for delicate planting. But the metal gleamed dully in the dark, and its edge looked suspiciously sharp. And there was something else, something dark and caked on the blade. My stomach lurched. "This greenhouse," he explained, holding up the trowel, "it is special. It is where I cultivate certain experiences. The soil here is very fertile, very absorbent." He tapped the trowel against the dashboard, a metallic clink. "It is being quite a good season, actually. A bountiful harvest." I screamed, a strangled sound that tore from my throat. "You are insane." "Let me out. I will call the police." He just smiled, a wide, terrifying grin that stretched his lips, revealing perfectly white teeth. "No one's coming for you," he murmured, echoing my earlier fleeting thought. "Not out here. And even if they were, by the time they found this place, well, you will be part of the garden." With a sudden, powerful movement, he lunged across the console, his gloved hand clamping over my mouth, suffocating my scream. The other hand grabbed my arm, yanking me roughly. I struggled, kicking and squirming, but he was impossibly strong. The metallic tang in the car was suddenly overwhelming, a coppery, visceral smell that made my eyes water. It was not just old car smell. It was blood. He dragged me out of the car, my feet scrambling for purchase on the uneven ground. The cold night air hit me, biting and sharp. I thrashed wildly, trying to bite his hand, but his grip was like iron. He half carried, half dragged me towards the dark silhouette of the greenhouse. The ground was soft, damp earth, and I could feel twigs and leaves crunching under my shoes. The air here was heavy with the scent of decay, of damp soil, and that sickening metallic smell. As we got closer, I could make out more details of the greenhouse. It was enormous, much larger than I would initially thought, and many of its glass panes were shattered, leaving gaping holes like empty eyes. Vines, thick and gnarled, snaked their way up the crumbling brick walls, their tendrils reaching into the darkness. He shoved open a heavy, creaking wooden door, and a blast of fetid, stagnant air hit me. It was even colder inside, and pitch black. The darkness was absolute, suffocating. I could hear small scuttling sounds, the rustle of leaves and the drip, drip, drip of water somewhere in the distance. He dragged me deeper inside, past rows of what looked like overturned planters and broken benches. My eyes, adjusting slightly, started to pick out vague shapes in the gloom. Tall, skeletal structures that might have once held plants, now just empty frames. Then, my foot slipped. I stumbled, and he let go of my mouth to catch me, his grip on my arm tightening. I sucked in a ragged breath, gasping for air, and screamed again, a raw, primal sound that echoed eerily through the cavernous space. "Scream all you want," he said, his voice flat. "It only makes the harvest sweeter." He pulled me forward, and I saw it. In the center of the greenhouse, bathed in a weak shaft of moonlight filtering through a large hole in the roof, was a disturbed patch of earth. It was freshly turned, dark and rich, and mounded up like a grave. Around it, in a crude circle, were several small, rusted metal markers, like the kind you would use to label plants. But there were no plants. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against my bones. This was not a garden. This was a cemetery, and I was about to become its newest addition. He forced me to my knees beside the mound of earth. The cold, damp soil seeped through my dress, chilling me to the bone. My eyes darted around, searching desperately for any sign of escape, any weapon, anything. "You know," he murmured, his voice almost conversational, "the fear is the best part. It sharpens the senses, makes you truly alive, if only for a moment. It is the purest form of energy, and it is what the garden truly craves." He still held my arm in a vice grip, but his other hand reached for the trowel, which he had tucked into his belt. The metallic gleam in the faint moonlight was horrifying. "Please." I sobbed, tears streaming down my face. "Do not do this. I won't tell anyone. I will forget I ever saw you. Just let me go." He shook his head, a faint, sad smile gracing his lips. "Oh, my dear, that is not how it works. Once you have seen the garden, you become part of it. It is the cycle of life. Is not it. Everything returns to the earth." He raised the trowel. My eyes fixated on the rusty, caked-on residue on its blade. It was undeniably dark, reddish-brown, dried blood. My stomach convulsed, and I felt bile rise in my throat. This was it. My life was going to end in this horrifying forgotten place at the hands of a madman who thought he was a gardener of human fear. But a surge of adrenaline, a desperate, animalistic will to survive, suddenly coursed through me. I was not going to just lie down and die. As he brought the trowel down, I twisted violently, throwing all my weight to the side. The blade missed my head by inches, instead thudding into the soft earth beside me. The impact jarred him, and for a split second his grip on my arm loosened. It was all I needed. I pulled free, scrambling backwards on my hands and knees, tearing my dress and scraping my skin on the rough ground. He let out a frustrated growl and lunged again. I was faster. I scrambled to my feet, my legs burning, and sprinted back the way we came, towards the door. The darkness was a disorienting maze, but I could feel the cold draft from the shattered panes of glass guiding me. I heard his heavy footsteps behind me, gaining. "You can't escape the garden," he roared, his voice losing its calm, now filled with a chilling fury. "It always claims what is due." My heart was in my throat, threatening to burst. I slammed into something hard, a metal frame, and pain shot through my shoulder. I did not stop, just pushed through, my hands outstretched, fumbling for the door. My fingers finally brushed against the rough wood. I clawed at it, pulling, pushing, but it was stuck. He was right behind me, his breath hot on my neck. I could feel his presence, massive and terrifying. "Got you," he whispered, and I felt his gloved hand grab my hair, yanking my head back. I screamed again, a guttural sound of pure terror, But as he pulled, my hand, still scrabbling wildly, closed around something. It was a shard of glass, long and jagged from one of the shattered panes. My fingers closed around it, ignoring the pain as the sharp edges bit into my palm. With a desperate cry, I brought my arm up, swinging the glass shard blindly behind me, aiming for anything I could hit. There was a sickening thud, followed by a sharp gasp of pain from Mark. His grip on my hair loosened, and I heard a wet, gurgling sound. I did not look back. I did not dare. I just pushed with all my might against the door, and this time it groaned open, revealing a sliver of darkness outside. I burst out of the greenhouse, gasping for air, my lungs burning, my body screaming. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to run. I ran through the trees, tripping over roots and rocks, branches whipping at my face. I could hear him staggering behind me, a ragged, angry sound, but he was not as close. The glass must have done something. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a heap, sobbing, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, listening, straining to hear any sound of pursuit. Nothing. Only the hoot of an owl and the frantic hammering of my own heart. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself up. My clothes were torn, my skin scraped and bleeding, my hand throbbing where I would clutch the glass. But I was alive. I was out. I stumbled through the dark woods, guided only by the faint light of the moon, until I finally saw at a distant glow the lights of the highway. It took me another hour of stumbling, crawling, and running, but I finally made it back to civilization, collapsing onto the asphalt, tears blurring my vision. A passing car stopped, and a worried couple helped me. I could not speak, just pointed back towards the darkness, babbling incoherently about a madman and a greenhouse. The police found the car still parked on the dirt road. They found the abandoned greenhouse. They found the freshly turned earth and the rusted markers. But they did not find Mark. No body, no blood trail leading away, just a single, thick leather gardening glove lying in the dirt near the door with a dark, wet stain on the palm. They searched for weeks, but he was gone, vanished into the night like a ghost. They told me he must have fled, that I was lucky to have escaped. But I know better. I know he is still out there, somewhere, tending to his horrifying garden. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind whispers through the trees, I can still hear his voice, soft and chilling, echoing in my mind, "No one's coming for you." And I wonder, sometimes, if the garden is still hungry, and if he is out there, looking for his next harvest. Let us step into the next part. So, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the profound silence, yet it cut through the air like a razor. Her eyes, those unnervingly bright green eyes, seemed to bore right through me, not just into me, but through me, as if she was looking at something on the other side. I could still smell the rich soil on her, a smell that, combined with the metallic tang, was starting to make my stomach churn. So, I managed to echo my voice, a thin, reedy thing I barely recognized as my own. My heart was thudding against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive quiet. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, to bolt, to get out of this place. But my feet felt rooted to the damp earth, and Sarah was standing too close, her presence a cold, solid wall between me and any path to safety. She did not move, did not even blink, just held my gaze. It felt like an eternity, though it was probably only a few seconds. Then, a slow, almost imperceptible smile. The same one that never quite reached. Her eyes spread across her lips. So, she repeated, this time with a different inflection, a hint of something predatory in her tone. We can finally talk. Truly talk. My mind was racing. Talk. About what? My life? Her life. The history of these godforsaken gardens. Nothing about this felt like a normal conversation. My eyes darted around the clearing, scanning the gnarled trees that clawed at the sky, the crumbling stone fountain that now, more than ever, looked like something out of a horror movie. The shadows were deepening, stretching long and distorted, making the already unsettling landscape even more menacing. Talk about what? Sarah, I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound normal like I was not on the verge of a full-blown panic attack. It is getting pretty late. Maybe we should head back. It is kind of cold out here. I hated how weak that sounded, how obvious my fear must have been. Her smile did not falter. Cold. Oh, it will get much colder. I assure you. She took another step closer, and I instinctively recoiled. A small, almost imperceptible flinch. She noticed. Her eyes seemed to gleam with a dark amusement. "Do not worry," she murmured, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I am not going to hurt you. Not yet. Anyway," the words hit me like a physical blow. Not yet, anyway. My blood ran even colder, if that was possible. This was not a joke. This was not some quirky, dark humor. This was real. The metallic, faintly sweet tang in the air suddenly intensified, making my nostrils flare. It was not just old blood. It was fresh blood. My imagination was not running wild. It was running for its life. What are you talking about? Sarah, I demanded, finding a desperate surge of anger to mask my terror. What is this? If this is some kind of sick joke, it is not funny. She tilted her head, like a curious bird observing an insect. Joke. Oh no, this is no joke. This is an exploration of truth, as I said. Her gaze dropped from my eyes, slowly trailing down my face, to my neck, then to my chest. It felt like a physical touch, a cold, probing finger. I shivered. Despite myself, the truth about what I pressed, trying to sound brave, trying to sound in control. But my voice was trembling, and I knew she could hear it. The truth about fear, she said, her voice soft, almost lyrical now. The truth about what makes us truly alive. The truth about the primal scream. She paused, then her gaze locked back onto mine. And the truth about what happens when that scream is finally silenced. My breath hitched in my throat. Silenced. The word hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. My eyes darted to the crumbling fountain again. It was not just old, it was stained. Dark reddish-brown stains marred the stone, almost camouflaged by the moss and grime. But now, under the deepening twilight, they stood out with horrifying clarity. My stomach lurched, and I had to swallow hard to keep from throwing up. "What are those stains?" I asked, pointing a trembling finger at the fountain. My voice was barely a whisper now. Sarah followed my gaze, a strange, almost wistful expression on her face. "Ah, the garden's history," she said, her tone almost affectionate. "So much life, so much death. It all comes back here, eventually. The earth is hungry, you know? It always wants more." She looked at me, her eyes glinting. And sometimes, it needs a little help. My mind was screaming. Get out. Get out now. Run. But where? The path we came from was swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Every shadow seemed to writhe and stretch, turning the familiar shapes of bushes and trees into monstrous, grasping claws. The silence was no longer profound. It was absolute, pressing in on my eardrums, making them ache. "I need to go," I said, my voice cracking. I took a tentative step backward, away from her, toward what I hoped was the path. Sarah took a step forward, closing the distance I would created. Her hand, gloved in what looked like dark leather, shot out and clamped onto my wrist. Her grip was surprisingly strong, like steel. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate for escape. "Not so fast," she said, her voice losing its soft, lyrical quality, becoming harder, colder. "We are just getting started. You agreed to meet me, remember? You were so eager for something different. Well, here it is." I struggled, trying to pull my arm free, but she held on tight. Panic surged, pure and unadulterated. "Let go of me." "Sarah, I am serious. This is not funny." Her grip tightened, her fingers digging into my flesh. "Oh, I am serious too," she said, a low chuckle rumbling in her chest. It was a sound utterly devoid of mirth, a chilling guttural noise, more serious than you can possibly imagine. She pulled me closer, forcing me to stumble. Her face was inches from mine, her green eyes wide and unblinking, reflecting the last sliver of fading light like a cat's in the dark. I could see the tiny capillaries in her irises, the faint, almost imperceptible tremor in her jaw. She was completely focused, completely absorbed. "You smell of fear," she whispered, her breath warm against my ear, a stark contrast to the cold grip on my wrist. "It is intoxicating." A wave of nausea washed over me. I tried to pull away again, but she was stronger than she looked. Desperation clawed at my throat. I had to do something. Anything. "What do you want?" I gasped, trying to twist my body, to kick, to break free. She ignored my question, her gaze fixed somewhere beyond me, then back to the fountain. "This place," she mused, her voice almost dreamy again. "It has a pulse, a rhythm, the rhythm of life and its abrupt cessation." She pulled me closer to the fountain, her grip unyielding. As we neared the stone basin, the metallic smell became overwhelming, almost coppery. I could see something glinting in the bottom of the fountain, half submerged in what looked like stagnant water and decaying leaves. My eyes strained in the dim light, trying to make sense of the shape. It was long and thin, with a curved end. A knife. A very large, very sharp knife. My blood ran cold for the 10th time that night. This was not just old blood on the fountain. This was a tool. And it was waiting. "No," I whimpered, the word barely escaping my lips. I dug my heels into the earth, resisting with every ounce of strength I had. "No. Sarah, please. Let me go." She chuckled again, that same horrifying, joyless sound. "Please." Oh, you will be saying "please" a lot more before the night is over. But it won't do you any good. With a sudden, powerful yank, she pulled me forward. I stumbled, my feet tangling, and I went down on my knees beside the fountain, splashing into the cold, murky water. The shock of the cold water, combined with the sight of that blade, jolted me into a desperate surge of adrenaline. I scrambled backward, trying to get away, but she was already there, towering over me. She released my wrist, and for a split second, I thought I had a chance. But then her hand was on my shoulder, pushing me down hard. My head slammed against the damp, moss-covered stone of the fountain's edge. Stars exploded behind my eyes. A searing pain shot through my skull. My vision blurred, and the world tilted. I tasted blood my own, where my lip had split against my teeth. "Stay still," she commanded, her voice suddenly sharp and utterly devoid of any pretense of friendliness. "Do not make this harder than it has to be." My head throbbed, but the pain cleared my mind, replacing the panic with a cold, desperate clarity. I was in serious danger. She was not just trying to scare me. She was going to do something. I heard the glinting object being pulled from the water. A soft shunk as it cleared the surface. I forced my eyes open, my vision still swimming, and looked up. Sarah was holding the knife. It was long, with a dark handle and a wicked, gleaming blade. Even in the fading light, I could see its razor-sharp edge. It was not just a knife, it was a machete, or something close to it, and it was dripping water, and something else, something dark and viscous that clung to the blade. "Beautiful is not it," she murmured, admiring the blade. Her reflection in its polished surface was distorted, monstrous. It has seen so much, felt so much. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst. This was it. This was how it ended. A Tinder date, in a forgotten garden, at dusk, with a woman holding a machete. The sheer absurdity of it would be comical if it was not my life hanging in the balance. I looked around frantically, searching for anything, any escape route, any weapon. My eyes fell on a loose, jagged piece of stone near the fountain's base. It was small, but maybe what are you gonna do? I choked out, my voice raw with terror. She turned her attention back to me, her green eyes alight with an unholy fervor. "I am going to set you free," she said, her voice almost gentle again, but it was a horrifying gentleness, like a predator soothing its prey. Free from the mundane, free from the lies, free from everything. As she raised the machete, slowly, deliberately, the air grew even colder. I could feel the chill radiating from the blade. This was it. This was the end. But then, a sound. A faint, distant sound. A siren. My head snapped up. It was far away, barely audible, but unmistakable. Police. Ambulance. It did not matter. It was hope. Sarah froze. Her head cocked, listening. Her eyes, which had been fixed on me with such intensity, now darted to the dark path that led out of the clearing. The siren grew a little louder, a mournful wail cutting through the oppressive silence. "No," she whispered, her voice laced with a sudden, furious frustration. "Not now. Not like this." The distraction was all I needed. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I lunged for the jagged stone. My fingers closed around it, sharp edges digging into my palm. It was heavier than I expected, a solid, rough chunk of rock. Sarah, momentarily distracted by the siren, had not anticipated my move. As she turned back to me, her eyes blazing with renewed anger, I brought the stone up with all my might and swung it, aiming for her head. It connected with a sickening thud, not on her head, but her shoulder. A grunt escaped her lips, and she stumbled backward, dropping the machete with a clang against the stone fountain. The blade skittered across the wet ground, coming to rest just inches from my outstretched hand. This was my chance. Ignoring the throbbing in my head and the pain in my wrist, I scrambled for the machete. My fingers closed around the dark, wet handle. It was heavy, but I gripped it tight. "You little fool," Sarah snarled, her voice a guttural growl. She lunged at me, surprisingly fast, despite the blow to her shoulder. I did not think. I reacted. As she came at me, I swung the machete, not with any intention to harm, just to create distance, to defend myself. The heavy blade sliced through the air with a faint whoosh. She dodged, narrowly avoiding the swing, and with that we move into the next one. You know that feeling, right? That slow, creeping dread that starts in your gut and climbs up your spine, whispering things your brain tries to shut down. That is exactly where I was, trapped in Mark's dark sedan, the city lights fading into nothing but an inky blackness. His words, "We are almost there," hung heavy in the air, a final nail in the coffin of my rapidly dwindling sanity. The car finally jolted to a stop. Not with a gentle hum, but a rough, almost violent shudder that sent a fresh wave of panic through me. We were in total darkness. I mean total, the kind of darkness where you can't even see your own hand in front of your face. A thick, suffocating blanket that swallowed every trace of light. The only sound was the engine ticking as it cooled. a lonely, metallic whisper in the vast, consuming quiet. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce through the gloom, but it was no use. Then, slowly, as my eyes adjusted to the absolute lack of light, a shape began to emerge against the faint, almost imperceptible glow of a sliver of moon. It was massive, jagged, and skeletal, the silhouette of the abandoned greenhouse Mark had promised. It looked less like a beautiful, private spot, and more like a decaying monster, its broken panes of glass glinting like missing teeth in a gaping maw. Overgrown vines snaked around its frame, making it look like it was being slowly strangled by the earth itself. Beautiful is not it. Mark's voice cut through the silence, eerily calm, almost reverent. He was not looking at me, but staring out at the monstrosity, a strange, almost loving expression on his face. It was completely at odds with the terror coiling in my stomach. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. Every fiber of my being screamed no, screamed danger. But the hypnotic pull he had exerted on me since the cafe, that strange, compelling glint in his eyes, still held me captive. I was paralyzed, a deer in the headlights, except the headlights were off and the predator was already in the car with me. The unsettling aroma from the car, that mix of earthy damp leaves, potting soil, and that metallic tang I could not place, was even stronger out here. It hung heavy in the humid night air, a cloying, sickly sweet smell that made my stomach churn. "We should get out," Mark said, his voice dropping to a low murmur, almost a whisper. He opened his door, and the interior light briefly flickered, casting his face in a harsh, fleeting glow. His eyes, those striking, bright blue eyes, held that challenging glint again, daring me to refuse, daring me to break free. I could not. My legs felt like lead. But I also knew, deep down, that staying in the car was no longer an option. He was not going to just drive me home. This was not a misunderstanding. This was something far, far worse. With a shaky breath, I unlatched my seatbelt and pushed open my door, stepping out into the suffocating darkness. The ground under my feet was uneven, a mix of packed dirt and what felt like loose gravel, crunching ominously with every step. Mark was already walking towards the greenhouse, his figure, a dark silhouette against the barely visible structure. He moved with a strange grace, almost like he belonged here, like this desolate, decaying place was his natural habitat. I stumbled along behind him, my eyes frantically scanning the surroundings, hoping for some sign of a road, a house, anything. But there was nothing. Just us, the car, and the looming, skeletal greenhouse. The entrance was a set of massive, rusted double doors, barely clinging to their hinges. Mark pushed one open, and the sound of protesting metal shrieked through the night, a sound that made me flinch and my teeth ache. Inside, it was even darker, if that was possible. The air was thick and heavy, humid and warm, carrying the same earthy, metallic scent, but intensified, almost suffocating. The silence inside was different too, not the wide-open silence of the night, but a close, oppressive quiet, punctuated by the drip, drip, drip of water from somewhere within. "Watch your step," Mark said, his voice echoing strangely in the enclosed space. He pulled out a small, powerful flashlight from his pocket, flicking it on. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing a chaotic, nightmarish landscape. Tropical plants, long abandoned, had run wild, their massive leaves and thorny branches forming an impenetrable jungle. Broken panes of glass littered the floor, glinting malevolently in the flashlight's beam. Moonlight filtered in through some of the larger gaps in the roof, casting ghostly, shifting patterns on the tangled growth. It was like stepping into a forgotten world, a place where nature had reclaimed its territory with a vengeance, but something else, something unnatural, had also taken root. "It is incredible, is not it?" Mark murmured, his voice laced with a genuine awe that was sickening to hear. The way life persists, even in decay. The struggle, the triumph. He swept the flashlight beam around, illuminating massive, fleshy leaves, thick vines that looked like python coils, and strange, alien-looking flowers that bloomed in the humid darkness. But also, the way things returned to the earth. The cycle. He paused, turning the beam to me. His eyes were wide, glittering in the reflected light, and his smile was slow, unblinking. Everything returns. Eventually. My heart was a frantic hummingbird in my chest. I tried to speak, to ask a question, to break the spell, but my throat was dry, my tongue thick. All I could manage was a choked sound. Mark did not seem to notice, or perhaps he did not care. He just started walking deeper into the greenhouse, his flashlight beam dancing ahead, illuminating a path through the dense undergrowth that seemed almost too clear, too well trodden. I followed, my feet crunching on broken glass and fallen leaves, every sound amplified in the oppressive quiet. The air grew thicker, hotter, the metallic tang becoming so strong it burned the back of my throat. It was the smell of a slaughterhouse, of iron, of blood. My mind screamed the word, but my mouth could not form it. I tried to tell myself it was just the old pipes, the rust, the decaying vegetation. But a cold, hard knot of certainty was forming in my stomach. We walked for what felt like an eternity, through twisting corridors of overgrown plants, past crumbling brick walls and discarded, rusted gardening tools. Each step was a battle against my own screaming instincts, a forced march deeper into the heart of my nightmare. Then Mark stopped. He swept the flashlight beam to a clearing in the center of the greenhouse, a space that was strangely devoid of the rampant plant growth. What I saw made my blood run cold. In the center of the clearing was a makeshift table, fashioned from old wooden planks and cinder blocks. On it, laid out with chilling precision, were tools, not gardening tools. These were different, sharp, gleaming blades, some hooked, some straight, glinting ominously in the flashlight's beam. There were also smaller, more delicate instruments, like surgical scalpels, and a coil of thin, strong rope. Next to the table, the ground looked disturbed, freshly turned earth, darker than the surrounding soil. And scattered around the edges of the clearing, partially hidden by the shadows, were dark, irregular stains on the concrete floor. Stains that looked exactly like dried blood. My breath hitched. My entire body went rigid. I could not move, could not speak, could not even scream. My eyes darted from the tools to the disturbed earth, to the stains, and then, finally, to Mark. He was watching me, his face illuminated by the upward sweep of the flashlight beam. That slow, knowing smile was back, stretching his lips but never reaching his eyes. Those bright blue eyes were fixed on my face, analyzing every flicker of terror. "You mentioned Costa Rica," he began, his voice still that low, calm murmur, but now with an unsettling edge. Being lost. The raw, unadulterated fear. He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled. It is a powerful thing, is not it? That primal instinct. The fight, the flight, the freeze. He gestured around the clearing with a sweep of his hand, encompassing the tools, the disturbed earth, the stains. This place, it really brings it out. The essence of it all. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper that prickled my skin. The human body is an amazing machine, but it is also incredibly fragile, and when it breaks down, when it returns to the earth, the cycle is complete. It is beautiful, in its own way, to witness that final transformation. He paused, letting his words sink in, letting the full horror of what he was implying wash over me. You see, some people find beauty in art, in music. I find it in process, in the raw, unfiltered truth of existence, and its inevitable end. The metallic tang in the air was no longer a question mark. It was blood, fresh blood, old blood, the smell of death and decay mixed with the humid sweetness of the tropical plants. My mind, which had been desperately trying to rationalize, to find an innocent explanation, finally shattered. There was no misunderstanding. There was no escape. I was trapped with a monster. Who are you? I finally choked out, the words barely a whisper, my voice trembling uncontrollably. Mark's smile widened, a truly chilling sight. Just someone who appreciates the finer things in life. The natural order, the way things are meant to be. He took another step towards me, and I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated panic. My legs, which had been frozen moments before, suddenly surged with adrenaline. I did not think. I just reacted. I spun around, desperate to escape, to find an exit, any exit. I pushed my way through the dense foliage, the sharp leaves and thorny branches tearing at my skin, but I barely felt it. All I could hear was the frantic pounding of my own heart, and Mark's calm voice calling out behind me, "Where are you going?" The cycle is not complete yet. I stumbled, tripped and scrambled over roots and broken glass, my mind screaming for a way out. The darkness was my enemy, and my only cover. I tried to pull out my phone, but my hands were shaking so violently I dropped it. It skittered across the concrete floor and disappeared into the shadows. Useless. I was truly alone. "You can't leave," Mark's voice echoed, closer now. "Not yet. We just got started." I could hear his footsteps behind me, calm and measured, a stark contrast to my own frantic, stumbling flight. He was not running, he was stalking. I pushed through a particularly thick curtain of vines, bursting into another section of the greenhouse. This one was even more dilapidated, with gaping holes in the roof and walls, letting in slivers of moonlight that cast long, distorted shadows. I saw a door, a heavy metal door, rusted and partially buried under debris. Hope surged through me, a desperate, fleeting spark. I threw myself at it, digging my fingers into the cold, rough metal, trying to pry it open. It would not budge. It was locked, or rusted shut, or both. I clawed at it, whimpering, my nails breaking against the unyielding surface. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder. My breath hitched. I froze. The metallic scent was overpowering now, mixed with his own faint, musky odor. I slowly turned my head, dreading what I would see. Mark stood directly behind me, his face inches from mine. His eyes were wide. Glittering in that slow, unsettling smile was stretched across his face. He was not even breathing heavily. "I told you," he whispered, his voice dangerously soft. "The cycle is not complete." He gripped my shoulder tighter, his fingers digging into my flesh surprisingly strong. "You are fighting it. That is good. It makes the experience more vivid." My mind raced, searching for any way out, any distraction. My eyes darted around, landing on a broken piece of glass, jagged and sharp, lying near my feet. It was my only chance. "Why?" I gasped, trying to buy myself a second, trying to distract him. "Why are you doing this?" He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Because it is beautiful. Because it is natural. Because it is. Art, and you, my dear, are about to become a part of my masterpiece." As he spoke, he started to reach for my neck, his fingers splaying, ready to grip. This was it, the moment of truth, with a surge of adrenaline-fueled desperation. I stomped down with my foot, aiming for the jagged piece of glass. My shoe connected, sending the shards skittering. I did not hesitate. I kicked it up, catching it in my hand, the sharp edge digging into my palm, but I barely registered the pain. In one fluid, desperate motion, I brought the shard up, slashing wildly, aiming for anywhere, anything. It connected with his arm, a sickening rip of fabric and flesh. Mark hissed, a sharp intake of breath, and his grip on my shoulder loosened for a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. I shoved him back with all my might, pushing him off balance. He stumbled, cursing under his breath. I did not look back. I just ran blindly, fueled by pure terror and the sudden, overwhelming will to survive. I burst through another patch of overgrown plants, my eyes frantically searching for anything, any opening. I saw it then, a glimmer of light, not from the moon, but something brighter, more distant. A small, broken window high up on the wall, barely big enough to squeeze through. It was now or never. I scrambled up a pile of crumbling bricks and rusted metal, pulling myself higher, my fingers tearing on the rough surfaces. I could hear Mark behind me again, his footsteps faster now, his desperate resistance. He was angry. I was going to die if I did not get out. With a superhuman effort, I pulled myself onto the narrow ledge of the window. The glass was mostly gone, leaving jagged teeth around the frame. I squeezed my body through, scraping my skin, tearing my clothes, but ignoring the pain. My head was through, then my shoulders, then my chest. I could feel the cold night air on my face, a blessed relief after the suffocating humidity of the greenhouse. You won't get away. Mark roared, his voice filled with a chilling fury. I heard him scrambling up the pile of debris behind me, his hands grabbing at my ankles. I screamed, a raw, primal sound of terror, and kicked out with all my might. My foot connected with something solid, and I heard a grunt of pain. His grip loosened again. I gave one final, desperate push, tumbling out of the window and falling to the ground outside. I landed hard, the impact jarring every bone in my body. But I did not stop. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain, ignoring the scrapes and bruises. I just ran. I ran through the darkness, through the uneven terrain, my lungs burning, my legs screaming, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. I ran until I collapsed, gasping for air, clutching my chest. The image of Mark's enraged face burned into my mind. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, shivering, sobbing, my body racked with tremors. Slowly, painstakingly, I forced myself up. I stumbled through what felt like an endless field, finally seeing the faint, distant glow of city lights on the horizon. It gave me a renewed burst of adrenaline, and I pushed myself forward, one agonizing step after another. I do not know how long I ran, or how far. But eventually, I saw a road, and then, mercifully, a gas station, its fluorescent lights, a beacon of safety in the terrifying darkness. I stumbled inside, a wild, disheveled mess, my clothes torn, my skin bleeding, my eyes wide with unspeakable horror. The startled clerk stared at me, probably thinking I was a madwoman. "Call the police," I gasped, my voice hoarse, barely audible. He is in a greenhouse. He tried to... The words would not come. The trauma was too fresh, too raw. The police came. They listened to my frantic, disjointed story. Their faces grim. They took me to the hospital, where I was treated for cuts, bruises, and shock. And then they went to the abandoned greenhouse. They found it, just as I described. The makeshift table, the tools, the disturbed earth, the dark stains. They found evidence, enough to confirm my terrifying ordeal was not a delusion. They found other things too, things they would not tell me in detail, but their somber expressions spoke volumes. The greenhouse was a graveyard, a place where Mark had carried out his art. Mark, however, was gone. They found traces of his blood near the window where I escaped, but he had vanished into the night. They launched a full investigation, a manhunt for a serial killer they now knew was out there. It has been months since that night. I am safe, physically, but the psychological scars run deep. I can't sleep in the dark. The smell of damp earth or metallic tang sends me into a cold sweat. I delete all my dating apps. The idea of trusting a stranger, of ever letting my guard down again, feels impossible. They never caught Mark. He is still out there, somewhere. A ghost in the shadows. A predator who found his victims through the mundane world of online dating. Every time I hear a news report about a missing person, a cold knot forms in my stomach. Every time I see a dark, nondescript sedan, my heart leaps into my throat. I survived that night, but a part of me never truly left that abandoned greenhouse. It is a constant reminder of how easily life can turn into a nightmare, how quickly hope can curdle into terror, and how sometimes the monsters are not hiding under your bed, but smiling at you across a cafe table, their eyes holding a challenging glint, inviting you to become part of their chilling masterpiece. And you know, sometimes, you foolishly agree. Let us continue the journey with another story as we walk towards the gaping entrance. A strange smell hit me, damp earth, but something else too, something metallic and sweet, like old blood, or maybe just rust and stagnant water. I tried to push it out of my mind, telling myself it was just a consequence of an old, abandoned building. Leo, still smiling, seemed not to notice, or perhaps he was just very good at pretending not to. "This place is incredible, right?" he said, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space just beyond the threshold. He pulled out a powerful, tactical-looking flashlight from his backpack, its beam cutting a stark path through the gloom. My little phone flashlight would have been useless here. Inside, the air was cold and still, heavy with dust and the persistent, unsettling odor. Broken windows were like missing teeth in the building's skeletal jaw, letting in slivers of weak, late-afternoon light. Debris was everywhere: shattered glass, crumbling concrete, rusted pipes hanging like severed veins. Every step we took sent dust motes dancing in Leo's powerful beam, and the sound of our shoes on the gritty floor echoed unnervingly. "Watch your step," Leo cautioned, turning his charming smile on me. "It is a bit of a maze in here, but that is part of the adventure." Adventure. Right. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to run back to my car, to ignore Leo's handsome face and smooth words. But curiosity, that insidious little devil, still held me captive. And a part of me, a very foolish part, still wanted to believe this was just an eccentric, exciting date. Leo led the way, navigating the treacherous terrain with an unnerving familiarity. He pointed out rusted machinery, remnants of a forgotten industrial past, making them sound like ancient artifacts. "See the beauty in the decay," he would say, his voice hushed with reverence. "The way nature reclaims what man abandons." I tried to nod along, tried to appreciate the aesthetic he was so passionate about. But my eyes kept darting into the deeper shadows, listening for sounds beyond our own. The building felt alive in a disturbing way, groaning and creaking with unseen movements. The damp earth smell, now mixed with something acrid, almost chemical, seemed to cling to my clothes. "So what exactly is your project here?" I asked, trying to sound casual, hoping to glean some concrete information. His Tinder bio had been so vague. He paused, shining his flashlight up into a collapsed ceiling, illuminating a network of twisted rebar. "Oh, you know," he said, his voice a little too light. "Just exploring, documenting, capturing the essence of forgotten spaces. It is a long-term thing." He did not elaborate, and before I could press him, he was moving again, leading me deeper into the labyrinth. We climbed a series of metal stairs, their treads groaning under our weight. Dust billowed with each step. Higher up, the light was even dimmer, fading into true darkness. Leo's flashlight became our only guide, a tunnel of light in an ocean of black. My breath hitched in my throat. I felt a growing sense of claustrophobia. Despite the vastness of the building, "Almost there," Leo said, turning to grin at me. His teeth looked unnaturally white in the harsh beam of his light. "The views from the top floor are incredible at sunset. Trust me." I forced a smile back, trying to convince myself that everything was fine. He seemed normal, friendly, but a tiny, persistent voice in the back of my head whispered, that something was very, very wrong. As we ascended another flight of stairs, I heard it. A faint sound, almost imperceptible over the creaks and groans of the building. A soft, rhythmic thump. It sounded organic. My blood ran cold. What was that? I whispered, stopping dead on the stairs. Leo paused, his head cocked to one side. What? That sound? I insisted, like a thumping. He chuckled, a low, reassuring sound. Probably just the wind. Sarah. Or a rat. This place is full of them. He resumed climbing, leaving me standing there, my heart hammering. It did not sound like the wind, and it definitely did not sound like a rat. It sounded heavier. We reached a landing that opened into a vast, open space on the 3rd floor. The ceiling here was mostly intact, and through a series of large, grimy windows, I could see the faint blush of the setting sun painting the horizon. It was a breathtaking view, even through the dirt-caked glass. For a fleeting moment, I almost forgot my fear. See, Leo said, gesturing grandly with his free hand, told you it was worth it. He walked over to one of the windows, pulling out a small portable tripod and a high-end camera from his backpack. He fiddled with it, setting it up. I watched him, trying to calm my nerves, but the metallic, sickly sweet smell seemed stronger up here. And the thump was still there, faint but undeniable, seeming to come from deeper within this floor. So, you take pictures? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Among other things, he replied, not looking at me. His voice was casual, but there was a subtle tension in his shoulders, a stiffness that had not been there before. He adjusted the camera lens. I like to capture the raw energy of these places. The forgotten narratives. I walked over to a different window, trying to put some distance between us, to give myself space to think. My phone was still dead, a useless brick in my pocket. I felt completely cut off, isolated. The city lights were just a distant glimmer on the horizon, too far to offer any comfort. As I stood there, my eyes scanning the desolate landscape outside, I noticed something on the floor near my feet. It was partially obscured by a fallen beam, but I could make out a dark, irregular stain on the concrete. It looked recent, and the color it was a deep, rusty brown. My stomach churned. Leo, I said, my voice barely a whisper. What is this? He did not answer immediately. He was still fiddling with his camera. Just rust, probably. Or old oil spills, he said, his voice strangely flat. But it did not look like rust. And it definitely did not look like oil. It looked like dry blood. A cold dread, colder than the air in the building, spread through me. I took a step back, my eyes darting around the expansive, dusty room. That is when I saw it. Tucked away in a dimly lit corner, behind a stack of crumbling pallets, was a large, industrial-sized tarp. It was not neatly folded. It was crumpled, as if it had been used recently and then hastily discarded. And peeking out from under it, just barely, was a glint of metal. Not rust, but something shiny. Something too clean for this place. My heart was now a jackhammer in my chest. This was not right. None of this was right. The smell, the faint thumping, the stain, the tarp. This was not urban exploration. I think I should go, I said, turning to face Leo. My voice was shaky, but I tried to project a sense of calm. I did not feel. It is getting late, and I have an early start tomorrow. He slowly lowered his camera, turning to look at me. The charming smile was gone. His face was unreadable in the dim light. His eyes dark, unblinking. Already, he said, his voice still casual, but with an underlying edge that made the hairs on my arms stand up. But we just got here. You have not seen the best part yet. No, really. I should. I insisted, taking another step back, instinctively moving towards the stairs. We would come up. My escape route. He took a step towards me, then another. Do not be silly. Sarah. The sunset is not even finished. And I have something to show you. Something truly unique. His gaze was intense, predatory. The playful glint in his eyes was replaced by something cold and calculating. The air in the room seemed to thicken, pressing in on me. What is it? Leo? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I was terrified, but I needed to know. I needed to understand what I had stumbled into. He did not answer with words. Instead, he reached into his backpack again, but this time he did not pull out a camera. He pulled out a length of thick, coiled rope, and then a roll of duct tape. My breath caught in my throat. This was it. My gut had been screaming at me from the start, and I had ignored it. No. I was trapped. What are you doing? I gasped, backing away quickly, my eyes wide with terror. He took another step, the rope dangling from his hand. His face was completely devoid of emotion now, a chilling mask, just preparing for our next adventure. Sarah, he said, his voice a low, guttural rumble that sent shivers down my spine. A more intimate one. I spun around, adrenaline surging through me, and bolted for the stairs. My feet pounded on the concrete, echoing loudly in the vast space. I could hear Leo's footsteps behind me, heavy and deliberate, not a desperate chase, but a confident pursuit. He was not running, he was stalking. I fumbled for the stairs, my hands scrambling for the rusted metal railing. The thump sound was louder now, closer. It was coming from the floor below, or maybe even in a room connected to this one. Sarah, Leo's voice boomed, amplified by the acoustics of the building. Do not be foolish. You can't escape. I did not look back. I flew down the stairs, 2 steps at a time, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. My mind was a blur of panic, but one thought cut through it all: get out, get out, get out. I reached the second-floor landing and almost tripped over a pile of debris. I regained my footing, my eyes frantically searching for an exit. Any exit. The general direction of my car was still etched in my mind, but the building was a confusing maze of walls and shadows. The thumping sound was incredibly loud now, a sickening, rhythmic beat. And then I heard another sound, faint but unmistakable. A muffled whimper. A human sound. My blood ran cold. He was not just an urban explorer. He was something else entirely. Something monstrous. I pushed forward, bursting into another large room. This one was even darker, the windows boarded up. I could barely see anything. I fumbled for my phone, instinctively, desperately, knowing it was useless, but needing something. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light sliced through the darkness, blinding me. It was Leo's flashlight. He was right behind me. Found you, he said, his voice devoid of any warmth, any pretense. It was flat, chillingly calm. I gasped, spinning around, my arms raised to shield my eyes. He was closer than I thought, a dark silhouette against the powerful beam. I could see the rope still in his hand, a menacing coil. I ducked, scrambling to my left, trying to get around him, but he anticipated my move. He lunged, his hand grabbing for my arm. I screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure terror, and wrenched myself free, tearing my sleeve in the process. I heard a thud as something hit the floor behind me. Had he dropped the rope? I did not wait to find out. I ran, blindly, into the deeper darkness of the room. My foot connected with something soft, and I stumbled, falling hard onto my hands and knees. A sickening wave of nausea washed over me. The smell was overpowering here, the damp earth, the metallic sweetness, and now something else. Something putrid, As I pushed myself up, my hand brushed against something wet and slick on the floor. I recoiled, pulling my hand back, but not before my fingers registered the texture. It was like cold, congealed fat. And then, in the faint light filtering from the room behind me, I saw it. It was a shoe. A woman's shoe. And next to it, partially obscured by a stained sheet, was what looked like a human hand. Pale, still, and undeniably detached. A scream tore from my throat, louder, more visceral than before. It was not just a psycho date. This was a grave. This was a slaughterhouse. No, no, no. I sobbed, scrambling backward, away from the horrifying discovery. Leo's flashlight beam found me again, pinning me in its harsh light. He was standing over me, his face grim, his eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. He had picked up the rope again. "You were not supposed to see that, Sarah," he said, his voice a low growl. "But now you know, and now you will join them." My mind raced, every fiber of my being screaming for survival. I could not fight him. He was bigger, stronger, and he had a plan. My only chance was to run, to escape this living nightmare. I saw a faint glimmer of light in the distance, through a gap in the wall. An opening, a possible way out. It looked like a broken window, or maybe a collapsed section of the wall that led to the outside. It was a gamble, but it was my only hope. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I launched myself up, ignoring the pain in my scraped knees and hands. I did not look at Leo. I did not look at the horrors on the floor. I just ran towards that glimmer of light. "Get back here," Leo roared, his voice losing its calm, becoming truly menacing. I heard his heavy footsteps pounding behind me, closer this time. I slammed into the gap, shards of glass scraping my arm as I squeezed through. The opening was smaller than I thought, a tight fit. I pushed, clawed, and wriggled, my clothes snagging on jagged edges. I could feel Leo's hands grabbing at my legs, trying to pull me back. "No. Let me go," I screamed, kicking wildly. My foot connected with something solid, and I heard a grunt of pain from Leo. It gave me the precious second I needed. I burst through the opening, tumbling onto a pile of rubble outside the building. The air hit me cold, fresh, and unbelievably sweet after the stench inside. I tasted dirt and blood in my mouth, but I did not care. I was outside. I scrambled to my feet, not daring to look back, and ran. I ran like I had never run before, stumbling over rocks and debris, tearing through overgrown weeds and thorny bushes. The darkness was setting in fast, but I could make out the faint outline of the overgrown parking lot ahead. My car, my escape. I heard Leo's furious shouts behind me, closer than I wanted. He was out of the building, pursuing me. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed harder, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I burst into the parking lot, my eyes scanning frantically for my car. There it was, a dark silhouette amidst the tall weeds. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently, I almost dropped them. My fingers brushed against the smooth metal, a beacon of hope. I jammed the key into the lock, my heart in my throat. It clicked. I yanked the door open, threw myself inside, and slammed the door shut, locking it instantly. I could hear Leo's heavy footsteps getting closer, closer. I fumbled with the ignition, my hands shaking so badly I could not get the key in. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. "Come on, come on." I sobbed, tears streaming down my face. And then a hand slammed against my window, right next to my head. Leo's face, contorted with rage, glared at me through the glass. His eyes were black pits of fury. He started yanking at the door handle, trying to force it open. The car rocked with his efforts. I screamed, finally getting the key into the ignition. I turned it, the engine sputtering, then roaring to life. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel and floored it. Leo stumbled back, barely avoiding being hit. I did not look at him, did not look back at the horrifying building. I just drove, speeding out of the parking lot, onto the desolate dirt road, leaving the nightmare behind. I did not slow down until I saw the first distant city lights, a shimmering promise of safety. My phone still had no signal, but I knew I was getting closer to civilization. I pulled over to the side of the road, my body shaking uncontrollably, and let out a guttural sob that tore from my chest. I had escaped, but the metallic, sickly sweet smell, the thump, and the image of that detached hand would forever be burned into my memory. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that Leo was still out there. Still charming, still looking for his next adventure, his next victim, just waiting for another unsuspecting person to ignore their gut feeling and swipe right. The next story is ready to begin. The staircase finally opened into a vast, circular chamber. My flashlight beam, already struggling against the oppressive darkness, now felt like a dying ember against the sheer scale of the space. It was enormous, far larger than I could have imagined from the cramped descent. The air here was colder, heavier, and the metallic, acrid stench of old blood and ozone was so thick it felt like I was breathing in rusted nails. My light danced nervously, revealing crumbling concrete walls that stretched upward into an unseen ceiling, disappearing into an inky abyss. Black mold bloomed in grotesque patterns, looking like ancient, monstrous carvings in the dim light. And in the very center of this colossal chamber, bathed in the anemic glow of my trembling flashlight, was it? It was not a machine, not exactly. It was not an altar, not in the traditional sense. It was a structure, a massive, cylindrical column of what looked like rough-hewn, dark gray stone, easily 30 feet tall and 15 feet in diameter. But it was not just stone. Embedded within its surface, almost fused into the rock, were sections of corroded, blackened metal, thick cables snaking around it like petrified vines, and what looked like tarnished, unidentifiable dials and gauges, all frozen in time. The entire thing pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible hum, a low thrumming that vibrated through the very floor and up into my bones. My gaze traveled down the column, finding a base that was wider, almost like a pedestal, and around it a circular trench carved into the concrete floor. The trench was not empty. It was filled with a viscous, dark liquid that reflected my flashlight beam dully. It looked like oil, but the smell was wrong. It was metallic, cloying, and mixed with something else, something deeply organic and putrid. And floating within it, half submerged, were shapes indistinguishable, but unsettling. I did not want to know what they were. My mind screamed at me to not know. Mark, however, seemed utterly unfazed. He released the small of my back and stepped past me, his footsteps echoing unnaturally in the vast space. He moved towards the central column with an almost reverent pace, his head tilted back, gazing up at the dark monstrosity. The faint smirk was back, wider now, a look of unbridled awe and something far more disturbing. "Magnificent, is not it?" he whispered, his voice a low rumble that seemed to be swallowed by the chamber's vastness. A monument to human ambition and human folly. I stood frozen, my flashlight still pointed at the column, my hand shaking so hard the beam jumped and swayed. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. What is this place? Mark. I managed, my voice thin and reedy, barely audible even to myself. He turned slowly, his eyes, dark and unreadable in the dim light, fixed on me. "This, my dear," he said, a chilling warmth in his tone, "is what happens when you try to bridge the gap between worlds. When you reach for what is not meant to be touched." He gestured vaguely at the column. They called it the Starlight Engine, a device to harness cosmic energy, to open pathways to other dimensions. They wanted to tap into the void, to bring back knowledge. My blood ran cold. I whispered. Who are they? Mark chuckled. A dry, unsettling sound. A secret society, a clandestine government project. Does it really matter? What matters is what they found. What matters is what they unleashed. My mind was racing, desperately trying to make sense of this. This could not be real. This had to be some elaborate prank, some twisted LARP. But the smell, the cold, the sheer crushing reality of the place argued against it. Unleashed what? Mark. He took another step towards the column, his eyes never leaving it. Something hungry, something ancient, something that lives in the spaces between stars, in the dark corners of the universe. They thought they could control it. They thought they could study it. They were wrong. As he spoke, my flashlight beam finally settled on something else. Something at the base of the column, just above the dark, oily trench. There were chains, thick, rusted, industrial-grade chains, bolted directly into the stone, and attached to these chains, lying in a heap of tattered dark fabric, and what looked like dried viscera were bones. Human bones. Not just one skeleton, but several, intertwined, some gnawed clean, others still clinging to scraps of blackened flesh. The air caught in my throat. The reddish-brown streaks on the walls, the acrid stench of old blood. It all clicked into place with a sickening thud. This was not just a deserted bunker. This was a tomb. A charnel house. Mark. I choked out, taking a step back, my foot scraping against the concrete floor. The sound was deafening in the silence. What is this? What have you done? He finally turned to face me fully, his expression shifting. The awe was still there, but now it was mixed with a disturbing intensity, an almost manic gleam in his eyes. I have not done anything. Not yet. I am merely continuing their work, or rather correcting their mistakes. He patted the military-style backpack slung over his shoulder. The weight of it, the glint of the bolt cutters I would glimpsed, suddenly felt like a physical threat. Correcting what mistakes? My voice was barely a whisper now, my entire body trembling. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but where? The heavy metal door was sealed behind us, the spiraling staircase, a dizzying climb back into the unknown woods. They tried to contain it, he explained, gesturing at the column. They built this entire facility to keep it dormant, to starve it. But you can't starve something that feeds on existence itself. You can only give it a taste, and then it learns. It waits. He took a step towards me, his eyes piercing through the gloom. It waits for someone to be willing. My blood ran cold, turning to ice in my veins. My mind, usually quick and sharp, felt sluggish, trapped in a nightmare. Willing for what? Mark's smirk widened, revealing a flash of teeth in the dim light. To help it truly awaken. To provide it with what it needs to fully manifest. To feed it. He took another step, closing the distance between us. The air around him seemed to grow colder, charged with a palpable malevolence that was not just coming from the structure. It was coming from him. You see, he continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, the Starlight Engine was not just for opening portals. It was designed to amplify, to focus, to draw energy from living things, especially those brimming with fear, with despair, with life. His gaze swept over me, a calculating, predatory look that made my skin crawl. And you, my dear, are absolutely radiant right now. The realization hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. The Tinder date, the charm, the proprietary shove, the bolt cutters, the deep woods, the sealed door. He had not brought me here for a second date. He had brought me here as a sacrifice. No, I breathed, the word a desperate plea. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. My flashlight beam, still held aloft, danced wildly, illuminating the horror of the bones, the dark liquid, the monstrous column, and Mark's chillingly calm face. He lunged. It was not a wild, savage attack. It was precise, swift, and utterly efficient. Before I could even fully react, his hand shot out, grabbing my wrist, twisting it sharply. A jolt of pain shot up my arm, and my powerful flashlight clattered to the concrete floor, rolling away, its beam now pointing uselessly at the ceiling, leaving us in even deeper shadow. "Do not make this difficult." Mark's voice was low, devoid of any charm, replaced by a chilling pragmatism. He yanked my arm, pulling me off balance. I struggled, kicking, screaming, a raw, primal sound that was swallowed by the vast chamber. My nails raked against his arm, but he did not flinch, did not even seem to notice. His grip was like iron. He dragged me towards the central column, towards the gruesome pile of bones and the dark, oily trench. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated terror. I thrashed wildly, desperate to break free, but he was too strong, too determined. He moved with a practiced ease, as if he had done this countless times before. "It is almost time," he muttered, more to himself than to me, his eyes fixed on the column. "It has been waiting, starved. But not for much longer." My foot caught on something and I fell, hitting the concrete hard. The impact jarred my teeth, but I barely registered the pain. Mark did not let go. He simply hauled me back up, pulling me closer to the base of the column. My eyes darted around, searching for anything, any weapon, any escape. The walls were too far, too smooth. The door was a distant memory. As he pulled me closer, I could feel a subtle vibration emanating from the stone column, a low hum that grew stronger, deeper, resonating in my chest. The air grew colder still, and the stench of decay and ozone intensified, making my eyes water and my throat burn. My breath hitched as I saw something new at the base of the column, something my flashlight had not fully revealed. It was a shallow depression, a basin carved into the stone, directly above the oily trench. And within it, glinting dully in the faint reflected light from my fallen flashlight, were more chains, smaller, finer, but clearly meant for restraint. Mark finally stopped, holding me firmly with one arm, his other hand reaching into his backpack. My heart leaped into my throat. The bolt cutters. He did not pull out the bolt cutters. Instead, he produced a thick coil of rope, dark and heavy. My stomach dropped. He was going to tie me. "This is for its awakening," Mark said, his voice almost a drone now, as if he were reciting a sacred text. "A conduit, a bridge, and you, my dear, are the perfect offering." He began to expertly loop the rope around my wrists, pulling them together with terrifying efficiency. I screamed again, a guttural, desperate sound, struggling with every ounce of strength I had left. "You are insane. Let me go. Please." He ignored me, his focus entirely on the task at hand. The rope tightened, cutting into my skin. As he worked on my ankles, his back was momentarily turned to the column. It was a tiny window, a sliver of opportunity. My eyes, wide with terror, scanned the floor. My flashlight was still rolling, its beam now casting strange, elongated shadows. But something else. Just a few feet away, lying half hidden in the gloom, was a loose piece of concrete, jagged and heavy. It must have broken off from the crumbling wall. With a surge of adrenaline, I kicked out, not at Mark, but towards the concrete slab. My foot connected, sending the piece skittering across the floor, making a sharp, clattering sound. Mark paused, his head cocking slightly. "What was that?" he murmured, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Before he could fully turn, I gathered every ounce of strength. Every last drop of terror fueled adrenaline, and lunged forward, headbutting him with all my might. It was not a clean hit, but it was enough. His head snapped back, a grunt escaping his lips, and his grip on my arm loosened, just for a second. It was all I needed. I tore my arm free, stumbling back, my wrists still bound, but my legs free. Mark staggered, shaking his head, a dark scowl on his face. "You should not have done that," he snarled, his voice losing its calm, becoming edged with genuine anger. "You are not getting me," I shrieked, scrambling backward, my eyes fixed on the distant dark opening of the staircase. It was a long shot, but it was the only shot. He moved quickly, faster than I expected, cutting off my path to the stairs. He was between me and any hope of escape. My heart plummeted. I was trapped, but as he moved, a faint, almost imperceptible shift occurred in the air around the central column. The low hum intensified, a deeper, more resonant thrum. A faint, greenish light, like phosphorescence, began to pulse from the metal sections embedded in the stone, casting eerie, shifting patterns on the surrounding walls. Mark stopped, momentarily distracted by the column's awakening. His eyes widened, a look of almost childlike wonder replacing his anger. "It is responding," he breathed, a manic grin spreading across his face. "It feels you. It is hungry." This was my chance. With my bound hands, I fumbled blindly on the floor, my fingers brushing against cold, rough concrete, then something smooth and metallic. My flashlight. I snatched it up, my fingers closing around its familiar weight. It was still on, its beam pointing at the ceiling, but I quickly reoriented it, pointing it directly at Mark. "Stay away from me," I screamed, my voice raw. The sudden blast of light in his eyes made him flinch, his hands coming up reflexively. It was momentarily blinded. I did not hesitate. With my bound hands, I swung the heavy flashlight like a club, aiming for his head. It connected with a sickening thud, a dull crack that echoed in the vast chamber. Mark cried out, a sharp, pained sound, and stumbled back, clutching his temple. Blood immediately bloomed between his fingers, dark against his pale skin. "You bitch!" he roared, his voice laced with pain and fury. But I did not wait. I turned and ran, not for the stairs, but for the opposite side of the chamber, away from him, away from the column, just away. My bound wrists made it awkward, but adrenaline propelled me forward. The green light from the column pulsed brighter, faster now, casting grotesque shadows that stretched and twisted around me. The air grew thick, heavy, like trying to run through water. I heard Mark recover, heard his heavy footsteps behind me, gaining. "You can't escape," he yelled, his voice distorted by pain and rage. "It won't let you. It wants you." As I ran, my eyes darted around, desperate for any hiding place. The crumbling walls offered nothing. But then, a flicker of movement. A dark shadow deeper in the chamber caught my eye. It was not just a shadow. It was a recess, a small dark opening in the wall, half obscured by a fallen slab of concrete. It looked like a maintenance tunnel, or a utility shaft. Small, dark, probably a dead end, but better than being caught. I threw myself towards it, scrambling over the fallen debris, scraping my knees and hands on the rough concrete. The opening was narrow, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. I pushed, shoved, my bound wrists making it difficult to get leverage. Behind me, Mark was closing in. I could hear his heavy breathing, the thud of his boots. The green light from the column intensified, now a blinding, pulsating beacon, and the hum had become a deep, resonant growl that vibrated through the very air. Just as I managed to squeeze my head and shoulders through the opening, a searing pain erupted in my back. Mark had caught me, his hand clamped under my jacket, pulling me back with immense force. The fabric ripped, a loud tearing sound, but it held. No. I screamed, kicking wildly, my legs still flailing outside the shaft. He grunted, pulling harder, trying to yank me out. My shoulders were wedged, my bound wrists scraping against the rough concrete. The pain was excruciating, but the thought of being dragged back to that column, to those chains, was far worse. And then, a new sound. Not from Mark, not from me. From the column. A deep, wet, slithering sound, accompanied by a chorus of faint, chittering whispers that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. The green light pulsed violently, and the hum escalated into a deafening roar. Mark froze. His grip on my jacket slackened, his head snapping back towards the column. His eyes, wide with a mixture of terror and insane triumph, stared at the monstrous structure. From the top of the column, where it disappeared into the unseen darkness, something began to descend. Something huge. Something dark. Something that seemed to absorb the light around it, leaving a void. It moved with an unnatural, sickening grace. A massive, indistinct shape that seemed to ripple and shift, like liquid shadow. Faint, glowing points of sickly green light, like malevolent eyes, began to appear within its shifting form. The whispers intensified, filling the chamber, becoming a cacophony of alien voices that clawed at my sanity. The air grew impossibly cold, and a wave of pure, unadulterated dread washed over me, a terror so profound it made my blood freeze in my veins. This was not just fear. This was the terror of a mouse staring into the eyes of a cosmic predator. Mark, still holding onto my jacket, was no longer looking at me. His face was a mask of awe and terror, his eyes wide, fixed on the descending horror. "It is beautiful," he whispered, his voice trembling, utterly lost to the spectacle. "It is truly magnificent." But the thing descending from the column was not beautiful. It was an abomination. As it lowered itself, its form solidified slightly, revealing a vast, amorphous body covered in what looked like countless, glistening tendrils that writhed and pulsed. And from its lower mass, where it was approaching the dark, oily trench, a series of gaping, tooth-lined orifices began to open, each one ringed with those same sickly green lights. The stench of ozone and decay reached a fever pitch, making me gag. I could hear the wet sucking sounds as its tendrils began to brush against the stone column, leaving trails of corrosive slime. The chittering whispers now seemed to be coming from within my own head. Mark was still mesmerized, a sacrifice willingly offering himself to the horror he had called forth. His grip on my jacket, however, was still a problem. My bound wrists were a painful reminder of my predicament. But the entity, the thing that was now revealing itself, presented a new, terrifying opportunity. With a final, desperate surge of strength, I pulled, not away from Mark, but towards the opening in the wall. The tearing sound of my jacket was louder this time, followed by a sickening rip. The fabric gave way completely. I tumbled forward, falling through the narrow shaft into absolute darkness. I heard Mark scream, the sudden, high-pitched shriek of pure terror, as if the entity had finally acknowledged his presence, not as a worshiper, but as a morsel. Then, a wet, tearing sound, followed by a gurgle, and a horrific squelching noise that made my stomach churn. The chittering whispers seemed to swell into a triumphant chorus. I landed hard on something soft and yielding, a pile of dust and debris, sending up a choking cloud. My flashlight had fallen from my bound hands again. I was in complete darkness, blind and disoriented, my wrists still tied. But I was out. I was out of the main chamber. The roar of the starlight engine, the unholy whispers, and the wet tearing sounds continued, echoing through the narrow shaft, growing fainter as I desperately crawled deeper into the darkness. I did not know where I was going. I did not know if this tunnel led anywhere. But I knew I had to keep moving. I had to get away from it, away from what Mark had unleashed. I crawled on hands and knees, my bound wrists, making it agonizingly slow. The air was thick with dust and the lingering acrid stench, though it was less potent here. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking horror. Every creak and groan of the old structure made me jump. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only minutes, the tunnel began to slope upwards. I could feel a faint, cool breeze, a hint of fresh air. Hope, fragile and desperate, sparked within me. I pushed harder, ignoring the burning in my muscles, the scrapes on my knees, the agonizing pain in my wrists. Finally, a faint, gray light appeared ahead. Not the deep black of the chamber, not the sickly green of the entity, but the muted, almost benign light of the outside world. I scrambled towards it, my heart pounding with a renewed, frantic hope. The tunnel opened into a small, overgrown shaft, partially hidden by fallen leaves and thick brush. I clawed my way out, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. The cool night air hit my face, smelling of pine and damp earth, a stark contrast to the horrors I had just escaped. I was back in the woods, miles from anywhere, alone. My body was shaking uncontrollably, my clothes torn, my hands and knees bleeding. My wrists were still tightly bound. I looked back at the small opening in the ground, the darkness within seeming to pulse with a faint, residual malevolence. I could still hear a faint, distant hum, a low thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the very ground. I did not stop to untie myself. I just ran. I ran blindly through the dense forest, tripping over roots, crashing through undergrowth, not caring about the scratches or the pain. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. I ran until I collapsed in a heap, sobbing uncontrollably. The image of Mark's final, terrified, awestruck face seared into my mind. The image of the vast, shifting horror descending from the column, its multitude of eyes and gaping maws. I never found my way back to my car. I never found my way back to any road that night. I just kept moving, driven by a primal terror, until the first rays of dawn filtered through the trees, painting the world in a cold, unforgiving light. Eventually, hours later, I stumbled onto a dirt road where a passing hunter, his face a mixture of shock and concern, found me. They asked me what happened. I told them I was attacked. I told them I got lost. I told them I did not know who Mark was. I told them nothing about the Starlight Engine, or the entity, or the vast, dark chamber, or the bones, or the bolt cutters, or Mark's chilling transformation. They would not have believed me. They would have locked me away, sometimes, late at night, when the world is silent. I still hear it. The low hum, the chittering whispers, the wet, tearing sounds. I see the sickly green light behind my eyelids, and I know, deep in my bones, that somewhere, miles from anywhere, in a forgotten place deep beneath the earth, something ancient and hungry is finally awake. And it is waiting for another willing soul, waiting for another Tinder date. Another story comes into focus, you know. I have heard all the stories about bad Tinder dates. Ghosting, catfishing, just generally awkward encounters. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what happened with Sarah. It was like something ripped straight out of a horror movie, and I was the clueless protagonist walking right into it. I matched with Sarah on Tinder, and she seemed pretty cool. Her profile was artsy, a bit quirky, with pictures of her at various obscure museums and vintage bookshops. She had this intense gaze, but in a captivating way, if that makes sense. We chatted for a bit, and she suggested we meet up at this old, kind of forgotten public garden on the edge of town, saying it was beautifully eerie at dusk. I thought it was a bit unconventional, maybe a little cliché for an artsy type, but her profile looked normal enough, and I was honestly just tired of the usual coffee shop dates, so I agreed. Looking back, that was my first mistake. My second, probably agreeing to meet her at dusk. The place she picked was called Blackwood Gardens, and for good reason. It was not really a park anymore. more like a sprawling, overgrown testament to neglect. The wrought iron gates at the entrance were rusted shut, half swallowed by ivy, and a crooked sign, barely readable, warned of uneven paths and decaying structures. I parked my car on the cracked asphalt of what used to be a small parking lot, the only other vehicle being an ancient, beat-up sedan that looked like it had not moved in years. The air was already getting chilly, and the setting sun cast long, distorted shadows through the skeletal trees. It was exactly as Sarah had described it, beautifully eerie, and incredibly isolated. I checked my phone. 6:00 p.m. She was supposed to be here any minute. A nervous flutter started in my stomach, not the usual first-date jitters, but something heavier, something a little colder. The silence out there was profound, broken only by the rustle of dry leaves and the distant, mournful cry of a bird. It felt like the kind of place where sounds just went to die. Then, I saw her. She emerged from a winding, overgrown path that led deeper into the gardens, like she would been waiting for me inside. She was wearing a long, dark coat that seemed a bit heavy for the weather, and her dark hair was pulled back in a severe ponytail. Her eyes, even from a distance, seemed to bore right into me. They were a startling shade of green, almost glowing in the dim light. She was not smiling, not really, just this small, almost imperceptible curve of her lips that did not quite reach her eyes. "Alex," she called out, her voice soft but clear, cutting through the quiet. "Yeah." "Sarah," I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice felt a little tight. She walked towards me, her gait unnervingly graceful. "Glad you made it. Most people get intimidated by the entrance." She gestured vaguely at the rusted gates. "They missed the real beauty." I tried to laugh. "It is definitely atmospheric." "That is one word for it," she said, finally letting a genuine, if brief, smile touch her face. It vanished almost immediately. "Come on. I want to show you my favorite spot." Before I could even suggest we maybe just stick to the more open areas, she turned and started walking back down the path she would come from, deeper into the encroaching darkness of the gardens. I hesitated for a moment, a tiny alarm bell going off in the back of my head. This was already feeling less like a date and more like an expedition. But I would have agreed to this, had not I? And she seemed harmless enough, just a little eccentric. I followed her. The path quickly narrowed, overgrown with thorny bushes and low-hanging branches that clawed at my jacket. The air grew colder, heavier, and carried the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. Or maybe that was just my imagination running wild. So, I began, trying to break the growing silence. "How did you find this place? It is pretty off the beaten path." She did not turn around, just kept walking, her voice a low murmur. "Oh, I have known about Blackwood Gardens for a long time. It has a history. People used to come here for solace, for reflection. Now it is mostly forgotten, which is a shame, really. So much life here. And so much death." My stomach did another little flip. "Death? Metaphorically? Of course," she said, but her tone was flat, devoid of humor. "The death of ambition. The death of dreams. The death of hope. All the things that brought people here, only for them to fade away." She finally stopped at a clearing, if you could call it that. It was a circular patch of ground, hemmed in by ancient, gnarled trees whose branches intertwined overhead, blocking out the last vestiges of the fading sky. In the center was a crumbling stone fountain, its basin choked with weeds and murky water. It looked less like a fountain and more like a sacrificial altar. The air here felt even colder, and the silence was absolute, pressing in on my ears until they started to hum. "This is it," Sarah announced, turning to face me. Her eyes seemed even brighter now, reflecting the minimal light. "My special place." I shivered. pulling my jacket tighter around me. It is very quiet. That is why I like it, she said, taking a step closer. No distractions. No noise. Just truth. She was standing very close now, closer than felt comfortable for a first date. I could smell something faint and earthy on her, like rich soil. And her gaze, it was unnerving. She was not just looking at me, she was looking through me. So, Alex, she began, her voice dropping to a near whisper. You work as a freelance graphic designer, right? Specializing in branding for small tech startups. You live in that small apartment on Elm Street, the one with the fire escape that you sometimes sit on at night, sketching ideas under the streetlights. My blood ran cold. Every muscle in my body tensed. How do you know that? I stammered. My Tinder profile mentioned graphic design, sure, but not the freelance part, not the tech startups, and definitely not my apartment address or my habit of sketching on the fire escape. Those were details I only shared with close friends, if at all. Her lips curved into that unsettling, almost smile again. Oh, I know a lot about you. Alex, more than you think, more than you even know about yourself. Sometimes my mind raced. Stalker. Was this some elaborate stalking scenario? Had she found my social media, pieced together information? But the fire escape detail that felt too specific, too intimate for just online sleuthing. Look, Sarah, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to project confidence. I did not feel. This is a little intense. I think maybe I should just head back to my car. I took a step back, but she mirrored my movement, effectively cutting off my path. Do not be silly, she said, her voice still soft, but there was an edge to it now, an undercurrent of something unyielding. We are just getting to the interesting part. You wanted an unconventional date, did not you? Alex. My heart was pounding against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. The air felt thick, heavy with unspoken things. I could feel my palms sweating, and a prickle of fear started crawling up my spine. This was not just quirky, this was genuinely disturbing. I really need to go, I insisted, trying to sound firm, but my voice wavered slightly. I took another step back, trying to circle around her, but she moved with me, always keeping herself between me and the path. It was subtle, almost like a dance, but the intention was clear. I was trapped. But you have not seen the other side yet, she said, her eyes fixed on mine, unblinking. The true heart of Blackwood, it is where the veil is thinnest, where things become clearer. She extended a hand, her fingers long and slender, and gently touched my arm. Her touch was surprisingly cold, like marble, and a shiver ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. I instinctively flinched away, but she did not seem to notice, or perhaps she did not care. You see, Alex, she continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, this garden is not just overgrown. It is alive. It remembers, and it tells me things. It told me about you, about your loneliness, about that little scar above your left eyebrow from when you fell off your bike at age 7, about your recurring dream of the dark forest. My breath hitched. The scar. Yes, that was true. But the recurring dream, I had not told anyone about that. It was a deeply personal, almost subconscious fear. How could she possibly know? My mind struggled to process this, to find a rational explanation, but there was none. She leaned in closer, her voice barely audible. It also told me about your father, how he left when you were young, how you still carry that absence like a phantom limb, and how, despite everything, you still hold on to hope for connection. A cold dread spread through me, numbing my limbs. This was not just stalking, this was something else entirely. It felt supernatural, impossible. My fight or flight response was screaming at me, but I was frozen, paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of what she was saying. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, my voice raw. Her smile broadened, a slow, unsettling unfurling of her lips that showed a flash of perfect, almost too white teeth in the gloom. "I am Sarah, and I am here to help you." Alex. To help you see what is truly hidden, what is truly possible. This place, it needs an offering, a connection. And you, Alex, you have a very strong connection to the other side. My blood ran cold. An offering. My mind conjured images of ancient rituals, of sacrifices. This was no longer a quirky date. This was a nightmare. "I do not understand what you are talking about," I said, my voice shaking. "I had to get out of here." "No." "Oh, but you will," she said, her eyes gleaming. "The garden has chosen you. It always chooses the ones who are open, the ones who yearn for something more, even if they do not know what it is." She took another step, closing the remaining distance between us. Her hand reached out again, this time not to my arm, but towards my face. I instinctively recoiled, stumbling backward over a gnarled root. I hit the damp earth with a thud, my elbow screaming in protest. "Stay away from me," I yelled, scrambling backward on my hands and knees, my eyes darting frantically for an escape route. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for me. Sarah did not look angry, or even surprised. She just watched me with that serene, unnerving smile. Running won't help. "Alex, not here. The garden knows you are here. It knows what you feel." I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the throbbing in my elbow. The path I would come from was still blocked by her, but to my left, I saw a denser thicket of bushes that might lead somewhere else. It was dark, thorny, and looked impassable, but at this point, anything was better than staying with her. "I am leaving," I shouted, my voice cracking. I lunged for the bushes, pushing through the thorny branches, ignoring the sharp scratches on my face and hands. The thorns tore at my clothes, but I did not care. I just needed to get away. Behind me, I heard her voice, calm and clear, cutting through the rustling leaves. "You can try, Alex, but the garden is vast, and it does not like to let its chosen ones leave so easily." I burst through the thicket, finding myself on another narrow, winding path, even darker and more overgrown than the last. Panic surged through me, making my heart hammer against my ribs. I ran, blindly, stumbling over roots and rocks, not knowing where I was going, just desperate to put distance between myself and Sarah. The sounds of the garden seemed to amplify around me. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. Every snapping twig sounded like a branch breaking under someone's weight. I kept expecting to feel a hand on my shoulder, to hear her voice whispering behind me. I ran for what felt like an eternity, my lungs burning, my legs aching. The darkness was almost absolute now, the moon barely piercing the dense canopy. I could barely see where I was going, relying on instinct and the faint glimmer of what might be a path. Then, I saw it. A faint, yellowish glow in the distance. A street light. Hope surged through me, giving me a fresh burst of adrenaline. I pushed harder, my breath coming in ragged gasps. As I got closer, the glow resolved into the familiar shape of the road, and my car, still parked where I had left it. I burst out of the tree line, onto the cracked asphalt of the old parking lot, gasping for air. I did not look back. I just fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold them. Finally, I got the car unlocked, practically fell into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. I locked it immediately, then started the engine, the roar of the motor, a welcome, reassuring sound in the oppressive silence. I threw the car into reverse, tires squealing as I sped out of the parking lot, leaving the ominous gates of Blackwood Gardens behind me. I did not stop until I was back on the main road, lights of civilization reassuringly around me. Even then, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see her, her face illuminated by my taillights, her green eyes burning. But there was nothing, just the empty, dark road. I drove home in a daze, my mind replaying every chilling word, every unsettling detail, the specific knowledge, the cold touch, the talk of offerings and chosen ones. It was too much. As soon as I got to my apartment, I locked the door, bolted it, and then pushed a chair under the doorknob. I felt like a paranoid lunatic, but I did not care. I deleted Tinder, blocked Sarah's number, and even changed my social media privacy settings, just in case. I did not sleep that night. Every creak of my old apartment building, every gust of wind outside, made me jump. I kept seeing her face in the dark, her unnerving smile, her glowing green eyes. The next morning, I was arrested. I called a friend, tried to explain what happened, but it sounded insane, even to my own ears. She just knew too much. I kept repeating, it was not normal. My friend listened patiently, tried to reassure me that it was just a crazy stalker, that I was safe now. But I did not feel safe. Not really. A few days later, the paranoia started to fade, replaced by a lingering sense of unease. I tried to convince myself it was just a very elaborate, very disturbing prank, or that she was just seriously unhinged. I even tried to rationalize the knowing too much part. Maybe she had really good hacking skills, or an incredibly thorough PI. But the dream, the scar, those things still gnawed at me. Then, about a week later, I was tidying up my desk, clearing away some old sketches. Underneath a pile of papers, I found something that made my blood run cold all over again. It was a small, smooth, black stone, about the size of my thumb. I had never seen it before in my life. It was not from my apartment. I knew that for sure. I picked it up, and it felt strangely warm, almost humming with a faint, internal vibration, and etched into its surface, almost invisibly, was a single, perfectly rendered symbol, a twisted, thorny vine, exactly like the ones that grew in Blackwood Gardens, surrounding a single, unblinking eye. I dropped it like it was burning me. It clattered against my wooden desk. How did it get there? When my apartment had been locked, bolted, I had not left anything open. A wave of nausea washed over me. She had been in my apartment, or something she sent had been... The garden was not just a place. It was a connection, and she had used it. I have not been back to Blackwood Gardens since. I moved apartments a month later, changed my phone number, even got a new email address. I constantly check my rearview mirror, and I never, ever sit on my fire escape at night anymore. I do not use dating apps. I try to live a normal life. But sometimes, when I am alone, in the quiet of my new apartment, I feel it, a cold spot in the room where there should not be one, a faint earthy smell, like damp soil and decaying leaves. And I wonder if the garden ever truly lets its chosen ones go. I wonder if Sarah is still out there, waiting, or if she has found another person to show the true heart of Blackwood. And I always wonder, with a chilling dread, what else she might have left behind. What other connections are still waiting to be discovered, because some nightmares, you learn, do not just end when you wake up. They follow you home. And sometimes, they leave a little piece of themselves behind. And now we move to the next step. You know how it is with dating apps. Swipe. Swipe, swipe. Most of the time, it is just a blur of awkward bios and slightly too filtered selfies. But then, every once in a while, someone pops up who actually seems interesting. That is how I felt when I first saw Mark's profile. He was handsome, in a rugged, intense sort of way, with a bio that talked about his love for obscure history and urban exploration. He was not like the usual gym bros or guys who only posted pictures with their fish. He seemed different. We matched, and the conversation flowed easily. He was witty, intelligent, and surprisingly charming. We talked for days, bouncing from funny anecdotes to deeper philosophical discussions. It was a refreshing change, and I found myself genuinely excited to meet him. Our first date was at a cozy little coffee shop downtown. He looked even better in person, and his eyes, a piercing shade of blue, held a captivating intensity. We talked for hours, laughing, sharing stories, and just generally hitting it off. By the end of the night, I was convinced I would found someone special as we were saying goodbye. Mark suggested our next date. "There is this old observatory," he said, his voice dropping slightly, a hint of mystery in his tone. "It is abandoned now, mostly forgotten, but it has got some incredible history, and the views, well, they are unlike anything you have ever seen. Especially at night, when the veil thins." He gave me a knowing smile. My gut told me it was a weird choice for a second date, a little too isolated, a little too much. But his smile was disarmingly charming, and the idea of an adventure, of seeing something others miss, was undeniably appealing. I figured, what is the worst that could happen? It was just an old building, right? Bit of urban exploration. I agreed. The drive out to the old observatory was long, stretching away from the city lights and into the deepening twilight. Mark's car was old, a beat-up sedan, but it felt sturdy. The road narrowed, eventually turning into a gravel path that wound through thick woods. The trees pressed in on either side, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The air grew colder the further we went, carrying the damp, earthy smell of decaying leaves and pine needles. I tried to make small talk, but Mark was quieter now, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. His profile, silhouetted against the dimming light, seemed sharper, more angular. The charm from our first date had begun to recede, replaced by a focused intensity that made a tiny, unbidden shiver run down my spine. "Almost there," he finally said, his voice low, almost a whisper. "It is quite a hike from here, but worth it." We parked the car in a small, overgrown clearing, barely visible in the encroaching darkness. As I stepped out, the silence of the woods enveloped me, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. It was a profound, heavy silence, the kind that makes you feel utterly alone, even when someone is standing right beside you. Mark grabbed a backpack from his trunk, a large, military-style pack, and slung it over his shoulder. He handed me a powerful flashlight. "Stick close," he advised, his eyes in the beam of my light, seeming to gleam with an unnerving anticipation. The path to the observatory was barely a path at all, just a narrow deer trail winding through dense undergrowth. Thorny bushes snagged at my jeans and unseen roots threatened to trip me with every step. The air grew colder, biting at my exposed skin. I pulled my jacket tighter, wishing I would worn something warmer. Above us, the sky was a bruised purple, transitioning to an inky blackness that swallowed the stars. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the trees began to thin, and a hulking silhouette loomed against the horizon. The old observatory. It was far larger than I would imagined, a massive, cylindrical structure of crumbling concrete and rusted metal, topped by a vast, dome-shaped roof. It looked like a giant, cyclopean eye staring blankly at the heavens. The windows were mostly shattered, dark, gaping holes that seemed to watch us as we approached. A profound sense of desolation hung in the air, a silence that felt less like peace and more like a held breath. Mark led me to a heavy, metal door, half obscured by overgrown ivy. It was thick with rust, and a padlock the size of my fist hung from its latch. "Most people think this place is completely sealed," he murmured, his breath fogging in the cold air. "But there are ways in." He produced a set of tools from his backpack, a pair of industrial-grade bolt cutters. With a practiced snap, the padlock gave way, the sound echoing unnaturally loud in the stillness. He pushed the door open, revealing an abyss of absolute darkness. A wave of cold, stagnant air rushed out, carrying with it the distinct smell of damp earth, decay, and something else. Something metallic and faintly acrid, like old blood and ozone. My stomach churned. "Are you sure about this, Mark?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, the words feeling fragile against the oppressive silence. He turned to me, his face illuminated by the beam of my flashlight. His eyes, usually a striking blue, now seemed darker, almost black in the dim light, reflecting the sickly green glow of some unknown source. A glow I had not noticed before, but now seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within the building. A smile, thin and unsettling, stretched across his lips. "Oh, I am very sure," he said, his voice laced with an excitement that made my blood run cold. "This is exactly where we need to be." He stepped inside, and I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me to run, to turn back, to get as far away from this place and this man as possible. But the door swung shut behind me with a heavy clunk, plunging us into near total darkness, save for our flashlights. And then I heard it. A low, rhythmic thump, vibrating through the very ground beneath my feet. It was faint at first, barely perceptible, but it was there. A deep, resonant thrum that seemed to come from the very heart of the building. "What is that sound?" I asked, my voice trembling. Mark did not answer. He simply began to walk, his flashlight beam cutting a narrow swath through the gloom. I had no choice but to follow, my heart hammering against my ribs. We were in a long, narrow corridor, concrete walls stained with what looked like ancient water damage, or perhaps something far worse. The air was thick and heavy, each breath feeling like I was inhaling dust in desperation. The thump grew slightly louder, a slow, deliberate beat, like a colossal, dying heart. We passed through several more rooms, each one more desolate than the last. Empty offices with overturned desks, a library where ancient, moldering books lay scattered across the floor, their pages brittle and yellowed. The green glow I would noticed in Mark's eyes seemed to be growing too, a faint, sickly luminescence that occasionally pulsed from cracks in the walls or seeped from under closed doors. It was like the building itself was alive and infected. "This place, it is more than just an observatory, is not it?" I managed to choke out. Mark stopped, turning to face me. His face was no longer charming. The intensity had sharpened into something predatory, something alien. The green glow was undeniable now, reflecting clearly in his unnaturally wide eyes. "Oh, much more," he said, his voice a low purr. "The astronomers who built this place, they were not just looking at the stars. They were looking through them. They were seeking something beyond the mundane, something vast and ancient." He gestured vaguely with his hand, encompassing the decaying structure around us. "They discovered a thinning, a weak point in the fabric of reality, right here. A place where the veil between worlds is almost transparent." His eyes gleamed with an almost fanatical zeal. "They tried to understand it, to harness it. They failed, but they left behind the key." My mind raced, trying to process his words, trying to find a rational explanation. He was crazy, clearly. A conspiracy theorist, perhaps, who'd lured me to this abandoned place for some twisted game. But the thump was too real, too physical. The cold, the smell, the growing green light, it all conspired to make his insane words feel plausible. He led me to a narrow staircase, spiraling downwards into an oppressive darkness. The steps were crude, made of rough-hewn stone, slick, with an unidentifiable dampness. The air grew colder still, thick with that cloying miasma of metallic blood, sweet decay, and burning ozone that churned my stomach. The thump was now deafening, resonating through my very bones, a powerful, rhythmic beat that seemed to mirror my own frantic heart. "Please, Mark, let me go," I pleaded, tears stinging my eyes. "This is not funny. I want to leave." He said nothing, his pace unyielding. He had grabbed my arm, his grip like iron, dragging me downwards. I risked a glance at his face. His unnaturally light eyes, wide and reflecting that sickly green glow, were fixed on the depths, radiating a terrifying ecstasy. He was no longer the charming man from Tinder. He was something else entirely. A puppet master pulling my strings, a zealot on a horrifying pilgrimage. We descended deeper, past walls where strange organic patterns pulsed faintly with that alien light. They were not carvings, they looked like veins or roots, embedded in the stone, slowly growing, slowly morphing. My mind raced for an escape, for any possible way out. But there was only the endless descent, the cold, the smell, and the deafening rhythm of that thump. Finally, the steps ended abruptly in a vast, echoing cavern. The green glow was stronger here, permeating the very air, making everything alien and grotesque. The thump was an overwhelming force, a colossal, dying heartbeat, resonating from the ground itself, shaking the very air around us. The floor was slick with something dark and viscous, reflecting the green light like a disturbed pool. Piles of refuse were scattered around not just ordinary trash, but strange, calcified shapes, glistening organic matter, and what looked terrifyingly like bones. The overwhelming stench of blood and decay made me gag, a raw, primal scream catching in my throat. "Welcome." Mark's voice boomed, chillingly triumphant as he released my arm. I stumbled back, clutching myself, desperate for distance, for a breath of clean air, for anything that was not this nightmare. "Welcome to the Nexus." He spread his arms wide, gesturing to the terrifying expanse, to the cavern's heart, where something massive and indistinct pulsed with an unholy light. It was a dark, amorphous mass, throbbing and contracting with each deafening thump, its surface rippling with internal light and shadow. It was not a machine, nor a natural formation. It was organic, yet utterly alien, an impossible geometry of flesh and shadow. Tendrils, thick and glistening, seemed to stretch from it, disappearing into the walls and floor, as if it were the root system of this entire monstrous structure. "It is where the veil thins, my dear," he continued, his voice echoing, resonating with a disturbing reverence. "A gateway. And it needs maintenance." My breath hitched, trapped in my chest. My eyes were wide with unspeakable terror, fixed on the pulsing horror before me. Mark began to walk towards that monstrous, throbbing center, his steps deliberate, his gaze rapt. He was leaving me trapped in a hell beyond comprehension, a reality warped and twisted into something vile and ancient. "The old astronomers," he called back over his shoulder, his voice filled with an insane glee. "They thought they could simply observe. But you cannot observe something like this without becoming part of it, without feeding it. It hungers. You see, it always hungers." My legs felt like lead, rooted to the slick, dark ground. I could not move, could not scream, could not even properly breathe. The green light intensified, washing over Mark's retreating figure, making him seem to shimmer, to become less human, more a part of the pulsing horror itself. The thump was no longer just a sound. It was a physical assault, a rhythm that threatened to shatter my very being, to tear me apart from the inside out. He stopped just a few feet from the dark, throbbing mass. He turned, and his face, bathed in the sickly green light, was utterly transformed. His skin seemed to ripple, his features stretching and contracting, as if made of liquid. His eyes, those once piercing blue eyes, were now entirely green, glowing with an inner fire, devoid of any humanity. A wide, impossibly wide smile split his face, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. "And it needs a new anchor," he hissed, his voice no longer his own, but a chorus of whispers, ancient and guttural, echoing from the very walls of the cavern. A fresh connection, something new to bind it to this reality. He raised his arms, his hands stretching towards the pulsing monstrosity, and then slowly, deliberately, he turned his gaze back to me. His eyes, those terrifying emerald beacons, locked onto mine, and in them, I saw not just madness, but a profound cosmic hunger. I was no longer a person to him, no longer a date. I was just sustenance. A sacrifice, a piece of the maintenance this nexus demanded. The ground beneath me began to shake violently, not just with the thump, but with a deeper, grinding tremor that made cracks spiderweb across the cavern floor. The air grew impossibly cold, then searing hot, then cold again, as if the very laws of physics were unraveling around me. The stench of blood and ozone intensified, clawing at my throat, burning my nostrils. I felt a new sensation then, a tingling in my fingertips, a strange vibration running up my arms, a pulling sensation at my chest. It felt like invisible threads were reaching out from the pulsing mass, from the very air, trying to grasp me, to draw me in. My terror sharpened into a desperate, animalistic urge to survive. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My mouth was dry, my throat constricted. Mark took a step towards me, then another, his movements fluid and unnatural, like a predator stalking its prey. The green light pulsed brighter, illuminating the glistening dark trails that snaked across the floor, all leading to the monstrous heart of the cavern. The piles of refuse now looked less like scattered debris and more like the discarded husks of previous offerings. "Do not worry," his voice, that chorus of ancient whispers, slithered through the air. "It won't hurt for long. And you will be part of something truly magnificent, something eternal." I finally found my voice, a raw, ragged shriek that was immediately swallowed by the deafening thump and the rising, guttural hum emanating from the pulsing entity. I stumbled backward, my feet slipping on the viscous floor, my hands flailing for purchase, for anything to anchor me to sanity. But there was nothing, only the cold, the dark, the smell, and the monstrous, hungry presence that pulsed at the heart of the world. Mark was almost upon me now, his green eyes burning with an unholy fire, his smile impossibly wide. The invisible threads tightened around me, pulling, drawing me closer to the nexus, to the source of all this horror. The thump reached a crescendo, a final, deafening beat that seemed to echo not just in the cavern, but in the deepest, most primal parts of my own being. The last thing I saw was Mark's transformed face, looming over me, and the vast, hungry maw of the pulsing darkness behind him, ready to consume. And then, the world went green. The next story brings a new perspective, you know. Dating apps, we have all been there, swiping through profiles, trying to find someone who is not a serial killer or a catfishing scammer. Most of the time, it is just boring small talk, awkward first dates, or ghosting. But sometimes you match with someone who seems just a little too good to be true. And sometimes, those people are exactly what your gut screamed they were all along. My name is Sarah, and I am going to tell you about the worst date of my life. The one that still makes my skin crawl and my heart pound when I think about it. It started like any other Tuesday evening. I was curled up on my couch, scrolling through Tinder, half-heartedly looking for a distraction from my mundane week. That is when I saw Leo's profile. He was handsome. In a rugged, outdoorsy kind of way, a strong jawline, kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled, and a smattering of freckles across his nose. His bio was intriguing, passionate about urban exploration, reclaiming forgotten spaces, and finding beauty in decay. It sounded a little edgy, a little mysterious, but in a cool artist way, not a psychopath way. He had pictures of himself exploring abandoned buildings, intricate street art, and vast, empty industrial landscapes. It was different, and honestly, a breath of fresh air compared to the usual gym selfies and vague travel pics. We matched. His first message was witty and engaging, and our conversation flowed easily. He seemed genuinely interested in my life, my hobbies, my thoughts. After a few days of texting, he suggested we meet up. "I know this incredible spot," he typed, an old industrial building on the edge of town. I have been working on a project there, and the sunset views from the top floor are absolutely breathtaking. It is truly special. My first thought, I will admit, was a flicker of unease. An abandoned building for a first date, that is straight out of a horror movie. My gut screamed, no. But then, I rationalized it. He seemed so genuine, so passionate. Maybe it was just his quirky way of showing me his world. And besides, it was still daylight when we would be meeting, and I could always leave if it felt off. Plus, his charm was surprisingly persuasive. He made it sound like an adventure, an exclusive glimpse into his unique passion. My curiosity against my better judgment won out. Sounds adventurous. I texted back, trying to sound casual. What exactly are you working on there? He replied almost instantly. Oh, just a little bit of everything. Cleaning up, salvaging materials, creating a new purpose for something old. You will see. It is better in person. Looking back now, I can see all the red flags I so willfully ignored. The vagueness, the insistence on a secluded location, the "it is better in person" line that shut down any further questions. But at the time, I was just excited to meet someone who seemed interesting. The day of the date arrived. I dressed casually, jeans and a comfortable top. Practical shoes. Leo had sent me precise coordinates, along with a warning that my GPS might get a little spotty towards the end. Just keep going down the old service road, he would said. The drive was unsettling. The city lights faded behind me, replaced by increasingly dense woods, and then, eventually, a desolate landscape of crumbling warehouses and overgrown lots. The asphalt gave way to a gravel road, kicking up dust behind my tires. My phone signal, just as Leo had warned, flickered in and out, eventually dying completely. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. This was it. No turning back now without looking like a total chicken. Finally, I saw it. Looming against the fading afternoon sky, silhouetted like a skeletal giant, was the building. It was massive, made of dark, crumbling brick and rusted, corrugated metal, with broken windows like vacant eyes staring out at nothing. Vines snaked up its sides, reclaiming what man had abandoned. It looked less like a romantic urban exploration spot and more like a place where dreams went to die. My car was the only one in the small, overgrown parking lot. I paused, engine running, my hand hovering over my phone, a useless brick now, my heart hammered against my ribs. Just leave, Sarah. Turn around and go home. But then, a figure emerged from the shadowy entrance of the building. It was Leo. He waved, a wide, easy smile on his face, and my fear eased a fraction. He was even more handsome in person, his eyes sparkling with a genuine warmth that momentarily dispelled the gloom of our surroundings. He wore sturdy work boots, cargo pants, and a faded t-shirt, looking perfectly at home in the decay. Sarah. You made it, he called out, his voice carrying easily in the silent air. I was starting to think you got cold feet. He laughed, and it sounded normal, friendly. I forced a smile, stepping out of my car. Just a little lost. My GPS gave up on me. Yeah, that happens out here, he said, walking towards me. It is part of the charm, disconnecting from the grid. He reached me, and for a moment, I thought he might hug me, but he just gestured towards the building. Ready for the grand tour? As we walked towards the entrance, the smell hit me. A strange, complex odor. It was a mix of damp earth, mildew, and the metallic tang of rust. But underneath it all, something else. Something faint, almost chemical, like industrial cleaner, mixed with something sickly sweet. It was not pleasant, but it was not overwhelmingly bad either. Just unique. The entrance was a gaping maw, a broken-down loading bay door hanging precariously on one hinge. Inside, it was a cavern of shadows. The fading daylight struggled to penetrate the grime-caked windows, creating long, distorted streaks of light and dark. Dust motes danced in the sparse beams, giving the air a hazy, ethereal quality. "Careful, watch your step," Leo said, pulling out a powerful LED flashlight from his pocket. He clicked it on, and a brilliant beam cut through the gloom, illuminating a path through debris and fallen masonry. "It is a bit of a maze in here." He was right. We navigated through collapsed walls, rusted machinery, and piles of indistinguishable detritus. The air grew colder, heavier, and the silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of our shoes on scattered glass and rubble, and the occasional drip, drip, drip from unseen leaks in the ceiling. Leo moved with an almost unnerving familiarity, effortlessly guiding us through the darkness, his flashlight beam never wavering. He knew every twist, every turn, every potential hazard. "So what was this place?" I asked, my voice echoing strangely. "Textile factory." "I think," he replied, his voice a low rumble. "Or maybe a chemical plant. It has been through a few iterations, but it has been abandoned for decades." He paused, shining his light on a patch of wall where faded graffiti depicted a grotesque, multi-eyed creature. "Amazing, is not it? How nature just reclaims everything. How time just erases what we build." His tone was contemplative, almost reverent. It was a bit intense for a first date, but I tried to brush it off as his artist sensibility. We climbed a set of precarious metal stairs, their groaning protest sending shivers down my spine. Each step felt like a gamble. The higher we went, the stronger that strange, chemical sweet smell became. It was cloying now, almost suffocating. "What is that smell?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "It is really strong up here." Leo turned, his flashlight beam catching his eyes. They seemed to glitter in the reflected light, momentarily devoid of pupils, just two bright, unsettling orbs. "Oh, that," he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "That is just the remnants of the old processes. The unique aroma of transformation." He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Or maybe it is just me. I have been spending a lot of time here." My stomach lurched. "Transformation." "Yeah," he said, turning back to lead the way. "Nothing truly dies, Sarah. It just changes form, decomposes, breaks down, becomes something new. It is a beautiful cycle, really. We are just facilitating it." We reached what he called my workspace. It was a large, relatively intact section of the top floor, with a series of makeshift tarpaulins covering the broken windows, creating a dim, enclosed space. In the center of the room, under a single bare bulb hanging from a tangle of wires, stood a collection of objects that made my blood run cold. There were several enormous, rusted metal drums, like the ones you see for oil or chemicals, but interconnected by a spider web of clear plastic tubing. Some of the tubes snaked down into the floor, others up towards the ceiling. A low, rhythmic hum vibrated through the floor, a deep thrumming that I had not consciously registered until now. It sounded like heavy machinery, working tirelessly. "This is it," Leo announced, sweeping his hand proudly across the scene. "My project." I stared, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. It was not art. It was not restoration. It looked like some kind of crude industrial laboratory. The air in here was thick with that chemical sweet smell, now overpowering, making my eyes water. What is all this? "Leo." My voice was barely a whisper. He walked over to one of the drums, patting its side almost affectionately. "This, my dear Sarah, is the future. A way to solve so many of our modern problems. Waste, pollution, scarcity." He gestured to the clear tubes. "These run through different stages of filtration and processing, breaking things down, purifying them, transforming them into something useful. He picked up a small, clear glass jar from a nearby workbench. Inside, a dark, viscous liquid swirled. It looked like thick, oily mud, but it had an unnatural sheen. "This," he said, holding it up to the dim light, "is the end product. Nutrient-rich, perfectly sterile, and infinitely versatile." "Nutrient-rich for what?" I asked, my voice cracking. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, but my feet felt rooted to the concrete floor. The hum of the machinery was a relentless, tiny torture in my ears. "For anything," he exclaimed, his eyes alight with a disturbing intensity. "Agriculture, construction, even certain biological applications. Imagine, Sarah, no more landfills, no more wasted resources. Everything becomes part of the cycle." He was smiling, a wide, almost childlike grin, but his eyes were sharp, calculating. My gaze drifted to the workbench. Amidst the various tools, beakers and tubes, I saw something else. A small, tarnished silver locket. It looked like something a woman might wear. My stomach tightened into a painful knot. "Leo," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, "I think I need to go. It is getting late." His smile did not falter, but a subtle shift in his demeanor sent a fresh wave of terror through me. His head tilted slightly, like a predator assessing its prey. "Leaving so soon, but you have not even seen the best part. The real magic happens when we introduce new elements." He took a step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled. "What elements?" I asked, my voice a desperate plea. He laughed, a low, unsettling sound. "The most precious resource of all, Sarah, the one we waste the most, organic matter, life itself." He gestured vaguely around the room. "People disappear all the time, do not, they vanish without a trace. The system, it is so inefficient, so much potential, just wasted." My blood ran cold. The chemical sweet smell suddenly took on a horrifying new dimension. It was not just chemicals. It was decay. Processed, refined decay. "Leo, this is not funny," I whispered, backing away towards the entrance we would use. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. His eyes, those unsettlingly luminous eyes, fixed on me. "Oh, but it is profoundly elegant. Think about it. Every living thing, a perfect little package of nutrients, ready to be repurposed. And with a little help, a little acceleration of the natural process, we can ensure nothing truly goes to waste." He took another step. Slowly, deliberately. "You came here because you were curious, did not you? Because you wanted something special. And you are about to get it." My mind raced, scrambling for an escape. My phone was dead. We were miles from anywhere. Leo was between me and the main exit. I had to think fast. "What about that locket?" I blurted out, pointing a trembling finger at the workbench. "Whose is that?" His eyes flickered to the locket, and for a split second, a shadow crossed his face. He picked it up, turning it over in his hand. "Oh, a memento from a previous contributor." His voice was devoid of emotion, chillingly calm. She was quite insistent on being a part of my vision. My blood froze. Contributor. The word hung in the air, a grotesque euphemism for victim. He smiled again, that same wide, unsettling smile. "But you, Sarah, you are different. You have such a vibrant energy, such a keen mind. I have been watching you, for a while now. Your routine, your habits, your little quirks. You are a fascinating study in potential The realization hit me like a physical blow. He had not just matched with me on Tinder, he had found me, stalked me. This entire date was a meticulously planned trap. The abandoned building, the isolated location, the dead phone signal, all part of his twisted design. "You are insane," I choked out, my voice barely audible. He chuckled softly. "Insane? Or just ahead of my time? Humanity needs a new direction, Sarah. A more sustainable one. And I am merely providing the infrastructure." He gestured towards the vats, the tubes, the humming machinery. "It is all quite simple, really. A closed-loop system. Efficient, elegant, and entirely self-sufficient." He took another step, his gaze unwavering. "And you, Sarah, are going to be a crucial part of its continued success." Panic seized me. I did not think. I just reacted. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything, any weapon, any distraction. My gaze landed on a stack of empty metal drums near the back wall, close to a section of the building that looked less stable, with a large, gaping hole in the wall, covered by a flimsy tarp. It was not the way we came in, but it was a potential exit. "No." I screamed, a raw, animal sound, and I lunged, not at Leo, but towards the drums. He seemed momentarily surprised by my sudden burst of defiance. I grabbed the top drum and shoved it with all my might. It clattered loudly, rolling and crashing into the others, creating a chaotic din that echoed through the vast space. The noise was deafening, disorienting. "Sarah." "Stop this," Leo yelled, his calm facade finally cracking, a note of anger entering his voice. The crashing drums created a momentary screen. I did not wait. I scrambled over the debris, tearing at the tarp over the hole in the wall. The fabric ripped, revealing a sheer drop to the ground below, but also a narrow, precarious ledge running along the outside of the building. It was a terrifying prospect, but it was better than staying. I squeezed through the opening, scraping my skin on jagged metal and splintered wood. The cold night air hit me, a shock after the humid, stinking warmth inside. I could hear Leo's footsteps thudding behind me. Closer now. "You can't escape. Sarah," he shouted. "This is your destiny. To contribute." My heart was a frantic drum solo in my chest. I scrambled onto the narrow ledge, my hands gripping the crumbling brickwork, my feet searching for purchase. One wrong move, and it was over. I could hear him reaching the opening, his shadow falling over me. "Do not be foolish," he snarled. "Come back inside. It will be much easier if you cooperate." I did not respond. I just focused on moving, inch by agonizing inch, along the ledge. Below, the ground was a dizzying blur of dark earth and scattered rubble. I could feel the vibrations of his heavy footsteps as he paced near the opening, trying to decide what to do. He was not going to come out onto the ledge. He was too smart for that. I reached a section where the ledge widened slightly, leading to a fire escape ladder. It was rusted, missing a few rungs, but it was a way down, with a desperate surge of adrenaline. I launched myself at it, my fingers closing around the cold, rough metal. I did not look back. I just descended, half climbing, half falling, until my feet hit the blessed, solid ground. I did not stop. I ran. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I ran as if the devil himself was at my heels. I ran through the overgrown lot, through the gravel road, until I reached my car. My hands fumbled with the keys, shaking so violently I almost dropped them. I ripped open the door, threw myself inside, and locked it. The engine roared to life on the first try, a miracle. I slammed it into reverse, spun around, and sped down the service road, not caring about the potholes or the dust. I did not look in my rearview mirror. I just drove, faster and faster, until the abandoned building was a distant, fading silhouette in my mirror. I drove until I hit the main road, until my phone miraculously reconnected to the network. My first call was to 911. My voice was hoarse, trembling, barely coherent as I tried to explain what had happened, where I was. The police found the building. They found the vats, the tubes, the strange, viscous liquid. They found the locket, but they did not find Leo. He was gone. Disappeared without a trace, just like his contributors. The investigation was extensive, but ultimately inconclusive. They could not definitively prove what the liquid was or where Leo had gone. They found evidence of his project, his twisted experiments, but no bodies, no definitive proof of murder. Just the lingering, sickening smell that I will never forget. I never went on a Tinder date again. Every time I see a profile that is quirky or adventurous, a cold wave of dread washes over me. I still have nightmares about that hum, that smell, those unsettlingly luminous eyes. Leo is still out there somewhere, a ghost in the urban decay, a silent predator looking for his next contributor. So, the next time you are swiping through profiles, remember my story. Remember to listen to that little voice in your head, the one that screams no, because sometimes the person on the other side of the screen is not just looking for a date. Sometimes they are looking for something much, much more, and you might just be exactly what they need for their special project. The next voice enters our storytelling today with a reverence that chilled me to the bone. "The way nature reclaims what man abandons," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, yet it cut through the thick air like a razor. The sheer power in it. He swept his flashlight beam across a particularly monstrous vine, its thick, rope-like tendrils wrapped around a rusted metal support, almost caressing it with the light. My stomach twisted into a knot tighter than any of those vines. This was not just appreciation, it was obsession. A sick, twisted obsession. My eyes darted around, trying to find an exit, a way out of this humid, suffocating tomb. The air was heavy, humid, sticking to my skin like a second layer. The cloying sweetness of damp earth and potting soil was now almost overpowering, mingling with that metallic tang I could not place. And the drip, drip, drip was constant, echoing from somewhere deeper within the darkness, a relentless, tiny drumming against my eardrums. It sounded like a slow, deliberate torture. Mark started walking deeper, his silhouette disappearing and reappearing as the beam of his flashlight cut through the dense foliage. "Come on," he called, his voice a low, inviting hum that did nothing to soothe my nerves. There is so much to see. Every fiber of my being screamed no. My legs felt like concrete, rooted to the spot on the crunching gravel. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. But the thought of being left alone in this absolute blackness, with only the sounds of the dripping and the rustling plants, was even worse. I had to stay within the small, trembling circle of his light. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to move, one heavy foot after another, stepping off the gravel and onto what felt like damp, soft earth. The deeper we went, the more grotesque the plants became. They were not just overgrown, they were monstrous. Vines as thick as my arms snaked across the floor, through shattered panes of glass and up the skeletal metal frame of the greenhouse, their leaves an unnatural, vibrant green that seemed to pulse in the dim light. Some of them had strange, bulbous growths, like tumors, while others bore flowers that were too large, too brightly colored, and utterly alien. They looked less like plants, and more like some kind of alien organism, thriving in this humid, forgotten space. The metallic tang in the air intensified with every step, growing stronger, sharper, like the smell of an old butcher shop on a hot day. It was making my head spin, making me feel lightheaded and nauseous. I knew that smell. Deep down, I knew it, but my brain was fighting against the recognition, trying to protect me from the horrifying truth. "It is all about nourishment," Mark said. his voice a dreamy whisper as he knelt beside a patch of particularly vibrant, almost iridescent moss. His flashlight beam highlighted a network of tiny, root-like tendrils spreading across the damp soil. The cycle of life. You see, everything feeds something else. Nothing truly dies, it just transforms. He looked up at me, his bright blue eyes reflecting the flashlight's glow, making them seem devoid of pupils, just two luminous orbs in the darkness. There was a disturbing, almost childlike wonder in his gaze. My blood ran cold. The way he said transforms. It sent shivers down my spine that had nothing to do with the humidity. My breath hitched in my throat. I wanted to ask him what he meant, but the words would not come. My mouth was dry. My tongue felt thick and useless. All I could do was stare at him, a silent plea for answers, or perhaps for mercy. The drip, drip, drip was louder now, closer. It was not just a generic sound anymore, it had a rhythm, a steady, sickening cadence. And the metallic smell was so overwhelming that I could almost taste it on my tongue. Like pennies. I knew, with a certainty that made my stomach churn, that it was blood. Fresh blood. What is that smell? Mark. I finally managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. It sounded alien, like it belonged to someone else. He slowly rose, his movements fluid and unnervingly graceful in the cramped space. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the dense foliage, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. That, my dear, he said, his voice laced with a dark amusement, is the smell of life. Or rather, what nourishes it. He took a step closer to me, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping into a thorny vine that scratched my arm. I barely felt the sting. He did not seem to notice my fear, or if he did, he reveled in it. He just kept walking, deeper into the heart of the greenhouse, towards the source of the persistent dripping. I had no choice but to follow. Every cell in my body was screaming at me to run, to turn around and sprint for the doors, broken glass or not. But Mark had a strange, hypnotic pull, and the darkness behind me felt even more terrifying than the unknown ahead. The flashlight beam, which had been my only comfort, suddenly felt like a spotlight, highlighting my every move, my every trembling step. It felt like I was walking onto a stage, and Mark was the director, orchestrating my fear. We rounded a particularly dense cluster of towering, fern-like plants. And then the beam landed. My breath caught in my throat. My heart stopped. There, nestled amongst the roots of a colossal, gnarled plant that looked like something out of a nightmare, was a large, rusted metal drum. And from a spigot near its base, a thick, dark liquid was slowly, steadily dripping into a trough carved into the soil. Drip, drip, drip. It was not water. It was too viscous, too dark, and the smell, the metallic tang that had been slowly driving me insane, was emanating from it like a foul perfume. It was blood. Thick, dark, human blood. My eyes widened in horror, fixed on the horrifying sight. I could feel the blood draining from my face, leaving me cold and clammy. This was not just a creepy, abandoned greenhouse. This was a charnel house. Beautiful is not it, Mark murmured. His voice, a soft caress as he gestured towards the drum. He was not looking at me. His gaze was fixed on the dripping blood, a look of profound satisfaction on his face. The perfect nutrient, full of iron, full of life. These plants, they just thrive on it. He reached out and gently touched a leaf of the monstrous plant, its surface. A disturbing, almost greasy green. They become so strong, so vibrant. Look at the color, the energy. I could not speak. I could not move. My mind was reeling, trying to process the monstrous reality laid bare before me. This was not a misunderstanding. This was far, far worse. This was pure, unadulterated evil. My eyes frantically scanned the area around the blood drum. And that is when I saw them. partially obscured by the sprawling roots and thick foliage. Almost camouflaged by the darkness and the grotesque beauty of the plants were other things. Shapes. Unmistakable shapes. A shoe, half buried in the damp earth. A glint of something metallic that looked like a belt buckle. And then, the unmistakable outline of a human hand, pale and lifeless, reaching out from beneath a curtain of thick, broad leaves, its fingers curled as if in a final, desperate grasp. My stomach lurched. I clamped a hand over my mouth, fighting back the bile that surged up my throat. My vision blurred. There were bodies, or parts of bodies, being used as fertilizer, feeding these monstrous plants. Mark's words echoed in my head. Everything feeds something else. Nothing truly dies, it just transforms. He was cultivating a garden of the dead. You like my garden? Mark's voice, now closer, snapped me out of my horrified trance. He was standing right beside me, his face illuminated by the flashlight which he had now aimed directly at my face. His bright blue eyes, once hypnotic, now held a terrifying, predatory glint. The gentle smile was gone, replaced by something cold, something utterly devoid of humanity. "Mark, what have you done?" I whispered, my voice trembling, barely audible. I took a step back, my foot landing on something soft and squishy, sending a fresh wave of nausea through me. I did not dare look down. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Done. I am simply helping nature along. Enhancing it. These plants, you see, they are special. They need a richer diet. And people are so full of life, so full of potential." He paused, his gaze sweeping over me, lingering on my face, my arms, my legs. It was a calculating, appraising look, like a farmer inspecting his livestock. Especially young, vibrant people like you. That is when it hit me. He did not bring me here to show me his beautiful greenhouse. He brought me here to become part of it. To become nourishment. Pure, unadulterated terror seized me. Every instinct screamed run. My heart was a drum solo against my ribs, so loud I was sure Mark could hear it. My legs, which had felt like concrete moments ago, suddenly surged with adrenaline. I had to get out. Now. Without thinking, I spun around, pushing past Mark, who was momentarily startled by my sudden movement. I did not care where I was going, only that it was away from him, away from the blood drum, away from the hidden bodies. I plunged into the dense, thorny foliage, my hands blindly pushing aside thick leaves and snapping branches. The darkness instantly swallowed me, leaving only faint, shifting shadows from Mark's flashlight beam behind me. "Hey, where do you think you are going?" Mark's voice, no longer calm, was sharp with irritation, then quickly morphed into something chillingly amused. "You can't hide in here. Darling, this is my home. I know every inch of it." His flashlight beam danced erratically through the leaves, a frantic searchlight trying to find me. I could hear his footsteps, surprisingly light and swift, crashing through the undergrowth behind me. The sound of snapping twigs and rustling leaves was punctuated by the relentless drip, drip, drip from the blood drum, a horrifying soundtrack to my escape attempt. I stumbled over a gnarled root, barely catching myself before I fell face first into the damp earth. My lungs burned, desperate for air that was not thick with the smell of decay and blood. My arms and legs were getting scratched and torn by the thorns and jagged edges of the leaves, but I barely registered the pain. All that mattered was getting out. The darkness was my only ally, but it was also my enemy. I could not see where I was going. I could only feel my way, crashing through the plant life, hoping to find a wall, a door, anything that led to the outside. "Come on out, now." Mark's voice was closer, almost a playful coax. "Do not make this harder than it has to be. You will only hurt yourself." His words sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. He was not just pursuing me, he was enjoying it. This was a game to him. A hunt. Suddenly, a blinding light hit me. Mark had found me. I froze, caught in the harsh glare, my eyes squinting against the sudden brightness. He was only a few feet away, a dark, looming silhouette against the beam, a twisted smile on his face. In his hand, glinting ominously, was a small, sharp trowel, the kind used for gardening, but in his grip, it looked like a weapon. "Found you," he purred, taking a slow, deliberate step towards me. My mind raced. I could not outrun him in this maze. I had to fight. My eyes darted around, desperately searching for anything, any advantage. My gaze landed on a broken pane of glass, its jagged edge sticking up from the soil like a shark's fin. It was dangerously close. As Mark took another step, raising the trowel, I lunged, not at him, but past him, towards the greenhouse wall. I did not care about the broken glass, about the thorns, about anything but escape. I pushed off the wall with all my might, aiming for the general direction of the doors we had entered through. Mark let out a frustrated growl. "You little fool." I heard him scrambling after me, closer than ever. I could feel the heat of his breath on my neck, smell the sickeningly sweet scent of the greenhouse clinging to him. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I burst through another curtain of leaves, and suddenly, I saw it. A faint glimmer of moonlight through a gap in the rusted double doors. Freedom! But Mark was right behind me. His hand shot out, grabbing a handful of my hair, yanking my head back with brutal force. A scream tore from my throat, raw and desperate. Pain exploded in my scalp, but I could not stop. I thrashed wildly, kicking out with my legs, trying to dislodge him. My foot connected with something hard, and Mark grunted in pain, his grip loosening for a split second. It was all I needed. I pulled free, stumbling forward, my hair still burning from his violent tug. I lunged for the gap in the doors, my hands reaching out, desperate to feel the cold, solid metal. I squeezed through the narrow opening, scraping my shoulder painfully against the rusted frame. But I did not care. I was out. The night air, though still humid, felt like a breath of fresh life compared to the suffocating atmosphere inside. I did not stop to look back. I did not stop to catch my breath. I just ran. My feet pounded on the gravel, then hit the rough, uneven ground of the field. I ran blindly, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror, not daring to look behind me. I could still hear Mark's enraged shouts echoing from the greenhouse. But they were fading, growing more distant with every desperate stride. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I thought I would collapse. I ran until the skeletal silhouette of the greenhouse was a tiny, dark smudge in the distance, until the only sound was the frantic drumming of my own heart in my ears. I do not know how long I ran, or in what direction. Eventually, I stumbled onto a deserted country road. My clothes torn, my body covered in scratches and bruises. My mind a chaotic mess of fear and disbelief. I waved down the first car I saw, a kind old couple who looked at me with alarm, their faces filled with concern as they took in my disheveled, terrified appearance. I could not even form coherent sentences, just gasps and fragmented pleas for help. They took me to the nearest town, to the police station. I told them everything, or at least, as much as my traumatized mind could recall. The police searched the area, but they found nothing. No abandoned greenhouse, no Mark, no blood drum, no hidden bodies. Just an empty field, stretching out under the sliver of a moon. They said it was probably a prank, a twisted joke that got out of hand. They tried to be kind, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. But I know what I saw. I know what I smelled. And I know the look in Mark's eyes when he spoke of nourishment. I never saw Mark again. I deleted all my dating apps, cut myself off from social media. The memory of that night is burned into my mind, a permanent scar. Every time I smell damp earth, or hear a persistent drip, 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 I am transported back to that humid, horrifying place. I see his bright blue eyes, hear his chilling murmur about transformation. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the darkness presses in, I wonder about those monstrous plans. I wonder if they are still thriving, still growing, still being fed. And I wonder if Mark is still out there, searching for new ways to nourish his twisted, beautiful garden. I just know he is. And that thought, that absolute certainty, is the real horror that will haunt me for the rest of my life. Thank you for joining us on Daily Story. Your time here truly means a lot. We appreciate you making space for today's episode. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Wishing you a calm and thoughtful rest of your day.